Hi everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Welcome back to the channel.
Welcome to Novel Wonderland Naruto, Infinite Reincarnation Chapter 1-56 Synopsis. You transmigrate into the Naruto world at the worst possible time, the eve of the Third Shinobi World War. Before he can even adjust, he awakens a reincarnation panel that allows him to reincarnate into different eras of the ninja world, live through them, and return with what he has earned. These are not dreams. They are full lives. He once descended into ancient history and built a golden age as the daimyo of the land of ancestors, standing at the beginning of Chakra's legacy and becoming the father of the Sage of Six Paths. He later walked into the blood-soaked Warring States period, contending with Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, guiding the Uchiha to the height of their power. And when the era demanded it, he took everything, including Konoha itself, and became Hokage by force and by will. Every reincarnation reveals another hidden layer of the world. Every era leaves another mark on his soul. Now, in the present, as the Third Shinobi World War approaches, Minamikawa Yu is no longer a single man. He is the sum of countless legends. And all of it begins with his first throne, daimyo of the Land of Ancestors, Chapter 1, being in the ninja world, starting with reincarnation. Books 57 chapters memo 65,772 word stopwatch tilde 263-minute read. Chapter 1, being in the ninja world, starting with reincarnation. 1,259 words. Chapter 1, being in the ninja world, starting with reincarnation. In the dead of night, the clear surface of the water suddenly rippled. A pebble cut through the silence, skipping toward the center of the lake. Minamikawa Yu stared at the pond ahead, his eyes unfocused, as if his thoughts were sinking deeper than the water itself. Judging from his appearance, he looked about 6 or 7 years old. At that age in his previous life, he would have been nothing more than a child. But this world was different. Here, because of different physiology and the existence of an extraordinary power like chakra, even a child who still looked young could become a killing machine. Of course, even then, 6 or 7 was still far too early. Minamikawa lifted his gaze and looked into the distance. Memories surged up inside him one after another, and bewilderment flickered across his eyes from time to time. Konoha, ninjas, so it's this world. He rubbed his head, a dull ache spreading behind his temples. To be honest, it had already been several years since he transmigrated here. It was just that before now, perhaps because of physical development or some other reason, his memories had recovered slowly. For a long time, he only felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity toward everything around him. Not until this moment. It was like he had been startled awake, like he had finally opened his eyes after a long dream. Only now did he truly understand where he was. Konoha? He rose silently and stared toward the distant lights of the village. A storm of emotions flashed through his eyes. This is the world of ninjas. For Minamikawa, changing worlds was not necessarily a bad thing. In his previous life, things had not gone well, and the people he cared about were already gone. Being able to move to a different place, a different world, was almost a kind of mercy. If people in his old world knew transmigration was real, who knew how many would fight like mad just for a chance to come here? Minamikawa did not let his thoughts drift too far. Right now, his mindset was simple: take things as they come. No matter what, life still had to go on. But at this moment, a problem was sitting right in front of him. The Third Ninja World War did not seem far away. In Konoha, the White Fang was still alive, but rumors were already swallowing him whole. During a mission, he had chosen to abandon the objective in order to save his comrades, and he had paid the price for it. Gossip spread through the village like poison. Even Minamikawa, a first year at the Ninja Academy, had heard the whispers. Which meant the White Fang's suicide was not far off. And in Minamikawa Yu's memory, it seemed that not long after the White Fang's death, the Third Ninja World War erupted. In other words, war was approaching. The Ninja World War. Minamikawa thought quietly. Once war began, countless people would die. The stories he once viewed as background lore were not just distant setting details. They were real events that decided the lives of people by the tens of thousands. When that time came, what could he do? He stared into the distance, lost. His current status was neither high nor low. He was just an ordinary student at the Ninja Academy, not even a genin. In peaceful times, that status could be considered a safe corner, a way to avoid danger. But in wartime, it was a death sentence. Because when war came, no one would care whether you were still a student. As long as you had even a little combat ability and were stronger than a civilian, you would be shoved onto the battlefield with no hesitation and no room to refuse. which meant his time of peace was running out. He had to do something. As that thought rose, Minamikawa lifted his eyes and looked around at the scenery. And the moment the thought settled in his mind, something changed. The world in front of him seemed to peel away. The realistic scenery was stripped bare, leaving behind only a pure black and white image. This is... The sight left him dazed. He instinctively took a step back. Boom! It was as if something unseen in the void had begun to vibrate. In that instant, Minamikawa understood. He reached out, and he could feel a brand new essence awakening inside him. It felt like something he had been born with, something that had only been waiting for the right moment to open its eyes. Could it be? His heart trembled. He tried to will it forward. A new screen appeared. System, name, Minamikawa U. System, reincarnation count, 1. System, reincarnation points, 107. It actually works. As more information surfaced in his mind, joy burst across Minamikawa U's face. To be honest, transmigrating into this world had placed enormous pressure on him. The ninja world, the history of the Otsutsuki descendants tearing each other apart. Unlike his previous world, in this one, if you did not have some alien bloodline or wear some fancy contact lenses, you practically did not even have the right to be considered a person. Before now, Minamikawa had been thinking about what he should do next. Now, it was simple. He could cheat. With a smile, he began to study the panel in front of him. Reincarnation, what happens after that? He frowned in thought. Will it make me transmigrate again, or will I be reincarnated into someone else's body? Ideas flashed through his mind one after another. Wanting to test it, he reached out and tried to select it. In an instant, the screen changed. System, please select your target identity for reincarnation. System, 1, Commoner. System, 2, Samurai. System, 3, Servant. I can even choose an identity. Minamikawa was genuinely surprised. This panel felt almost too generous. He stared closer and noticed an option that looked like add. After hesitating briefly, he selected it. System, consume 100 points to add a target identity. To test the function, Minamikawa chose to confirm. The panel shifted again. System, 1, Commoner. System, 2, Samurai. System, 3, Servant. System, 4, Daimyo. The first three options remained, but a fourth option had appeared. Is this a jackpot? Minamikawa stared at the new line, startled. Compared to the first three options, this fourth one was obviously better. A daimyo, even at the lowest rank, was still nobility. The starting line alone was far above the others. After the fourth option appeared, his points dropped below 100. The add option dimmed, and he could no longer select it. Out of caution, Minamikawa did not choose an identity on the spot. Instead, he returned to his residence. In the village, he was an orphan. There was no need to pretend that was rare. In his previous life, being an orphan might have been unusual. In this world, it was normal. With war as a constant shadow, orphans might not be on every street corner, but they were never few. Minamikawa's parents had both been ninjas who died in a previous ninja world war. Because of that, even as an orphan, he had a place to live and would not end up sleeping on the streets. When he got back, he closed all the doors, shutting the world outside away. Then he took a deep breath and looked at the screen again. System, begin reincarnation. Confirm. Chapter 2, Daimyo? Daimyo of the Land of Ancestors. 1242 words. Chapter 2, Daimyo? Daimyo of the Land of Ancestors. The instant Minamikawa confirmed the choice, the whole world seemed to flip over. Heaven and earth inverted. The scene before his eyes darkened rapidly, turning pitch black until there was no trace of light left. Minamikawa felt his consciousness being yanked away, dragged deeper and deeper, until he sank into complete darkness. Then, in the next moment, brightness returned. When he opened his eyes again, everything had changed. He was standing inside a grand hall. It was magnificent and ornate in every direction, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of age and neglect, as if it had not been repaired for a long time. Minamikawa instinctively stood up, and only then did he realize that his body had changed too. He was about 10 years old now, several years older than before. After a brief pause to steady himself, he walked to a bronze mirror and examined his reflection. The child in the mirror had delicate features and wore a long robe. His posture and clothing looked dignified, refined, unmistakably noble. With that appearance alone, anyone would know he was no ordinary commoner. The hall looked grand, his clothes looked grand, his identity looked grand. But his body felt weaker. My chakra? Namikawa frowned as he sensed the frailty in his limbs. This body was clearly older than his original one, yet it was the weaker of the two, and the reason was obvious. There was no chakra. Not even a trace. Just now, he had reflexively tried to refine chakra, but he had failed completely. Land of Ancestors, this is a name I've never even heard. He lowered his head, thinking hard. Memory surged up in his mind, but there was no familiarity at all. The 5 great nations he remembered did not exist here. Instead, there were countries with names like the Land of Ancestors and Land of That. As for ninjas, that profession did not exist at this time either. The military backbone of each country was the samurai class. And even among samurai, chakra did not seem to exist at all. Outside, there were all kinds of demon legends, said to rise from time to time and devour countless lives. No matter how he looked at it, there was not a single point that matched the world in Namikawa's memory. Where the hell did this send me? His head throbbed. This was nothing like what he had imagined. Fortunately, because his original body still existed, even if he died here, he would not truly die. He would only return to his original body. And the reincarnation panel's options were clearly real. In this world, his name was Tenji, the daimyo of the Land of Ancestors. Tenji was not a title. It was simply a name. But the status of daimyo was genuine. His predecessor's father had died in battle not long ago, and because of that, Tenji had inherited the position, becoming the new daimyo of the Land of Ancestors. Unfortunately, even with the name daimyo, this country did not feel large to Namikawa at all. Compared to the 5 great nations of later eras, it was nothing. It might even be inferior to a small country like the Land of Grass. The territory was small. The population was thin. Strategically, it was constantly threatened by hostile neighbors. Inside the country, the people were poor, living mostly through farming. It was trouble at home and danger beyond the borders, a nation surrounded by hardship. This start isn't very smooth. As he carefully reviewed the situation, Namikawa's lips curled without meaning to. This is pretty interesting. He had thought reincarnation would give him a long period to train, never expecting that this world did not even have chakra. If that was the case, then treating this reincarnation like a realistic nation-building game was not a bad idea. Fine. Then next, we start farming. With that thought, he straightened and moved immediately. The situation outside the Land of Ancestors was terrible. Putting aside the poverty within the borders, there was also the looming threat of Land of That. Now that the previous daimyo had fallen in battle, Land of That was very likely to invade on a large scale. Faced with that, Namikawa decisively chose to keep his head down. Under the name of a junior, he personally wrote a letter to the daimyo of Land of That, expressing his willingness to submit. He proactively offered annual tribute and proposed arranging an engagement with the Land of That's princess, with the intention of marrying her in the future. That series of moves pleased the Land of That greatly. The Land of Ancestors' tactfulness satisfied them. With the external threat temporarily removed, Namikawa shifted his focus to internal affairs. He drew funds from his private treasury, recruited samurai on a large scale, and took in orphans. For 2 years, he built up a private force of his own. Only after that did he begin a vigorous transformation of the country. In Namikawa's eyes, the Land of Ancestors was primitive. The entire nation was built around agriculture, and not only commoners but even nobles were poor. But to him, that was also an advantage. Poor nobles meant weaker resistance to reform. With external pressure eased and a private army in his hands, the difference between having resistance and not having it was not that big. He reformed commerce. He abolished various privileges held by domestic nobles. He reduced checkpoints and cut down taxes such as transit duties. In agriculture, he distributed land, absorbed population, and used direct excuses to deal with local landlords inside the country. Years passed like this, and the Land of Ancestors underwent enormous change. Populations across different regions multiplied. People from other countries were drawn in. Towns prospered. Commerce flourished. Public security improved drastically. Tax revenue rose, and that attracted even more samurai and nobles, causing the country's overall strength to climb significantly. This year, Namikawa was 17 years old. Without realizing it, he had buried himself in development for years. Just as he was preparing for his next major move, an incident caught his attention. In the southern region of the Land of Ancestors, a god tree had suddenly appeared. It had first emerged last year. At the beginning, it was no different from an ordinary tree. But in only 1 year, it grew wildly, shooting up past 100 meters as if in the blink of an eye. That terrifying growth rate drew attention from all sides. Gradually, people began calling it the God Tree, and its name spread farther and farther. It was around this time that Namikawa finally noticed it. At first, he did not sense anything wrong. Even though this world lacked chakra, it still had supernatural forces. Demons rampaged beyond the borders. There were also shrine maidens said to possess a unique senjutsu. Among the samurai, many had special techniques that could slay demons. Namikawa understood these things well. He had recruited many such figures under his command, so he was not unfamiliar with the strange and unnatural. In his view, this so-called god tree was probably just another kind of demonic object, nothing worth panicking over. Still, it was within the Land of Ancestors' borders. Out of curiosity, he decided to go in person. He set off immediately, heading toward the place where the god tree stood. Chapter 3, Beneath the Divine Tree. 1,230 words. Chapter 3, Beneath the Divine Tree. So, is there anything different about that tree compared to ordinary ones? Standing at the edge of a village, Namikawa lifted his gaze toward the towering divine tree in the distance and asked calmly. 7 years had passed since he arrived in this world, and he was no longer the same person he used to be. 17 years old now, he stood tall with a straight back. Draped in a long robe, he carried the natural elegance of nobility without needing to force it. His features were handsome, and even his lazy, unhurried demeanor held an undeniable pressure. Just standing there was enough to draw eyes. His changes over the past few years had been enormous. Not only had the Land of Ancestors transformed, but he had changed as well. Through testing, Namikawa discovered that his original body seemed to influence his reincarnated form. That was most obvious in his appearance. His current face had been slowly aligning with his original self more and more as time passed. And beyond that, there was even more direct proof. Chakra had begun to appear within his body. After several years, Namikawa could finally refine chakra. The process was far more difficult than it had been in his original body, but it was real. He could do it. Because of this, Namikawa confirmed a new rule of reincarnation. The reincarnated body and the original body influenced each other. Given enough time, the reincarnated body would gradually move closer to the original, undergoing brand new changes. That was also why Namikawa dared to leave the daimyo's palace whenever he wished. After all, once someone mastered chakra, ordinary people were no threat. Even the so-called demons of this world were nothing special. As long as he stayed cautious, in a world without ninjas, even if he could not win, he could always retreat. Lord Daimyo, the divine tree is just ahead. In front of him, the village chief bowed with a respectful expression and invited him forward. That day, Namikawa finally arrived before the divine tree. It was enormous, far more spectacular than any ancient tree he had seen in his previous life. Such vigorous vitality. Namikawa stared at it, sensing carefully. Or rose in his chest. In his perception, the divine tree was overflowing with life force, vast to an almost unreasonable degree. Even brushing against it with his senses made his scalp tingle. Wonder and dread surged together. How could a tree possess such terrifying vitality? He frowned slightly, puzzled, then looked down at the surroundings. He immediately noticed something strange. With the divine tree as the center, all vegetation around it had vanished. Even wild animals were nowhere to be seen. It was as if some hidden existence was silently devouring everything alive, plundering every scrap of vitality. And the one plundering it was undoubtedly the divine tree itself. Interesting. Namikawa stood in place, thinking. A divine tree that can plunder the life force of other living beings to strengthen itself. No. It was probably not limited to the life around it. There was only so much vegetation nearby. Even if it drained everything dry, it would never be enough to grow into something like this. For the divine tree to reach this size in such a short time, it must have absorbed life force and energy from farther away, from other places. A divine tree capable of absorbing life force and natural energy. Namikawa narrowed his eyes at the tree. A strange sense of déjà vu suddenly stirred in his heart. For some reason, the scene felt familiar. But when he tried to grasp it, the memory slipped through his fingers. He could not recall exactly why. After a moment, he shook his head and forced himself not to dwell on it. He turned to the village chief beside him. "How many people are in your village?" "Only about 500, the village chief answered, still confused by the question. "Among them, there are about 300 young people." "Good." Mainamikawa-yu nodded. "Starting today, send 20 people to guard this divine tree on a rotating schedule. I want to know about every change this tree undergoes." He paused, then added without hesitation. "As a reward, the agricultural taxes for those 20 people will be waived." Even though he did not know the divine tree's origin, Mainamikawa-yu instinctively felt it was important. He could not watch it every moment, so having locals keep an eye on it was the most practical choice. As for protecting it, that was not really necessary. With how thick and tall the divine tree was, Mainamikawa-yu estimated it would be a hassle even for him to cut it down. If someone could actually steal it or chop it down, he would genuinely have to respect them. He would consider them truly capable. Mainamikawa-yu left the village, but he did not leave the region. His time was precious, and chances to travel were rare. Since he had finally come out, there was no reason to waste the opportunity. Taking the chance to inspect the surrounding areas in person felt like the right move. So he decided to conduct a thorough investigation of the region before returning to the daimyo's residence. However, only a few days into his inspection, an accident happened. One night, the heavens suddenly changed. At that moment, a strange sense of unease rose sharply in Mainamikawa-yu's chest. He stepped out of his lodgings and into the open air. When he looked up, he saw brilliant starlight scattered across the sky. Then a streak of light tore through the darkness, illuminating the long night like a blade. "It's a star." Beside him, an attendant spoke respectfully, following his gaze. "Looking at that direction, it seems to be near the divine tree." "The divine tree?" Mainamikawa-yu's heart tightened as understanding struck. "Pass down my order." Without hesitation, he straightened and gave a command. "Everyone moves out. We're going to take a look." As soon as the words fell, he mounted his horse and led his attendants forward. They were not far from the divine tree, so it did not take long to reach the area. But once they arrived, they saw no trace of any impact. How can there be nothing? The attendants were bewildered. Knowing what Mainamikawa-yu wanted, the samurai and servants had been pushing themselves in secret. As the daimyo's people, they knew he was generous. If they found what he wanted, rewards would follow. So they searched with desperate focus. But no matter how they searched, they found nothing. The ground was intact. There was no crater, no scorched earth, no shattered stone. Not a single sign of a meteor strike. But how could that be? It was clearly this direction. A samurai muttered, confusion written all over his face after searching for so long without result. Then, in the next instant, his expression changed sharply. He snapped his head toward a spot ahead. "Who's there? Who is there? Protect His Highness!" The moment the shout rang out, everyone surged toward Mainamikawa-yu, forming a tight ring around him. Their eyes locked forward, tense and alert. And under their watchful gaze, a woman's silhouette slowly stepped out from the darkness ahead. Chapter 4, Otsutsuki Kagaya. 1115 words. Chapter 4, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Beside Mainamikawa-yu, everyone stared into the darkness ahead, nerves stretched tight. As the daimyo of the land of ancestors, Mainamikawa-yu's surroundings had never been peaceful. Over the years, there had been no shortage of assassins sent by enemy nations, yet Mainamikawa-yu had avoided them every time. After all, many people in this world did not want him alive. Even putting aside the enemy countries, there were also those within his own land whose interests had been damaged by his reforms. They wanted him dead just as much. For people like that, tonight was a rare opportunity to strike. Under the crowd's vigilant gaze, the figure ahead gradually stepped into view. It was a woman. And she was unlike anyone they had ever seen. She was tall, with pale skin and long white hair. Her beauty was unreal, her face flawless, as if a goddess had descended from the heavens. But the strangest part was her eyes. Pure white, without a trace of impurity, without pupils. Those eyes gave off an eerie feeling that made people instinctively uncomfortable. Wrapped in a long robe, she stepped out from the forest and looked at the crowd without any visible emotion. At that moment, Mainamikawa-yu froze. This woman. He stared at her, eyes fixed on that pure white gaze. This is the Byakugan. As someone who came from Konoha, Mainamikawa-yu was far too familiar with the Byakugan. He recognized it the moment he saw it. And her appearance felt familiar as well. White hair, Byakugan, coming from beyond the heavens. His heart shook as he looked at her. Is she Otsutsuki Kagaya? Minamikawa Yu was not someone who knew every detail of the shinobi world's history, but he still knew the name of the final boss. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Strictly speaking, the entire story began because of her. In an even stricter sense, the protagonists of every era were all her descendants. At that point, Minamikawa Yu finally understood. The God Tree. Otsutsuki Kagaya. I see. Realizations flashed through his mind in rapid succession. Before this, because he could not find a single familiar trace from his memories, he had assumed he was reincarnated into some strange, unrelated world. But now, it was clear. The world was still the same world. It was simply a different era. He had reincarnated into the ancient past of the shinobi world, a time before even the founder of Ninshu, the Sage of Six Paths, was born. In this era, the Sage of Six Paths had not yet come into existence. Ninshu had not been founded. The seeds of chakra had not been spread among humanity. That was why chakra did not exist in this world yet. And the Otsutsuki Kagaya standing before him was the origin of everything. It was her arrival that brought the original power of chakra to this world. In that instant, Minamikawa Yu understood it all. Ahead, the woman lifted her head, and her gaze settled directly on Minamikawa Yu. She sensed a familiar aura from him. Instinctively curious, she wanted to come closer. But the moment she moved, the attendants and samurai guarding Minamikawa Yu tensed like drawn bows. How dare you? Woman, don't even think about approaching His Highness the Daimyo. The samurai glared at her, already treating her as an assassin with ill intent. Being shouted at like that, a hint of fear unconsciously appeared on the woman's face. That reaction startled Minamikawa Yu. Does the Otsutsuki clan fear mortals? According to the legends, the Otsutsuki were an extraterrestrial race. In their eyes, the people of this world were nothing but natives, mortals not even worth notice. But looking at her now, she was showing normal emotion. He thought quickly, then lifted a hand, signaling everyone around him to be silent. The next moment, under their astonished stares, he dismounted and walked toward her. Your Highness? The expressions of those behind him tightened immediately. Minamikawa Yu did not even turn his head. What a joke! The woman in front of him was the progenitor of chakra. If she wanted to, she could wipe them all out with ease. Trying to stay vigilant in front of someone like that was the most ridiculous thing imaginable. Relax. Meeting her gaze, Minamikawa Yu smiled gently. To avoid provoking her, he moved slowly, his steps light, until he stopped in front of her. Otsutsuki Kagaya stared blankly as he approached. The closer he got, the clearer the sensation became. Chakra. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, Kagaya understood chakra better than anyone. And within him, though the aura was faint, it was real, and it gave her an unusual feeling. Seeing her frail, solitary appearance, Minamikawa Yu removed his robe and draped it over her shoulders. When she showed no disgust and made no sudden move, he finally let out a quiet breath, keeping his smile in place. The weather is getting chilly. It's best you don't catch a cold, miss. His voice stayed soft. May I know your name? Silence answered him. The attendants behind him were about to shout again, but Minamikawa Yu stopped them with a single cold look. What kind of death wish did they have, to berate someone who could erase them at will? The fact she had not killed them on the spot was already mercy beyond reason. Just as Minamikawa Yu thought she would not speak at all, she suddenly did. Under the night sky, an indifferent, cold voice sounded, faint and distant. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Her gaze remained fixed on Minamikawa Yu as she spoke her name. So it is Miss Kagaya. Minamikawa Yu let out a long breath. Good. Her aura was cold, and there was an inhuman feel to her, but she was capable of communication. If she could communicate, then in this situation, she probably would not suddenly lash out and kill people for no reason. At least, that was what he hoped. This place isn't safe, he said. If possible, would Miss Kagaya like to leave with me? I will find a place to properly protect you. Then, fearing she might misunderstand, he immediately added, careful with his wording. Of course, if you wish, you can leave at any time. There will be no restrictions. Otsutsuki Kagaya stared at him. After a long moment, she seemed to understand his meaning. Then she nodded. Minamikawa Yu finally relaxed. After this night, he had no more interest in inspecting anything. Because compared to having Kagaya at his side, no inspection mattered anymore. Or rather, compared to this woman, even his most precious position as daimyo was not worth mentioning at all. Chapter 5, Proposal. 1162 words. Chapter 5, Proposal. When they returned to the daimyo's residence, everyone inside could not hide their surprise. Over the years, Minamikawa had never shown the slightest interest in women. Although handmaidens served within the residence, he always kept them at a distance, and to this day there were no rumors of anyone ever attending to his bed. So no one expected that after this outing, the daimyo would return with a strange woman at his side. That alone was shocking enough. But when they saw the woman clearly, the shock only deepened. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked different from ordinary women at a glance, and her beauty was especially striking. Her white hair and pale eyes were even more unusual in this era. Standing there, she looked like a goddess descended into the mortal world, inspiring an indescribable sense of awe. Among the attendants, strange rumors quickly began to spread, saying Lady Kagaya was a visitor from the heavens. If she truly was such a goddess, then perhaps it was only natural that His Highness the Daimyo would be captivated. Yet compared to what everyone imagined, Minamikawa's behavior afterward was even more unexpected. From the day Otsutsuki Kagaya followed him back to the residence, he began to actively show his devotion. Calling it devotion was putting it politely. He was fawning. He personally delivered 3 meals a day, and before nightfall, he always visited Kagaya's quarters. Not only were his visits frequent, but every movement he made was measured and proper, strictly following etiquette as if he feared offending her with even a single misstep. Given his status as the daimyo of the land of ancestors, such behavior was so earnest it was almost humble. If the person receiving it were anyone else, they would probably have been moved to tears. Unsurprisingly, those actions attracted countless eyes. Many retainers complained in private, believing His Highness had become negligent, abandoning state affairs for a woman. To them, it was a blow to the dignity of the daimyo. But Minamikawa had no choice. She was not some ordinary mortal. She was Otsutsuki Kagaya. In the shinobi world, that name alone was enough to suppress everything. Forget mere state affairs. Even if it were something more important, as long as it could win her favor, Minamikawa would not hesitate to give it up. Under his persistent enthusiasm, Otsutsuki Kagaya's attitude gradually softened. During their time together, Minamikawa discovered that Kagaya did not seem to be the cold, heartless existence he had imagined, someone who viewed mortals as ants. She had her own emotions, though they were distant and restrained. And because she did not understand mortal life, she seemed indifferent to many things, like a goddess watching from far above. But as long as you stayed close enough, you could still receive her kindness. And because she lacked worldly knowledge, earning that kindness was not particularly difficult. In only 1 month, through Minamikawa's efforts, their favorability had risen to a certain level. Under the moonlit night, scarlet flowers bloomed quietly. At some point, Kagaya lifted her eyes and looked forward. A young man stood there in silence. His features were handsome, delicate and refined, and he carried an unusual temperament that left a deep impression at first glance. At this moment, he had lowered his head, lost in thought, as if he were struggling with some problem. "You?" Kagaya murmured softly, calling his name. When he did not react, she raised a hand toward him, as if she wanted to touch his face. But before her fingers could reach him, another hand caught her wrist. Minamikawa had done it instinctively. He grabbed her hand and held it in his palm. Only after the motion was complete did he realize what he had done, and he jolted as if waking from a trance. Fortunately, Kagaya did not react strongly. She simply stood there, her Byakugan quietly watching him, her expression unchanged. Minamikawa finally breathed out. "What are you thinking about?" Kagaya asked. "You seem very distressed. Have you run into trouble?" Yes. Minamikawa smiled faintly. "There is indeed some trouble. It's been bothering me. Can I help?" Kagaya asked. From the beginning until now, this was the first time she had actively expressed her own will. Minamikawa felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. His efforts over the past few months had not been meaningless. But he still shook his head. "I can handle it. Besides, I can't keep troubling you." He smiled again, but this time there was something deeper behind it. "As you said yourself, Lady Kagaya, there will come a day when you must leave. If I always rely on your help, what will I do when that day comes?" "I can take you with me," Kagaya said. "As long as you are willing." Hearing that, warmth rose in Minamikawa's chest. The Kagaya before him did not seem to be hiding some complicated motive. During their months together, although she had not revealed her true purpose, she had told him about her origins from beyond the heavens. She came from the Otsutsuki clan beyond the heavens. She did not belong here. One day, she would leave. Of course, that was a matter for the future. After all, compared to the long lifespan of the Otsutsuki, my Namikawa might already be dead long before she ever left. But for Kaguya, who was naturally indifferent, being able to say such words already showed how much space he occupied in her heart. Time continued to pass. Half a month later, my Namikawa gathered his courage and proposed to Kaguya. For him, it was an extremely risky step. The one he was proposing to was not a mortal woman, but a visitor from beyond the heavens. With the power she possessed, if he offended her, even as the daimyo of a nation, his end would still be miserable. If not for the foundation built over the past months, my Namikawa would never have dared to take that step. Fortunately, Kaguya did not refuse. On the day he proposed, Kaguya looked as indifferent as ever. Faced with his words, she responded calmly, only asking one question. "If I have to leave one day, are you willing to go with me?" Her voice was soft, her expression detached, but my Namikawa, who had come to understand her, knew she was serious. So he smiled as well, answering with the same seriousness. "Naturally, I am willing." After he spoke, Kaguya looked at him for a long time. Then she finally nodded. From that day onward, their relationship entered a brand new chapter. Otsutsuki Kaguya became my Namikawa's wife. To outsiders, the rumors claimed she was merely a concubine. But within my Namikawa's residence, there was only Otsutsuki Kaguya, and no one else. When word spread, the entire land of ancestors buzzed with discussion. Many elder retainers were distressed, heartbroken, and restless. Chapter 6, Chakra Fruit. 1256 words. Chapter 6, Chakra Fruit. Are you saying I shouldn't have arranged for Kaguya to stay in the palace? Inside the daimyo's residence, my Namikawa looked at the old man in front of him, his expression calm. The man wore luxurious robes and was clearly advanced in age. His hair and beard were as white as snow, yet he still carried himself with stubborn resolve even before my Namikawa. His name was Sawada Kawano. He was an elder retainer left behind by the previous daimyo of the Land of Ancestors, and could be considered one of my Namikawa's most senior subordinates. Over the years, Sawada had assisted in ruling the Land of Ancestors and worked diligently. But today, he had rushed over specifically to warn my Namikawa. "Has your highness forgotten the efforts you once made to revive the Land of Ancestors?" Sawada Kawano spoke loudly. "To revive the Land of Ancestors, your highness once worked so hard. How can you forget now? How can you neglect the affairs of the state for the sake of a woman?" He did not stop there. "Furthermore, with your highness acting like this, are you not afraid that the daimyo of the land of that will have objections?" He brought up the daimyo of the land of that. When my Namikawa had first arrived in this world, he had promised, for the sake of stable external conditions, that he would marry the daughter of the daimyo of the land of that. Nominally, that princess, whom he had never even met, was his legitimate fiancée. In the past, my Namikawa had always performed flawlessly. But now, after meeting Kaguya, in only a short span of time, there were already signs of him neglecting state affairs. That was what truly alarmed the elders led by Sawada Kawano, and why this admonishment came so urgently. However, it was clear the warning had little effect. And what of it? My Namikawa met Sawada Kawano's gaze, smiled gently, and spoke in the same mild tone he used for everything. "I have taken Elder Sawada's warning to heart. I will consider it carefully later." Then he lifted his hand slightly, dismissing the matter like a passing cloud. "For now, please take your leave." In front of the elders, his attitude remained polite and steady, leaving little room for open criticism. The superficial courtesies were fully observed. As for whether he would actually listen later, that was his own business. Of course, listening was out of the question. After all, he had finally managed to latch onto a wealthy woman and live off her. The most important thing now was to enjoy it while it lasted. Why would he push her away? As for the land of that, my Namikawa was not worried at all. He had spent years developing his land and had already accumulated sufficient strength. The reason he had not broken ties with the land of that was simple. He wanted a few more years of peace. But if the other party really dared to say too much, then there would be nothing left to discuss. He would simply act. And the chances of the other side acting first were not high either. After all, up until now, the annual tribute my Namikawa offered had not decreased in the slightest. Even for the sake of that tribute alone, they would not easily move against him. With Minamikawa Yu's firm stance, the disturbance gradually settled. After several months, the few people who still dared to mention the matter one by one disappeared. The people of the Land of Ancestors also grew used to Lady Kagaya's unmatched status. And so, several more years passed. Time continued to march forward. During those years, the surrounding world changed constantly. Under Minamikawa Yu's direction, the Land of Ancestors began to expand outward, annexing several small countries over time. Within the Land of Ancestors, the population continued to multiply, creating a scene of great prosperity. But the most noteworthy of all was the God Tree. As the years went by, the God Tree grew even more massive. It truly looked like a divine tree now, so tall it was visible from a great distance. During this period, Kagaya brought Minamikawa Yu there once. Before his eyes, she reached into the canopy and plucked a special fruit. The fruit of the God Tree carried an indescribable mystery. The moment it appeared, it produced a powerful attraction toward Minamikawa Yu, making him lock his gaze on it unconsciously. "What is this?" he asked, staring at the fruit in her hand. "This is the fruit of the God Tree," Kagaya replied. As she looked at it, her eyes held complicated emotions. There was heavy longing within that gaze, but also fear, and many other feelings intertwined together. Like Minamikawa Yu, she also felt an irresistible desire for this fruit. In fact, because she was a member of the Otsutsuki clan, her craving for it was even stronger, almost instinctive. Minamikawa Yu could understand, at least a little, the conflict twisting inside her. The God Tree was a tool used by the Otsutsuki clan to absorb natural energy and produce chakra fruits. Its purpose was to drain the energy of a planet and bear a chakra fruit. For the Otsutsuki clan, this kind of fruit carried immense value. By consuming it, one could obtain vast power, and even directly awaken the Rinnegan, which was the standard evolution of the Otsutsuki bloodline. Speaking of the Rinnegan, Minamikawa Yu had once assumed it was a standard trait all Otsutsuki possessed. But from what he had seen, Kagaya did not seem to have awakened the Rinnegan yet. So a reasonable conclusion was that even within the Otsutsuki clan, unless someone had an exceptionally pure bloodline and was born able to awaken the Rinnegan, they still needed to consume a chakra fruit to reach that stage. Just as most members of the Ucha clan cannot awaken the Sharingan and remain ordinary people, a similar situation existed among the Otsutsuki. But as long as they could eat a chakra fruit, their bloodline would evolve. They would gain the power of the Rinnegan and complete their own transcendence. The God Tree in this world had been planted for that purpose. As for Kagaya, she was the farmer assigned to guard it. As a guardian sent by the Otsutsuki clan, her duty was to protect the God Tree, ensure nothing happened to the chakra fruit it produced, and wait for the arrival of the Otsutsuki main family. However, judging by Kagaya's behavior right now, she had her own private thoughts about the chakra fruit. For the Otsutsuki clan, the temptation of a chakra fruit was simply too great. Kagaya stood there for a long time, struggling as she stared at the fruit. In the end, she gave up. She sealed it away and did not use it. "Not going to use it?" Minamikawa Yu asked quietly as he watched. Kagaya shook her head. She looked at Minamikawa Yu, her face as indifferent as usual, but what she said next was nothing like her usual detachment. "If it were just me, I would have used it. Even if I were captured and taken back to the main family, it wouldn't be a big deal." Then her gaze did not move as she spoke one more sentence, steady and clear. "But I don't want you to die because of me, Yu." As her words fell, Minamikawa Yu instinctively lifted his head, momentarily stunned. Chapter 7, Covetous Hearts. 1295 words. Chapter 7, Covetous Hearts. Otsutsuki Kagaya's words were not exactly direct, but Minamikawa Yu still understood what she meant. If she were alone, she might have been tempted by that chakra fruit and unable to resist eating it. Even though she belonged to the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan, her status within the clan was not high. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for her to ever consume a chakra fruit. Now that the chance was right in front of her, letting it slip away would be a waste. With her identity and bloodline, as long as she swallowed the fruit and awakened a pure Otsutsuki bloodline, she might even gain the ability to face the pursuers from the Otsutsuki main family when they eventually arrived. There was still a chance to win. And if all else failed, she could abandon everything here and flee. But while she could do that, you could not. So in the end, she hesitated. She did not consume the chakra fruit directly, choosing instead to seal it away. After finishing all of this, she lightly caressed her abdomen. A rare trace of maternal affection appeared in her usually indifferent eyes. 2 brand new lives were growing there. They were the children of her and you, the most precious treasures in her life. "Let's go." In front of her, Yu spoke with a smile. He reached out, took Kagaya's hand, and the two of them slowly walked back the way they had come. On the path back, their figures gradually blurred, then vanished. The years continued to pass. Just when you thought everything was progressing smoothly, a new change began to brew in the distant land of that. Inside the palace of the daimyo of the land of that, the daimyo held a folding fan, his gaze lingering on the letter in his hand as he fell into thought. The celestial goddess, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Looking at the intelligence recorded within, interest surfaced on his face. Is there really such a thing? A goddess from the heavens. According to the rumors, that goddess Kagaya had white hair and white eyes, and her appearance was said to be exceptionally beautiful. Below the daimyo, the minister, Suzaku, spoke respectfully. I believe only your highness is worthy of such a goddess. Legend says the daimyo of the land of ancestors went so far as to drive away all the women in his court for her sake, favoring her alone. Suzaku's voice softened, as if sighing in admiration. What a beautiful and moving woman she must be. Hearing this, the daimyo could not help but feel a stir in his heart. In terms of status, the daimyo of the land of ancestors was considered his son-in-law, engaged to his daughter. And he had heard plenty about that son-in-law. He had heard that the man once avoided women, dedicating all of his energy to governing the land. Even in his spare time, he would rather teach at a tea pavilion than waste time on meaningless pleasures. For even such a person to become so enamored with Otsutsuki Kagaya, she had to be an incredibly beautiful and moving woman. If your highness is interested, why not have the daimyo of the land of ancestors take the initiative and offer the goddess to you? Suzaku said earnestly. After all, she is only a concubine. Your daughter is the future wife of the daimyo of the land of ancestors. The daimyo was tempted, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. As long as your highness is willing, leave everything to me. Suzaku's expression remained respectful and certain. If you give the word, I will bring you a satisfactory result. In that case, I'll leave everything to you. In the end, the daimyo nodded. From that moment on, the gears of fate began to turn. A month later, on a certain night, Minamikawa Yu sat in his tent, handling affairs as usual. This had become a habit. Because of chakra, his body was far stronger than an ordinary person's, so he needed very little sleep. Aside from the time he spent accompanying Kagaya, he devoted almost all of his free time to work. Is Kagaya asleep already? He turned toward the maid nearby and asked. The madam is already asleep, the maid replied respectfully. She has been for a while now. Good. You nodded. Remember to remind me when she wakes up. Yes. The maid nodded. As her eyes fell on Yu's handsome face, she could not help but feel a quiet envy deep in her heart. In the eyes of the world, Yu's doting on Kagaya was extraordinary. As daimyo, he not only cared for Kagaya in every possible way, he was also willing to accompany her whenever he could, fulfilling her requests as much as possible. Before, just because Lady Kagaya liked a certain type of flower, Yu had ordered the existing garden cleared and had that flower planted throughout the entire palace. To ensure Lady Kagaya's comfort, the same daimyo who had once been stingy and frugal with himself had spent a massive amount of wealth to build a brand new Kagaya palace for her to live in. Because of this, rumors outside spread like wildfire, and many elder ministers voiced strong objections. Yet every rumor, every slander, had been personally resolved and suppressed by Yu in the end. No matter how turbulent the talk outside became, he never allowed it to reach the court, lest it sour Lady Kagaya's mood. What was even rarer was that this daimyo had avoided women in the past, and now he only had Lady Kagaya. Rumors even claimed he did not keep a single maid for bed service. Such behavior would be rare even for an ordinary man, let alone a daimyo. The maid felt envious, but she did not dare say more in his presence. She quietly left, heading to wait at Lady Kagaya's palace. Time passed slowly. After handling some of the affairs, Yu was about to rest for a while. Is Kagaya not awake yet? He asked the attendant beside him, then suddenly realized something was wrong. In the distance, plumes of smoke rose into the sky, accompanied by streaks of firelight. That direction. It's the direction of Kagaya Palace. Yu's gaze turned sharp in an instant. At that moment, instinct screamed at him that something had happened. Inside the vast, magnificent Kagaya Palace. When Kagaya opened her eyes, her vision was already covered by a sea of flames. She froze for a brief moment, then instinctively turned, as if searching for a certain figure. Madam! The maid in front of her looked anxious to the point of panic. There's a fire outside. We have to leave quickly. She grabbed Kagaya and tried to pull her up, preparing to lead her away. However, in the next instant, shouts and the sound of killing erupted from outside. A group of samurai suddenly appeared. They stared at Kagaya with shining eyes, then charged straight at her. The retainers responsible for protecting Kagaya immediately felt a chill run through them. It's the samurai of the land of that. How can this be? The guards were shocked, but they reacted quickly, resisting with all their might. They escorted Kagaya and retreated step by step, trying to force a path out of the area. As they withdrew, the samurai and the guards fought continuously, the guards doing everything they could to ensure the madam's safety. Unfortunately, time was not on their side. The resistance they managed to organize was too weak, and their combat power was far inferior to the well-prepared samurai from the land of that. Chapter 8, Complete Form Otsutsuki Kagaya. 1197 words. Chapter 8, Complete Form Otsutsuki Kagaya. After a fierce struggle, the samurai from the land of that finally forced their way to Kagaya's front. It was also the first time Kagaya had ever witnessed the malice mortals could display. Those twisted faces, those burning gazes overflowing with covetous desire, made her feel sick to her core. So she raised her hand. Chakra surged through her body, then burst outward. Several men in front of her were blasted away as if struck by an invisible hammer. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, even without consuming a chakra fruit, her strength was still far above that of mortals. Ordinary so-called samurai were not even close to being her match. Unfortunately, there were simply too many of them. Worse still, hidden among the crowd were shrine maidens and sorcerers who could use senjutsu, borrowing power from demons. Compared to ordinary mortals, their methods could actually affect her. A bunch of ants. Veins stood out on Kagaya's forehead. Her azure Byakugan flared to life as she entered a true combat state. She stepped forward. One palm. Several people dropped instantly. But just as she lifted her hand to strike again, a sharp pain exploded from her abdomen and spread through her entire body. The fetus moved. Nurturing life was an enormous burden for any living being. Even for an extraterrestrial Otsutsuki, it was the same. While pregnant, Kagaya could not draw out her usual strength. Pain washed over her in waves. Gritting her teeth, she forced back the samurai pressing in from behind, then turned and moved quickly into the distance. Behind her, the samurai of the land of that refused to let up, pursuing relentlessly. In only a short time, Kagaya was surrounded. "Kagaya, come with me." A middle-aged man rode out from the crowd. Seated atop his horse, he looked down at her, heat and greed undisguised in his eyes. Such beauty! No wonder the daimyo of the land of ancestors dotes on you so much. Come with me to the land of that and serve his lordship the daimyo. That will be your supreme honor. Where is you? Facing the stares of everyone around her, Kagaya's expression barely changed. She simply locked her eyes on the samurai in front of her. What did you do to him? In her memory, you was always by her side. She had never seen these native ants dare to be so disrespectful. With something this sudden happening, unease rose in her chest. She needed to know where her husband was. You? The samurai blinked in confusion at the name, then quickly understood. You mean the daimyo of the land of ancestors, right? He's already dead. Give up. He tried to crush her resolve with his words, hoping she would stop resisting on her own. This place was not far from the royal capital of the land of ancestors. Even in the middle of the night, the daimyo of the land of ancestors would likely respond quickly. It would not matter if the daimyo of the land of ancestors found out, but if that happened, the mission their own daimyo had entrusted to them might fail. To him, that would be an unforgivable dereliction of duty. What he did not know was that these very words were the start of his funeral song. You is dead. The indifferent calm on Otsutsuki Kagaya's face froze. In that instant, images of you flooded her mind. Years together? Quiet moments. His presence that never left her side. As her husband, he had long since become the most important person in Otsutsuki Kagaya's heart. And now, he was dead. Dead at the hands of these ants. You deserve to die. Rage appeared on Otsutsuki Kagaya's face, tearing through her usual stillness. The next moment, without the slightest hesitation, she took out a fruit. In her hand, the chakra fruit bloomed with a mysterious radiance. Its aura was so enchanting it instinctively drew everyone's gaze. Facing the fruit she had once sealed away, Kagaya no longer held back. She swallowed it in a single gulp. Then, change came. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Otsutsuki Kagaya's body began to transform. Her hair lengthened, flowing as her presence turned terrifying. Violent chakra erupted within her, gradually reshaping her very form. A pair of white horns emerged from the top of her head. At the center of her forehead, a Reincarnation opened, carrying an inexplicable, chilling mystery. The complete form of Otsutsuki Kagaya had appeared. At that moment, her life itself seemed to sublimate, and the Otsutsuki bloodline within her completed its leap. A monster! A dreadful aura spilled from Otsutsuki Kagaya. The pressure from that horrific chakra alone made it impossible for the surrounding samurai to take even a single step forward. Even the shrine maidens and sorcerers, who possessed fragments of senjutsu and demonic power, were no exception. All of them were stunned by what they were witnessing. The next instant, Otsutsuki Kagaya moved. She stepped forward and gently reached out her hand. Chakra gathered, vast and dense, like a storm forming in her palm. Then she struck. Countless palm shadows exploded outward in an instant. A crushing force, saturated with chakra, slammed down like the heavens themselves. 80 Gods vacuum attack. Bang! Everything in its path was annihilated. Bodies were torn apart, reduced to mangled flesh that burst on the spot. Shattered remains scattered across the ground, painting the area in blood. The horrific scene hit the survivors like a hammer to the soul. No, no! The leading middle-aged samurai stared at the nightmare before him, trembling from head to toe. She isn't a goddess. She's a demon wearing human skin. How can a demon like this exist in the world? Only now did they understand what kind of mistake they had made. In a sense, the Otsutsuki Kagaya standing before them was not a goddess at all. She was a demon in human skin. Ordinary people should have fled at the first hint of her existence. Yet they had dared to try and capture her, to present her to the daimyo of the land of that. They were truly courting death. Ahead, Otsutsuki Kagaya said nothing. Strictly speaking, she was not even skilled in combat. In the past, there had been few times she ever needed to fight personally. But it did not matter. With the support of her vast chakra, even a casual strike could unleash terrifying power. Before the 80 Gods vacuum attack, all were nothing but ants. In only a short time, the thick stench of blood rose into the air, and the surroundings became a hellscape. Not far away. My Namikawa rode hard and soon approached the area. Your Highness, we have found Madam. The attendant in front spoke, but his expression was complicated, filled with deep fear. But she seems different from the Madam we know. The elders say the Madam looks like she's been possessed by an evil spirit. Possessed by an evil spirit. Yu froze, his expression shifting as realization struck. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse faster, charging toward where Kagaya was. Chapter 9, Declaration of War. 1321 words. Chapter 9, Declaration of War. When my Namikawa arrived where Kagaya was, even he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Across a flat stretch of land, everything had been dyed the color of blood. What had once been intact ground was now coated in flesh and gore, so mangled it was impossible to recognize what this place had been before. Even from a distance, the air carried a nauseating, hellish heaviness that made one's stomach churn. Where is Kagaya? Yu strode forward. Just as he was about to push deeper, someone finally stopped him. Your Highness, you cannot go. Several clan elders stepped in front of him, blocking his path with rigid faces as they urged him earnestly. The lady has been possessed by an evil spirit and has turned into a demon. Your Highness, you cannot go over there. Move aside. You did not waste words. He shoved them aside and forced his way through. He kept walking, stepping over scattered remains and pools of blood until he reached the center. There, he saw Kagaya. At this point, he understood what the elders meant. Kagaya stood ahead in silence, as if still lost in a daze. Even so, the stench of blood clinging to her had not faded, and the pressure rolling off her body was terrifying. One could feel it without even getting close. The Kagaya from before had always carried an inhuman aura, but she had never felt like this. Now, it was completely different. And with the two horns rising from her head and the Reincarnation opened at the center of her brow, it was no wonder people believed she had been possessed by an evil spirit. But Yu did not care. Under the horrified gazes of everyone around him, he continued forward without hesitation. Kagaya! When that familiar voice reached her ears again, Otsutsuki Kagaya instinctively lifted her head. A young man's figure entered her vision, the very person she had been thinking about with growing dread. In the next moment, her body was pulled into an embrace. Without the slightest hint of disgust toward the bloodstains, or the fierce aura pouring off her, Yu wrapped his arms around Kagaya and held her tightly. You! Breathing in the scent she knew so well, Otsutsuki Kagaya gradually relaxed. Her eyes misted over. "You're all right. I'm sorry for making you worry." You held her even tighter, his voice steady and serious. "Come back with me." Kagaya did not speak. She only nodded gently. Just like that, the crisis was averted and dispersed as if it had never happened. However, this incident became a harsh warning to you. The influence of the land of that was still far too strong. Despite Yu's efforts over the past several years, the land of that's presence within the land of ancestors remained immense. This time, taking advantage of his absence from the daimyo city, someone had actually been able to rally troops inside the city itself to attack Kagaya. Without insiders cooperating from within the land of ancestors, something like that would have been impossible. In the end, many within the land of ancestors still feared the land of that, held it in awe, or were even secretly its people, maintaining close ties in the shadows. You had always known this. The only reason he had not moved against them was because he wanted to keep misleading the daimyo of the land of that and buy himself more time. But now, it was clear. It was time to act. Once he made up his mind, Yu did not hesitate. He moved immediately. Within the land of ancestors, he launched a sweeping purge. All the clan elders and ministers who had previously leaned toward the land of that were suppressed, labeled criminals, and dragged down. During the purge, even though Yu exercised a measure of restraint, more than 1,000 people were ultimately implicated, and it was impossible to know how many others were affected as shockwaves spread. Not long after that, the daimyo of the land of that finally reacted. Envoys from the land of that arrived in the land of ancestors with a hard demand. They demanded that the land of ancestors hand over the murderer who had slaughtered their samurai. Otherwise, they would dispatch troops and wipe the land of ancestors from the map. The news triggered an uproar in a very short time. "You mean, you want me to hand over Kagaya?" Inside the daimyo's residence, you looked at the retainer standing before him. His expression was calm, almost too calm. "Yes, Your Highness." The old man replied respectfully. "Previously, the samurai of the land of that died within our borders. If we do not give the daimyo of the land of that an explanation, war will likely break out immediately. This is something we should do our best to avoid. They were the ones who attacked Kagaya first." Yu's gaze fixed on the old man. His face held neither sadness nor joy. "But it is also true that the land of that samurai died here," the old man continued, trying to persuade him earnestly. "Neglecting national affairs for the sake of a woman is not good behavior. Furthermore, Lady Kagaya is too abnormal now. In my humble opinion, it would be better to send her away." He was not only urging you to bow his head to the land of that, he also clearly held deep reservations toward Kagaya. In the past, even if Kagaya looked different from ordinary people, it was still within a range most could accept. But after that night, Kagaya's appearance had changed completely. You had no issue with it. Others did. The rumor that Lady Kagaya was possessed by an evil spirit had lingered for a long time within the land of ancestors, refusing to die. "You want me to send Kagaya away?" You smiled. In front of the surrounding attendants, he rose to his feet and drew his long sword. The next moment, the blade swept forward. Bolstered by chakra, the strike was terrifyingly fast. In an instant, the old man was pierced through. He met Yu's cold gaze, disbelief filling his eyes, then his body slumped to the ground. National affairs have not yet reached the point where someone must be sacrificed. Yu's voice remained calm, almost indifferent. Sacrificing one person to benefit the world. What if the person being sacrificed were you? Truly ridiculous. Even if what they demanded had not been Kagaya, but merely an ordinary person at his side, he would still have refused. Let alone when they were demanding Kagaya herself. And you understood something even more clearly. After consuming the chakra fruit, with Kagaya's current strength, she alone was enough to suppress the world. For the daimyo of the land of that to dare make such a demand was nothing but courting death. It's time to break off relations. Standing there, he looked toward the distant lights and murmured to himself. At first, he had not intended to break with the land of that by. He had planned to keep his head down and develop for a few more years. But since the other side insisted on seeking death, then he would grant them their wish. That was perfectly fine. The following month, the army of the land of ancestors launched a surprise attack on the land of that. A border city fell. The two lands officially went to war. For a time, the world shook in all directions. Toward the land of that, the land of ancestors had always been respectful, and their relationship had once been close, even warm. No one expected the daimyo of the land of ancestors to turn against the land of that for the sake of a mere woman. What was even more unexpected was that, in this great war, the land of that actually fell into a disadvantage. Chapter 10, Kagaya's Plan. 1,280 words. Chapter 10, Kagaya's Plan. Once the Great War began, events no longer moved according to anyone's preferences. The daimyo of the land of that had originally believed he could easily suppress Namikawa Yu's sudden declaration of war. He quickly learned that he was wrong. After years of development, the land of that had been deeply infiltrated. Just as there were many people from the land of that embedded inside the land of ancestors, there were also countless operatives from the land of ancestors hidden within the land of that. In fact, there were even more of them. The moment war broke out, a large number of samurai within the land of that defected immediately. Border defenses collapsed one after another, and the front lines fell at a terrifying pace. In only a few short months, the army had marched straight to the capital of the land of that. Only then did the daimyo of the land of that truly panic. He hurriedly sent an envoy to deliver his daughter, trying to fulfill their former marriage contract and convince Yu to withdraw his troops. It changed nothing. What a joke! Having fought to this point, there was no such thing as retreat. If he did not take down the land of that in one decisive sweep, was he supposed to leave such a menace alive behind him? Yu ordered the envoy detained and continued the siege without pause. The following month, the capital of the land of that fell. Insiders within the city opened the gates from within and presented the daimyo, who had been attempting to flee. With that, the land of that was declared destroyed. The fall of the land of that carried immense significance for the land of ancestors, but it was only the beginning. In the years that followed, Namikawa Yu campaigned across the continent, crushing every large and small nation in every direction until all were wiped away. He unified the entire continent. Thus, the land of ancestors became the sole power. Beneath the magnificent god tree, Kagaya and Yu arrived hand in hand. Kagaya looked up at the god tree before her, but her heart held little emotion. She simply watched its vast canopy in silence. Within the sight of her Byakugan, a flower was slowly blooming, and within it, another fruit seemed to be taking shape. A new chakra fruit was forming. However, compared to the last one, its growth was painfully slow. Judging by its condition, it was impossible to tell how long it would take to fully mature. At the very least, this fruit would never finish forming before the Otsutsuki main family arrived in this world to collect the chakra fruit. There was no way around it. The god tree came to this world by taking root and absorbing the world's natural energy. In the beginning, the natural energy here had been abundant. The god tree's growth had been beyond imagination, and it produced a chakra fruit at the fastest possible speed. But once the first fruit was created, much of that once abundant natural energy was consumed. Naturally, the time required for the god tree to bear fruit again became extremely long. In fact, if not for the ninja world's unusually rich foundation, under normal circumstances, a single fruit would have been enough to exhaust an entire world's reserves, leaving no possibility of producing a second chakra fruit. Thinking of that, a trace of melancholy appeared in Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes. Besides natural energy, are there other ways for the god tree to bear fruit? Yu asked, standing beside her. Yes. Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded and began to explain. After swallowing the chakra fruit, she no longer kept anything from Yu. She spoke plainly, recounting everything she knew without holding back. At this point, she had no reservations. The god tree was a tool the Otsutsuki clan used to increase their power. It could absorb many forms of energy, then produce pure chakra fruits for the Otsutsuki clan to consume. Simply put, it was an extremely efficient energy collection tool, converting energy that ordinary beings could not use directly into chakra fruits that could instantly increase one's power. However, there were restrictions in the process. For example, for the god tree to grow successfully, an Otsutsuki had to be offered as a sacrifice. Wait! Yu's eyes narrowed in surprise. According to what you're saying, the god tree must have a sacrifice to grow. Then who was sacrificed for the god tree in front of us? It was me, Otsutsuki Kagaya said. I fed my original body to the god tree, then reincarnated into another body that had been prepared long ago. Sacrificing one's original body to the god tree, then reincarnating into a new vessel, was also a viable method. To the Otsutsuki, a body was merely a tool. Even if it was consumed by the god tree, it did not matter because they could still continue living. However, because her original body had been fed to the god tree, and her current vessel was only a newly developed body, Otsutsuki Kagaya's strength had been so weak. It was almost like beginning again from nothing. I see. Yu nodded. A doubt buried in his heart finally loosened. At this moment, he could roughly confirm something. The ninja world before him was likely not the orthodox history, but a parallel timeline. He knew the orthodox story of the ninja world. In that story, two people had come to plant the god tree. Otsutsuki Kagaya was meant to be sacrificed to it, while another Otsutsuki served as the harvester. But at the critical moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya launched a sneak attack, fed that person's body to the god tree, then seized the chakra fruit for herself, triggering the chain of events that followed. In the orthodox story, Otsutsuki Kagaya had no husband, and the brothers known later as the Sage of Six Paths were said to have been born from the blessings of all living things. But this world was clearly different. Yu's eyes lowered, landing on Kagaya's gradually swelling abdomen, and the thought passed through his mind like a cold spark. He then returned to the matter at hand. As an energy collector, besides directly absorbing high-grade energy like natural energy, the god tree could also draw in life energy and chakra. The chakra fruit itself was something formed from high-purity chakra. It was only natural that chakra could be absorbed by the god tree and refined into a chakra fruit. As for life energy, it was one of the core energies used to synthesize chakra, so it was also natural that the god tree could utilize it. Life energy and chakra. Yu murmured, thinking. Yu. Kagaya spoke again, revealing her plan without hesitation. She wanted to kill everyone in the entire ninja world except those close to Yu and turn them into sacrifices. To her, ordinary native mortals were nothing but ants. Before this, because of Yu, she had never truly cared about the lives of these ninja world natives. She felt neither affection nor hatred toward them. But after what happened with the land of that, she had developed a deep disgust toward mortals. Now, the thought of exterminating all life in the ninja world did not surprise her in the slightest. Why? Hearing Kagaya's idea, Yu remained calm. He simply asked a single question. Is there any benefit to doing that? The life energy of the sacrifices can accelerate the growth rate of the god tree's fruit, Kagaya answered. As long as there are enough sacrifices, it might be possible for the god tree to gestate another chakra fruit. Chapter 11, 10 Years of Farming. 1125 words. Chapter 11, 10 Years of Farming. Kagaya's idea was simple. She wanted to sacrifice the entire ninja world so the god tree would bear another fruit. The Otsutsuki clan had sent her to plant the tree, and in the end, everything came down to one thing, the chakra fruit. As long as she could find a way to produce another chakra fruit, nothing else mattered. Whether she used the second fruit to report back to the Otsutsuki main family, or consumed it herself to raise her strength and block the pursuers the main family would send, either option was acceptable to Kagaya. As for the other people in the ninja world? What did that have to do with her? To Kagaya, even if everyone in the entire ninja world died out, it would not matter as long as she and Minamikawa Yu were safe. And after you sacrifice everyone in the world? You did not blame her. He simply asked calmly. What if it's still not enough to grow the next fruit? What will you do then? Kagaya fell silent, momentarily at a loss. In truth, she understood it too. With the current state of the ninja world, even if every living being were sacrificed, it would likely still not be enough for the god tree to bear another chakra fruit. The energy required to produce a fruit was simply too massive. Using life as sacrifice and forcing growth through life energy was not impossible, but it certainly would not be easy. Let me try. Seeing Kagaya's silence, Yu smiled and spoke in a steady tone. Anyway, those people from your main family won't arrive anytime soon. Let me try first. If it doesn't work, then you can use your method. How about it? He was not in a hurry. According to the original course of events, there were still at least several thousand years before the Otsutsuki main family would reach the ninja world. That was more than enough time to do many things. He could run countless experiments during that span. And if it truly did not work out, it would not be too late to choose another path. Kagaya met Yu's gaze, still puzzled. From her perspective, there were only a few ways to accelerate the god tree's growth. Besides sacrificing the entire ninja world, could there really be another method? Yet she trusted Minamikawa Yu instinctively. Since he said he could try, she was willing to let him. Yu moved quickly. In this era's ninja world, the land of ancestors had already unified everything. The threat of war no longer existed. Civilians everywhere had received land through distribution, and peace reigned in all directions. A vigorous era of development and expansion began. For 5 full years, through production and territorial expansion, the amount of grain produced and circulated within the land of ancestors surged. Most importantly, the seeds of chakra were officially distributed under Yu's orders. The seeds of chakra were something that, in the original legend, should have been spread by the Sage of Six Paths. It was said he founded Ninshu, using chakra to connect people. His intention was for people to understand one another, yet in the end, it resulted in the spread of chakra and the distribution of chakra seeds. What the Sage of Six Paths could do, Otsutsuki Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra, could naturally do as well. However, unlike the sage's lofty and muddled goal, Minamikawa Yu's purpose for distributing chakra seeds was clear from beginning to end. He integrated chakra into production and construction, dramatically boosting the efficiency of the entire nation. In fact, while chakra was useful in war, its effectiveness in production was even greater. Was the land uneven and difficult to cultivate? Use earth release. Was there drought or a lack of water? Use water release. Was someone sick or injured? Apply medical ninjutsu. In every aspect of life, chakra was nearly omnipotent. Whether this power was used to kill or to save depended entirely on how it was applied. And now, it was being applied to production under Yu's direction. In a short period, countless methods of using chakra for production were researched and rapidly implemented. All of it led to one outcome. Productivity surged. In an agricultural era, once productivity rose sharply, a population explosion inevitably followed. At the root of it, birth rates in farming societies were already high. The reason population growth was often slow was because food and medicine could not keep up. Now, with chakra driving massive productivity gains, the food issue was largely solved. As for medicine, specialized medical ninja were trained, and medical ninjutsu developed rapidly. Maternal death during childbirth and infant mortality were brought under control. On top of those baseline conditions, there were two more powerful accelerators, the special period right after the war ended, and the strong egalitarian spirit following land distribution. With everything stacked together, the result was simple. Explosive growth. In only 10 short years, the population of the entire ninja world expanded several times over. More advanced industries began to develop one after another. And once productivity became sufficient, basic education also started to spread gradually. Of course, in this world, the most important basic education was not reading or arithmetic. It was learning how to refine chakra. After the chakra seeds were scattered, the next generation of children growing up across the ninja world almost all gained the ability to refine chakra, though the amount varied with innate talent. And that was precisely what Minamikawa Yu wanted. Inside the capital of the Land of Ancestors, Kagaya slowly opened her eyes. Led by Yu, she walked deep into the palace. Under her gaze, Yu stepped forward and opened a wooden box. In the next moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes widened. This is... Inside were several emerald-colored crystals. They were stunning, like gemstones, pure, beautiful, captivating. But in Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes, they carried a different meaning entirely. Such massive chakra. She murmured, disbelief flashing in her eyes as she stared. Where did you get these? She looked at Yu, unable to stop herself from asking. Naturally, these are the results of hard work. Yu met her gaze and smiled. Where did such a vast amount of chakra come from? The answer was simple, shearing the wool. Mainly shearing the wool of students. In today's ninja world, under Yu's orders, academies had begun to be organized throughout every region. Even with many limitations preventing total coverage of every suitable child, covering more than 1 million students was easy. And those students were the best source of chakra. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 12, Results. 1105 words. Chapter 12, Results. Just some Ninja Academy students can provide such a massive amount of chakra. Otsutsuki Kagaya stared at Minamikawa Yu, confusion filling her eyes. Yu had taken her to see those so-called Ninja Academy students before. They were all descendants of the natives. Because the seeds of chakra had been spread, they now carried a small amount of chakra within their bodies, but both the quality and quantity were negligible. To Otsutsuki Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra, they were no different from ordinary ants. How could ordinary ants gather such a vast amount of chakra? Instinctively, she did not believe it. Even a grain of sand is small, Yu said, but gather enough of them and you get a desert. He continued calmly, explaining, one person's chakra output is tiny. But once there are enough people, the total changes completely. How many students were gathered across the ninja academies throughout the land now? Most people did not know. But Yu knew very clearly. there were at least 2 million, and the number was still climbing. With that kind of scale, even if every person contributed only a trace of chakra, the final amount collected would be enormous. And to make chakra collection stable and efficient, you had arranged several key measures. For example, every academy was equipped with a chakra collector made from the crystallized power of the God Tree. And chakra refining was built directly into the curriculum. Every student was required to inject the chakra they refined each day into the God Tree crystal, ensuring a steady stream of collection. Over such a long period, it would have been strange if the accumulated chakra was not substantial. Every year from now on, there will be this much chakra. As she listened, Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes gradually brightened. She looked at Yu and could not help asking. Of course not. Yu shook his head. Kagaya felt a faint sting of disappointment, but then Yu spoke again. It will be more than this every year. Once the Ninja Academy system was established, it would only become smoother until it eventually reached its limit. As the system improved, more children would enroll year after year, joining the ranks of those refining chakra. And all of them were living sources of chakra. More than this every year. Otsutsuki Kagaya stared at the chakra crystals in the box, her breathing quickening. The amount of chakra contained within those crystals was already significant to her. If even more chakra could be gathered each year, then perhaps it would not take long for the God Tree to bear a second fruit. No. If it continued at this pace, it might not stop at 1. Even 2 or 3 could be possible. Such a simple method, why didn't I think of it before? The thought rose in her mind. It's not that simple. Yu shook his head again. What he had done sounded simple, but the difficulty was immense. Building a complete, universal education system sounded easy in words, but even in his past life it had taken many years to achieve. Without abundant productivity to support enough people who did not need to spend every day struggling to survive, children could never attend school consistently. And without a ruling system with enough authority, a wide-reaching education system could not be built at all, at least not one that covered enough people. To reach the current stage, even with extraordinary power like chakra assisting him, you had spent nearly 20 years. That was the result of moving in the right direction, with no external interference, and with the full support of Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra. Otherwise, it would have been far more troublesome. Cough, cough. Yu was about to speak again, but a sudden fit of coughing interrupted him. His face had turned pale, and he looked distinctly weak. Yu. Kagaya stepped forward at once, worry flashing in her eyes. She pressed her chakra into Yu's body to steady him. As time passed, Yu was gradually growing older. By the count, he was now 30. At that age, he should have been in his prime, full of vigor and strength. Yet Yu's body looked frail. Kagaya had examined him carefully. It seemed to be the result of innate physical reasons. She could not help worrying about him. The Otsutsuki clan naturally had long lifespans, far beyond mortal races. And after consuming the chakra fruit, Kagaya's constitution and bloodline had been sublimated. She was now nearly immortal. She would no longer die of old age. But Yu was still immortal. He would grow old, and one day, he would die. Even with Kagaya's chakra nourishing him and delaying the process somewhat, it was still only a matter of time. To prolong Yu's life, Kagaya offered a method of her own. She could plant her karma within Yu's body, helping his physical form undergo a transformation. Karma was a unique technique mastered by the Otsutsuki clan. It could back up the physical data of an Otsutsuki and transfer it into another person's body. Once karma was planted, the vessel would gradually transform into an Otsutsuki until it was completely replaced by the Otsutsuki. The reason Otsutsuki Kagaya could be reborn in a clone after her original body perished was because of karma. In essence, it sounded similar to possession. Normally, for an ordinary person, being marked with karma was not a good thing. But if the process could be actively controlled, then it became a different matter entirely. Like in their current situation. Otsutsuki Kagaya could plant her own karma into Yu, letting his body transform toward an Otsutsuki form. As a safeguard, karma would only fully activate after Otsutsuki Kagaya's original body died. More importantly, Kagaya could actively control the process. In theory, through this method, Yu could grasp part of the Otsutsuki clan's power without too much impact on himself. Of course, even then, it would only greatly delay his lifespan. He would still die eventually. But that did not matter. As long as he could consume a chakra fruit before dying of old age, he could, like Otsutsuki Kagaya had once done, awaken from an incomplete Otsutsuki body and become an immortal life form. At that stage, they could remain together for a long time without worrying about lifespan again. As for Kagaya's proposal, Yu only thought for a short while before choosing to agree. For him, there were not many downsides to it. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 13, The Birth of the Six Paths Brothers. 1136 words. Chapter 13, The Birth of the Six Paths Brothers. From beginning to end, Minamikawa Yu believed Kagaya would never harm him. That certainty came from years of living side by side. Over time, they had long since become the closest people in each other's lives. Anyone else in the world might betray him, but Kagaya was the one exception. After that, Kagaya began preparing to implant karma. As the Otsutsuki clan's vital method of reincarnation, karma was not something that could be planted casually. The host had to be chosen carefully. If someone lacked the tolerance to withstand Otsutsuki chakra, they simply could not bear karma's power. One mistake, and their body would collapse and die on the spot. In that sense, Yu's natural conditions were not ideal. Fortunately, his body had been nourished by Kagaya's chakra for many years, so he had adapted to her energy to some extent. Even so, the implantation did not go smoothly. Kagaya had to expend a great deal of effort just to plant a fragmented karma into Yu's body. For Yu, that was already the limit. If it went any further, his body would collapse. Is this the karma? Yu lifted his hand. In the center of his palm, a fragmented diamond-shaped mark appeared. It carried a strange beauty, distinct and unmistakable, and it radiated a mysterious aura. As karma took hold, an aura similar to Kagaya's began to emerge from Yu's body. Power that belonged to Kagaya was remodeling him from within, forcing changes through his flesh and blood. He even began to look younger, as if he were returning to his youth. That change surprised Kagaya slightly. Fortunately, the process remained stable, and no serious accident occurred. When it was finally over, Kagaya let out a long breath. I have a feeling, she whispered as she looked at Yu. Our children are about to be born. Perhaps it was the nature of the Otsutsuki clan, or perhaps it was because Kagaya had consumed the chakra fruit, but her pregnancy had lasted far longer than anyone would expect. 10 years had passed, and she still had not given birth. But now, Kagaya felt it clearly. Her children were coming. It would not be much longer. They're about to be born. Yu nodded, a smile spreading across his face. If nothing unexpected happened, the children in Kagaya's womb would become the future sage of six paths. It was a strange thought. In the ninja world where Yu's main body existed, the sage of six paths was an absolute titan. Yet in this world, the sage of six paths would be his child. Some twists of fate were that subtle, leaving an inexplicable feeling in one's chest. Yu felt emotion rise as thoughts flickered through his mind. Time continued to flow, slow and inevitable. In the second year, Kagaya officially went into labor. After a single night passed, she gave birth to 2 baby boys. Following the naming conventions of the Otsutsuki clan, she named them Hagoromo and Hamura. They were the future sage of six paths and Otsutsuki Hamura. After the brothers were born, Yu watched them carefully for a time. As the future sage of six paths, Hagoromo's eyes were ordinary. They were not the Rinnegan. That differed from the records of the original story, further confirming Yu's hypothesis about parallel timelines. Because in the original course of events, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's Rinnegan should have been innate. The most likely reason for the difference was simple. In the original story, the Sage of Six Paths was conceived by Kagaya alone, carrying pure Otsutsuki blood. In this world, Hagoromo was born from Yu and Kagaya, and mortal blood existed within him. That change altered the result. As for Hamura, he inherited Kagaya's Byakugan. The potential within both children was immense. Originally, because their father was mortal, the bloodline of the 2 boys should have been diluted. But because Kagaya consumed the chakra fruit while nurturing them, they benefited from it directly and gained vast potential. They looked ordinary now, but the power sleeping within their bodies was enormous. Once fully developed, they would not be weaker than the direct descendants of the Otsutsuki main family. These 2 children have each inherited a part of my abilities, Kagaya said as she looked at them. Both Hagoromo and Hamura inherited Kagaya's pure Otsutsuki bloodline, making them Otsutsuki from birth. However, what they inherited from her was different. As the elder brother, Hagoromo inherited more of the chakra fruit's power within Kagaya. His Byakugan would remain hidden, and there was a high chance he would awaken the Rinnegan in the future. As the younger brother, Homura inherited more of Kagaya's pure Otsutsuki bloodline. He possessed the Byakugan from birth, and it was possible for him to take it a step further and evolve the Tensigan, something extremely rare even among the Otsutsuki clan. Thank you for your hard work. After settling the two children, Yu walked to Kagaya and drew her into his arms. The two of them enjoyed those peaceful years, letting the world settle as they simply lived. After that, the years continued to pass. With the birth of the two brothers, the entire land of ancestors celebrated. Festivals were held everywhere. The people rejoiced that their king now had heirs. In the blink of an eye, another dozen years passed. Hagoromo and Homura grew up. As time went on, their bodies matured, and their growth in strength far surpassed ordinary people. Because they carried the Otsutsuki bloodline, even if they did not actively train or study, their power increased day by day. They were innately stronger than anyone else. And unlike their mother, Kagaya, the brothers were eager to learn. They worked hard. With talent beyond ordinary people and effort to match, their growth rate was terrifying. In just over a dozen years, they became powerhouses by the standards of the world. Within the land of ancestors, aside from a few people including Kagaya, no one could match them. One day, the brothers came to the royal palace of the land of ancestors and sought out Yu. You want to go out and travel for training? Inside the palace, Yu was still handling government affairs. Hearing their request, he looked up in surprise. Yes, father. Before Yu, Hagoromo and Homura were respectful. You once said that everything needs practice to have meaning, Hagoromo said, his voice loud and full of enthusiasm. We have studied in the palace for many years. We feel it is time to go out and see the world. Compared to him, Homura was calmer, but the intent in his eyes was the same. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. Patreon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 14, Chapter 14, The Growing Brothers. 1207 words. Chapter 14, The Growing Brothers. Counting the days, it's finally time for you too. My Namikawa Yu looked at the brothers in front of him, a smile inevitably spreading across his face. Years had passed in the blink of an eye, yet his appearance had not changed at all. Under the influence of Kagaya's chakra, he remained fixed in the image of the young man he once was. But his two sons were different. The brothers had already grown into young men, standing on the verge of adulthood. As the children of Yu and Kagaya, Hagoromo and Homura inherited the pure bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. Their talent was astonishing from birth. And after receiving useful guidance and training for more than a decade, their growth had been rapid. Now, it was indeed time for them to step out into the world and temper themselves. If you want to leave, then go, Yu said. You have long lives ahead of you. Going out while you're still young, seeing more, experiencing more, that's not a bad thing. Father, you agree? The moment they heard his answer, the brothers were overjoyed. The desire to travel had been building in their hearts for a long time. They had applied more than once, but every time, Yu refused on the grounds that they were still too young. This time, they had come again, fully expecting the result to be the same. Instead, they received a pleasant surprise. I didn't let you go out in the past because you really were still young, and it wasn't time yet, Yu said with a smile. But now, the situation is different. In another year, you'll be adults. If we count properly, it really is time for you to go out and see the world. Father. The brothers were moved, excitement surging through them. In truth, by the standards of the ninja world, they could have been considered adults long ago. Some people their age were already married, already had children. But Yu was their father. As a father, he wanted them to stay at his side a little longer, until they had the clarity to distinguish right from wrong before stepping away from him. And now, that moment had clearly arrived. The brothers took their leave and returned to prepare. In the days before departure, they visited many places, bidding farewell to teachers and friends. But when they reached a certain palace, hesitation and caution appeared in their eyes. It was Kagaya Palace, the residence of Otsutsuki Kagaya. As the palace of Otsutsuki Kagaya, it was built with breathtaking extravagance, filled with an aura of luxury and nobility from end to end. Everything within had been embellished with the finest things in the world. The brothers walked through the corridors, and as their eyes swept across the decorations, they could not help frowning. Mother is still too extravagant. The thought surfaced almost instinctively. Even though they were husband and wife, Yu and Kagaya lived in completely different ways. Yu's life was simple. As long as the essentials were met, he had little interest in excessive comforts. Kagaya was the opposite. As a member of the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan, she naturally carried a lofty presence. To speak bluntly, in the entire ninja world, apart from a handful of people like you and the brothers themselves, everyone else was nothing more than an ant in Kagaya's eyes. Even as the years beside you grew longer, that perspective did not truly change. With that kind of view, everything she used was naturally the best. In her eyes, everything in this world was hers to take. Originally, if not for you, her temperament would have caused a massive disaster. With Kagaya's personality, if she wanted something, she would simply take it, without caring about consequences. As for how many people beneath her died because of it, that would have been even more irrelevant. Fortunately, because you existed, those tendencies did not spread into the outside world in any catastrophic way. Even when extracting resources, methods determined outcomes. In that regard, you was clearly far more capable than Kagaya. Just like the God Tree. Kagaya's first thought had been to sacrifice the ninja world. But you found another route. He used methods that made the people of the ninja world willingly contribute chakra, creating a sustainable form of exploitation and harvesting. As long as the method was good enough, one could harvest while minimizing harm to ordinary people, and even push the world toward positive development at the same time. That was also one of the reasons the brothers revered you so deeply. In contrast, their feelings toward Kagaya were far more complicated. As their mother, they naturally cared for her. But beneath that care were grievances they could not easily ignore. Just for decoration, so many chakra crystals have to be consumed. Hagoromo's gaze swept across the lavish ornaments and then toward the garden of blooming flowers outside, and his brows furrowed. If it were simply normal luxury, no one would criticize her given her status. After all, Kagaya was the queen of the land of ancestors. Her position was noble, and using the best things in the world could be considered natural. But in all things, excess became its own kind of problem. As an Otsutsuki, what Kagaya valued most was not mortal jewelry or gold. It was pure chakra. So within her palace, there were creations made of pure chakra crystals everywhere. Inside, there was even a statue of Kagaya carved entirely from chakra crystals. The chakra crystals used for that single statue alone were equal to what 1 million people could provide in a year. Behind the palace, there was also an enormous chakra garden, where various chakra plants that fed by absorbing chakra were cultivated. No one knew how many chakra crystals were consumed there each year. Add in how much chakra Kagaya herself absorbed, and just supporting Kagaya alone consumed an unknown number of people's yearly chakra output. And if those resources had been used in the right places, who knew how much could have been achieved? Walking deeper into the palace grounds, the brothers found Kagaya in the garden. She learned of their intention to travel, yet she said little, still wearing that indifferent expression, as if her emotions never rippled at all. To her, the entire land of ancestors was like the territory of her own family. Traveling within it was nothing more than an inspection. There was naturally nothing special to say. As for danger, it was not worth mentioning. With the brothers' current strength, there was no one within the land of ancestors who could harm them. When you've had enough fun, remember to come back early, she said calmly, her eyes resting on the flowers in bloom. From beginning to end, her tone and expression remained indifferent and composed, a sharp contrast to Yu's obvious concern. The brothers looked at her, as if they wanted to say something, but the words stuck in their throats. In the end, they said nothing. They simply withdrew in silence. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 15, Chapter 15, An Unprecedented Golden Age. 1224 words. Chapter 15, An Unprecedented Golden Age. After leaving the royal capital, the brothers quickly put distance between themselves and the city. Along the way, both of them were visibly excited. Strictly speaking, this was the first time they had ever left the capital on their own. In the past, you had taken them out to travel, but they were always accompanied, always under someone's watch. This time was different. It was only the two of them. No attendants. No escorts. No one trailing behind. For them, it felt like a first since the dawn of time, so their mood stayed high through the entire journey. Even the scenery became its own kind of joy. As they traveled, they saw well-maintained roads stretching across the land, and countless villages where commoners lived. Decades ago, these places would have been nothing but devastation. War, famine, disasters of every kind. To the people at the bottom, any random calamity was fatal, cruel enough to swallow lives by the handful. But now, under Yu's rule, everything had changed. Chakra had been popularized, and chakra academies had been forcibly established everywhere. With that power spread across society, many things became far easier than they had any right to be. Uneven land that was hard to farm could be leveled with earth release. Drought or water shortages could be eased with water release. Illness and injury could be treated through medical ninjutsu. In almost every aspect, chakra was close to omnipotent. Whether that power became a tool for killing or a tool for saving lives depended entirely on the people who held it. And in this era, chakra was being poured into production. With its help, roads were leveled quickly, and farmlands across the land saw their yields climb drastically. Industry expanded throughout the regions, creating massive employment and absorbing enormous numbers of people. The scale of the change was overwhelming. In Yu's eyes, this still was not enough. But to everyone else in this world, it was already a magnificent feat. A golden age had arrived. Hunger and war had been nearly erased from the world. Even the smallest child no longer had to worry about food and clothing, and no longer had to fear for their safety. The brothers saw it the same way. They were not ignorant of the outside world. They knew what the ninja world's past looked like, and they knew exactly what kind of lives people used to endure. Because of that, their respect for their father ran deep, carved into the core of their hearts. I heard this place used to be a battlefield, but now it's become farmland. Passing through one area, their interest was stirred. They climbed onto the remnants of an ancient battlefield and looked out across the land. As far as the eye could see, newly cultivated fields stretched in every direction. Crops grew thick and green, lush enough to fill the chest with a quiet sense of satisfaction. Within the farmlands, hired academy scholars were working in different areas. Unlike ordinary people, these scholars were talents who had mastered chakra. After specialized training in the academies, they developed skills in different fields and could use chakra techniques to accomplish all kinds of tasks. And speaking of techniques, ninjutsu itself was another one of Yu's contributions. In the original development of the ninja world, ninjutsu would have taken a long time to mature. The earliest hand seals and the earliest ninjutsu legends were said to trace back to the era of the Sage of Six Paths' eldest son, Indra. Indra was the one recorded as the inventor of ninjutsu, the one who laid the foundation for the ninja that came after. But in this world, with Yu's arrival, the one who pushed ninjutsu forward had naturally changed. Even though Yu had only been an ordinary student in a ninja academy in another world, he still knew basic techniques and hand seals. With those as a foundation, the development of ninjutsu here accelerated rapidly. By now, countless new types of ninjutsu had already been created, and they were being used in every aspect of life. Within the land of ancestors, there was even a patent law, meant to protect the rights and interests of inventors who developed new ninjutsu. The scholars the brothers were seeing now worked in agriculture. Their main task was assisting production, using chakra to control pests, level land, adjust irrigation, and handle other needs. After that, the brothers entered a city. Compared to the countryside, the changes in the urban areas were even greater. Inside the city, various devices powered by chakra could be seen everywhere. There were even chakra streetlights, illuminating the roads at night. The things over there look pretty good. There seems to be a lot of delicious food over there. The moment they stepped into the city, the brothers were quickly drawn in by the sights. Their eyes could barely keep up. They kept looking around, reluctant to leave any street without seeing what was there. As they continued traveling, they spent several months touring different places, learning, playing, and absorbing the world around them. And that was exactly why you had allowed them to go out. To ordinary people, this kind of travel might look like wasted time, nothing but wandering and indulgence. But Yu was glad the brothers could enjoy life, glad they could gain real pleasure from the small things. Because for them, this would help preserve their humanity. They were children conceived after Kagaya consumed the chakra fruit. They naturally carried pure Otsutsuki bloodline, and within that bloodline lay a portion of divinity. Divinity was not inherently bad. But as a father, Yu still hoped his sons would have more humanity, and some simple, untainted joy. The time ahead was still long. Over a vast span of years, if nothing preserved their humanity, something terrible could easily happen. Judging from the results, the brothers not only possessed humanity, but the human part of them even seemed a little too strong. You did not know whether that was good or bad. So he could only let it develop naturally. For now, the two brothers were close, traveling in harmony, their bond unshaken. Starting from the royal capital of the land of ancestors, they passed through most of its territory before finally slowing their pace. At last, they arrived at a certain place. Within the land of ancestors, this place was called a holy land, a forbidden zone for most people. In the entire land of ancestors, aside from a select few, almost no one was qualified to enter. This is. Under the vast sky, Hagoromo lifted his eyes ahead, and a trace of awe surfaced in them. The divine tree. As the sons of Otsutsuki Kagaya, both brothers felt an inexplicable closeness to it. Because the power they carried and the power of the divine tree came from the same source. Especially Hagoromo. As the elder brother, what he inherited from Kagaya leaned more toward the part that originated from the divine tree itself. So his affinity for the divine tree's power was even greater than Hamura's. Just standing there, he could already feel the change. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 16, The Natural Energies Prophecy. 1140 words. Chapter 16, The Natural Energies Prophecy. So this is the God Tree. Hagoromo stood before it, staring up at the towering canopy, and couldn't help letting out a quiet breath of awe. It's so tall. After decades of growth, the God Tree had become far more magnificent than it once was. Across the vast wasteland, only a single tree stood, yet it radiated a pressure so immense it made the air feel heavy. It did not feel like a tree at all, but like a deity that brushed the heavens. Terrifying chakra churned within its trunk and branches, intertwined with an overwhelming amount of natural energy. As Hagoromo stood there, that aura resonated with the chakra in his own body. And in a place no one noticed, a faint outline surfaced in his eyes, a subtle purple hue that hinted at something deeper. But when Hagoromo turned away, the change vanished completely, as if it had never existed. I wonder how much more it will keep growing, Hamura murmured beside him. As you sons, they knew many things ordinary people would never be allowed to hear. They knew, for example, that the God Tree was growing at an astonishing pace every year. To feed that growth, the land of ancestors collected a massive amount of chakra crystals from all across the world, year after year, and used them to nourish the tree. Yet even now, it still did not look anywhere close to its limit. The God Tree rose straight toward the firmament, its end almost impossible to see. Hamura couldn't imagine when it would finally stop. Perhaps, it never would. Under normal circumstances, the energy contained in a world was limited. A God Tree would simply drain it dry, quickly and mercilessly. But this one still stood, still reaching higher. Is that the God Tree's fruit? The brothers lifted their gaze. There, within the canopy, a single fruit could be seen. It had already taken shape, and it continued to grow under the constant nourishment of massive chakra, though it was not yet ripe. The two of them stood in silence for a long time before finally leaving. Even without anyone saying it aloud, the experience had clearly left its mark. That night, they had a dream. In the dream, they saw a toad. It was nothing like an ordinary toad. Its body was enormous, and it carried an oppressive aura of natural energy so dense it felt like the air itself was saturated. Who are you? The moment they saw it, Hagoromo and Hamura tensed, their instincts sharpening. Is this genjutsu? In the same breath, they realized something was wrong. They were not in reality. They had been pulled into a genjutsu space. My name is Gamamaru. You two highnesses may also call me the Great Toad Sage. The giant toad watched them steadily. After a long pause, it finally spoke again. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for us? Hagoromo asked, confused. Why? Is there something you want us to do? Yes. Gamamaru nodded. A crisis capable of destroying the world has already appeared. In the near future, a great danger will emerge. And you two are the children of destiny chosen by the world, the ones destined to save it. A crisis that will destroy the world. Hamura's brow furrowed, and his voice turned cold. Nonsense. Everything outside is beautiful right now. The world is at peace. Where is this crisis you're talking about? This era was an unprecedented golden age. Even an ordinary civilian could grow up safely, without fearing disaster at every turn. The brothers had seen it with their own eyes. Now a strange, mysterious toad appeared out of nowhere and claimed that the world was about to face ruin. How could they accept that? Even if a crisis really appears, Hagoromo added, steady and confident, father's ability and mother's power would be enough to handle it. In the long history of the ninja world, Yu's capability needed no explanation to them. No matter how difficult the problem, no matter how tangled the situation, it always seemed to become manageable in his hands. As for Kagaya's power, it was the greatest power the brothers had ever witnessed. No matter how terrifying the threat, it did not feel like it could stand against those two. The daimyo of the land of ancestors. At the mention of you, deep admiration appeared on Gamamaru's face. He truly is remarkable. In all the years this world has existed, this is the first time someone has reached this level. Not only has he eliminated war, but even the demons that once ravaged the land have gone extinct. And your mother's power is indeed strong enough to suppress any disaster. Gamamaru's voice softened. Then he let out a long sigh. However, the one threatening the world is none other than your mother herself. The words hit like a blade. The one destroying the world is our mother? The brother's expression shifted immediately. What exactly are you trying to say? Hagoromo's face turned solemn in an instant. He stared hard at Gamamaru, as if trying to pierce straight through him. What is your purpose? To appear before them without warning, drag them into a genjutsu space, and then speak ill of their mother. No one would accept that calmly. The brothers were no exception. Their bodies tightened, the air around them changing, as if they could strike at any moment. What I say is not false, Gamamaru said with another sigh, but a scene that is truly real. Beneath the light of the land of ancestors, darkness also hides. Most of the time, that darkness is covered by the radiance, so you cannot see it clearly. But destiny will guide you to see everything. When that time comes, you will naturally have the answer in your hearts. As his words fell, the genjutsu space rippled. Then it shattered. With a crisp sound, the brothers returned to reality, breaking free of the dreamlike realm. The great Toad Sage, just who was that? Hagoromo and Hamura remained grim as the question echoed through their minds. After that night, Gamamaru did not appear again. What happened felt like a dream, leaving behind only a faint impression. And as time passed, even that impression began to fade. Just as the brothers were about to forget it entirely, something else happened. On this day, they were patrolling near the God Tree. From ahead, a line of prisoner carts rolled forward, heading straight toward the central forbidden area where the God Tree stood. Those are prisoner carts transporting convicts. Hagoromo's eyes widened slightly. Why would they be coming here? Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 17, Sacrifices for the Divine Tree. 1282 words. Chapter 17, Sacrifices for the Divine Tree. The land of ancestors had changed beyond recognition. With productivity soaring and daily life stabilizing, crime had dropped sharply as well. These days, there simply weren't many criminals. Those who did exist were typically confined in proper prisons, handled through established procedures. That was exactly why the sight ahead felt so wrong. So many prison carts. Hagoromo frowned, eyes locked forward as his thoughts turned heavy. Are they transporting serious criminals? Hamura's expression tightened as well. Even so, why bring them here? This was where the Divine Tree stood. A holy land of the land of ancestors. In theory, no ordinary person could enter at all. Even high-ranking nobles had to submit repeated petitions, go through layers of approval, and wait for permission that was never guaranteed. And yet convicts were being hauled in by the cartload. The brothers exchanged a glance. Years of moving together, training together, and growing up side by side had forged a tacit understanding between them. A single look was enough. Without a word, they followed. They trailed the convoy deeper, step by step, until they reached the core of the Holy Land. Only then did they discover something they had never been told. Within the Holy Land, there was a sprawling complex of temples. Inside, several mysterious statues were enshrined. Each one radiated a vast, oppressive chakra aura that made the air feel dense and cold. The prisoners have arrived. At the entrance, the samurai leading the escort spoke in a flat, chilling tone. Send these sacrifices up. As he spoke, the prisoners were dragged down one after another. By the time they were brought into this place, it was obvious they had already understood what awaited them. Terror twisted across their faces. Help! Don't kill me. Let me go. Please? They begged the samurai in front of them, voices cracking, faces soaked in fear. Looking closer, Hagoromo's heart sank. These weren't hardened old men. Many were young adults, and some were clearly still teenagers. "Brother!" Hagoromo's voice dipped, and a trace of pity surfaced in his eyes, as if he couldn't bear to watch what was about to happen. Hamura shook his head, forcing calm into his tone. "They're criminals. This is an execution. It's punishment they earned. There's nothing to argue. Those transported in prison carts were usually serious offenders. If they had broken the law, then whatever consequence awaited them was, by the law, deserved." Even so, Hagoromo and Hamura felt an instinctive discomfort, a faint sting of sympathy they couldn't completely suppress. They said nothing more. They simply watched. Then what happened next shattered every expectation they had. The leading samurai raised a hand and formed a hand seal. As his fingers moved, chakra surged out, drawn into something unseen. And in response, the divine tree changed. A vine slithered down from the tree like a living whip. It shot forward and coiled around several prisoners. In the next instant, screams tore through the temple grounds. The prisoners' bodies shriveled rapidly, flesh collapsing inward as if everything inside them was being sucked out. Within moments, they were nothing but dried husks, lifeless corpses drained clean. How could this be? The brothers, who had been watching from concealment, stepped out without thinking. Their eyes widened as they stared at the scene, shock written plainly across their faces. Before, they had braced themselves for an execution. Beheading. Hanging. Any method of death. They could have accepted it, even if they disliked it. But this? To be drained by the divine tree itself, reduced to a corpse in an instant. It was terrifying in a way that went far beyond simple punishment. It wasn't just death. It was consumption. How could this be? Hagoromo's voice trembled with disbelief, his gaze fixed on the tree as if it had betrayed him. Isn't the divine tree a sacred object? Why would it? Since childhood, they had been taught the same thing again and again. The divine tree was holy. The divine tree was divine. But what kind of divine thing stole human life like this? That thought struck like thunder, and questions began to boil up in their minds. Up ahead, the samurai looked ready to continue. The brothers did not hesitate. They surged forward. "Who's there?" The lead samurai reacted instantly. His awareness was sharp, his instincts refined. The moment Hagoromo and Hamura moved, he sensed it and began to counter. But the moment he saw their faces, everything in him froze. His expression turned pale with shock. "Lord Hagoromo?" A samurai trusted to bring prisoners into the core of the divine tree's domain was not an ordinary soldier. He was someone close to you, someone considered reliable enough to handle secrets that most people would never even guess existed. Of course he recognized the brothers. The will to resist vanished at once. He stopped where he was, standing stiffly, obedient and uneasy. Hagoromo stepped in front. His voice was controlled, but the anger beneath it was unmistakable. "What are you doing? These people are citizens of the land of ancestors. What did they do to deserve being sacrificed to the divine tree?" "These are criminals," the samurai replied immediately. "They bear serious sins. They were judged, and they were sent here." Then he added, as if stating something obvious, something honorable. "To be sacrificed to the divine tree is their highest honor." Hagoromo's eye sharpened. "And what about those children? Even underage children are criminals who committed serious crimes." He pointed toward a nearby prison cart. Inside were two children, small enough that they could not possibly be mistaken for adults. They looked barely 10 years old. If adults being condemned could still be explained as punishment, then these two did not fit. "They did not commit crimes themselves," the samurai said after a brief pause, glancing toward the cart. "They were implicated. Their former families committed grave crimes. Therefore, the entire family line was condemned as sacrifices." As if afraid the brothers would doubt him, he quickly reached into his robe, produced a scroll, and offered it to Hagoromo with both hands. Hagoromo and Hamura took it. And the moment they read, their brows knitted tighter. What the samurai said was true. The unification of the land of ancestors had not been long ago. In truth, it had only been about 20 years. In those 1 or 2 decades, rebellions had never truly disappeared. There was no avoiding it. No matter how prosperous an era became, there would always be dissent. And the land of ancestors had not been unified with polite negotiations and kind words. It had been unified through blades, through armies, through conquest. The nobles and daimyo families of the fallen nations, along with the losers of power struggles, were all potential seeds of unrest. Over the past decades, those seeds had sprouted more than once. Rebellions had erupted repeatedly, and incidents had followed. Anyu's punishment for those families was simple. Total condemnation. Entire families were sent to death row, designated as sacrifices for the divine tree. By the law of the realm, by the harsh logic of a freshly unified world, there was no problem with the procedure. Even children, if they were born into a condemned bloodline, were still listed on the same death roll. Hagoromo and Hamura understood that. They truly did. But when their eyes met the children's gaze through the bars of the cart, their throats tightened. In the end, they couldn't bear it. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 18, The Darkness Hidden Beneath the Golden Age. 1262 words. Chapter 18, The Darkness Hidden Beneath the Golden Age. Release them. Hagoromo drew a slow breath. In the end, he simply could not force himself to accept it. His voice was steady, but it carried unquestionable authority. This is an order. The samurai in front of him hesitated. Only for a moment. Then, with a stiff expression, he lowered his head and complied. Release them. He stepped forward personally, gesturing for the others to follow. Together, they opened the prison cart and unlatched the restraints, letting several children out. The children seemed to sense Hagoromo's intent immediately. They scrambled away from the soldiers, then instinctively rushed behind him, clutching at his clothes and hiding at his back. They were begging for protection without daring to say it. Hagoromo looked down at them, and his heart tightened. Even if they were the descendants of rebels, they were still children. None of them were old. Their clothes were little more than rags, and their faces and limbs showed how poorly they'd been treated. They shrank behind him, heads lowered, avoiding the gazes around them. Yet every so often, one of them would peek out, staring at the samurai with eyes full of hatred so deep it didn't belong in a child. Hagoromo's chest felt heavy. Lord Hagoromo. The lead samurai watched Hagoromo's actions and finally spoke, his voice strained with restraint. Bringing these rebel clansmen to be sacrificed to the god tree is His Majesty's command. I know. Hagoromo nodded. His expression did not change. I will explain this to my father later. Right now, stop what you're doing. Even if the samurai resisted in his heart, he had no choice but to abandon the mission. There was no other path. The man standing in front of him was a prince. The eldest son of Yu, the crown prince of the land of ancestors, the most legitimate successor once Yu was gone. When someone of that stature gave an order, obedience was the only answer. And so, that day, a cruel sacrifice was stopped by the Hagoromo brothers. But neither of them felt relief. Their hearts were tangled, and the emotions churning inside them were anything but simple. After that, the same sort of sacrifice continued to happen. Each time the process began, the brothers would arrive as if on schedule, waiting beneath the divine tree's shrine. They would watch closely, then intervene when they judged someone to be innocent. The more times they interfered, the wider the ripples spread. Finally, one day, Yu learned exactly what they had been doing. That day, he summoned them. When they arrived at the royal palace, both Hagoromo and Hamura felt a tightness in their stomachs before they even saw him. They had prepared themselves for anger, for fury, for harsh punishment. But when they met Yu, he was calm. There was no rage in his eyes. Your willingness to step forward and help the weak is compassion, he said softly. There is no reason to criticize that. Then his gaze sharpened slightly, his tone still gentle. But if this continues for a long time, it will become problematic. Because of their repeated interventions, dissatisfaction had already begun to brew in the country. Some people argued that the brothers were being far too sympathetic toward rebels. To them, these families had once raised blades against the land of ancestors. No punishment was excessive. Merely sending them to the divine tree, without torture or humiliation, was already mercy. And yet the brothers kept stopping it. At first, it was tolerated. Later, it became resentment. Hagoromo and Hamura thought you would agree with those voices. They were ready to defend themselves, ready to explain. But Yu shook his head. Being dissatisfied with the current state of things, and wanting to change it, is not wrong, he said. There is nothing to condemn. The reason I called you back is only because your methods are incorrect. He looked at them steadily. Since you want change, then I will give you the power to make it. With that, he produced an appointment letter and issued it on the spot. From that day forward, the brothers became the commanders responsible for managing all prisoners in the land of ancestors. In other words, they now held the authority to investigate and handle all matters related to prisoners across the entire realm. If such power were given to an ordinary person, it would be like stepping into heaven in a single move, instantly joining the highest ranks of authority. Even for them, it was unexpected. In the land of ancestors, they were princes. Their status was indeed exalted. But because of their age, they had always remained in the palace, studying and learning, far from the stage where they could truly command a department. Yu's decision was a pleasant shock. "Thank you, father." Their faces lit with excitement. They bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude, swearing they would carry out their duties well. This was exactly what they had wanted. They believed that under their administration, fewer tragedies would occur. They believed they could reverse the fate of innocent children who were dragged into the punishment of their bloodlines. And so, change began quickly. Under the brothers, the judicial laws of the land of ancestors began to shift. Trials grew stricter, procedures tightened, and the handling of prisoners became far more rigorous. At first, the results were excellent. The number of prisoners in various regions dropped sharply. Aside from those sentenced to death, all other prisoners were given the best treatment the system could provide. But soon, Hagoromo and Hamura realized something was wrong. No matter how hard they worked, there was always a portion of people who violated the law and ended up condemned as sacrifices. No matter how many public awareness campaigns they organized, no matter what reforms they pushed through, the total number of convictions each year did not fall. No matter what they did, they could not reduce the number of people being sent to the divine tree. Worse, as the population grew, the number of sacrifices increased steadily each year. It kept rising. They felt a chill creep into their bones. They began to investigate more carefully, to reflect more seriously, and to dig deeper into what was happening. And then they found it. Across the land of ancestors, there seemed to be an unspoken rule. A quota. Every region, every year, had to provide a certain number of names. Each area had to deliver enough people to meet the sacrifice quota to the divine tree. The quota never decreased. It only increased with time. That was why the brothers could not change the outcome. Because no matter how cleanly they ran the courts, no matter how carefully they handled each case, the quota still demanded bodies. It demanded names. It demanded lives. When they finally grasped the truth, both brothers felt cold all the way to the core. And at that moment, the words from the great toad sage surfaced in their minds again. The darkness hidden beneath the shining prosperity of the land of ancestors revealed itself to them for the first time. Why? Hagoromo stood beneath the divine tree, staring at the shrine with a face full of doubt and confusion, his voice hoarse. Why would Father do this? What does he want by sending so many living people into the God tree every year? Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 19, Chapter 19, The Root of Calamity. 1126 words. Chapter 19, The Root of Calamity. It isn't your father who wants this, a voice said quietly. It's your mother. Otsutsuki Kagaya. The great toad sage words rang out beside them, sudden enough to make the air feel colder. At some point, he had arrived near the temple. Now he stood there in silence, watching the brothers as if he had been there the entire time. Otsutsuki Kagaya is an outsider from the heavens, he continued. She views this entire world as her territory. If her desire is not restrained, she will bring a great disaster upon it. And sooner or later, that disaster will destroy this world. What exactly are you trying to say? Hagoromo frowned, his gaze fixed on the toad. Destroy the world? That sounds exaggerated. They did find the sacrifices distasteful. They intervened because they could not accept innocent lives being taken. But to claim it would end the world? Even now, the number of lives lost each year was small compared to the world's total population. It was still, in a cold and purely numerical sense, within a reasonable range. I'm not exaggerating. The great toad sage shook his head. His tone remained calm. That God tree is the source of all evil. It does not only consume the life force of living beings. It also continuously drains the natural energy of this world. And in that process, the world's natural energy will slowly dry up until the land becomes nothing but wasteland. His eyes seemed to deepen as he spoke, as if countless scenes were reflected within them, like a glimpse of what had not yet happened. Hagoromo and Homura both fell silent, their brows tightening. At that moment, they felt something faint shift around them, subtle enough that they might have dismissed it if they weren't already on edge. The great toad sage stepped forward and produced an oily substance, holding it out. "This is toad oil," he said. "It helps you connect with natural energy. Apply it, and you will be able to feel the flow of natural energy clearly." He gestured for them to verify his words with their own bodies. "Brother." Homura looked at Hagoromo, hesitation rising across his face. Trusting the words of an unknown being was one thing. Putting a suspicious substance on their bodies was another. If the other party held any malice at all, the consequences could be unimaginable. Hagoromo shook his head. He understood Homura's concern. He felt it too. And yet, for reasons he couldn't fully explain, when he looked at the great toad sage, he felt an inexplicable sense of trust. He had the faint conviction that the toad would not lie to him, at least not about something this small. So Hagoromo took the toad oil and applied it to himself, right in front of Homura. The reaction was immediate. Violent. Hagoromo's expression tightened as his body responded to something foreign and immense. Hiss. He drew in a sharp breath, pain lancing through him. Homura watched with full alertness. A faint silvery white sheen surfaced within his Byakugan as he scrutinized Hagoromo, capturing every tiny change. In his eyes, Hagoromo's arm was petrifying, as if it were being pulled into an unknown transformation. "Brother!" Homura's face changed. He stepped forward instinctively, ready to stop him. "It's fine." Hagoromo lifted his hand, stopping Homura before he could interfere. His voice was steady, even as the sensation burned through him. "Don't worry. I'm all right." Then his gaze blurred slightly, as if he had just realized something he had never been able to sense before. "So this is natural energy?" Hagoromo murmured, dazed. "If it's like this." He raised his hand. In an instant, the chakra inside his body intertwined with the natural energy around him. The two forces merged, and the pressure that erupted was terrifying. He struck. The impact ripped forward and pierced straight through a small hill in the distance, flattening everything in its path. The power far surpassed anything he could produce using chakra alone. Homura stared, stunned. Even the great toad sage looked surprised, admiration flickering in his eyes. As expected of the offspring of the outsider Otsutsuki Kagaya, he said quietly. "Not only is he strong, his talent for senjutsu is astonishing. With this level of aptitude, if he trains diligently, his future achievements may surpass everyone who came before." Hagoromo glanced at him, but he didn't respond to the praise. Instead, he turned his attention to the god tree. He stared at it, and began to sense it carefully. He had not formally trained in senjutsu yet. His perception of natural energy should have been crude. But the toad oil compensated for that weakness, sharpening his awareness until the flow became clear. And with that clarity, he understood. The great toad sage had not lied. The god tree was not only devouring life. It was also slowly devouring the world's natural energy. And the amount it consumed was not small. If it continued long enough, it would drain the surrounding land completely. Inside the god tree was a staggering sea of natural energy, an accumulation harvested across the ninja world's history, stored within the tree as nourishment for the fruit. If this went on, the end was inevitable. It was only a matter of time before the god tree drained the natural energy of the entire ninja world. Hagoromo slowly opened his eyes and asked, "What happens if the natural energy of the world is completely drained?" "That is when calamity truly begins," the great toad sage replied. "It can lead to the destruction of the world itself." He spoke of natural energy as a power produced by the world's own functioning, generated continuously as the world moved. The more prosperous the world, the more natural energy it produced. It was, in a way, the cornerstone of stability. With enough natural energy, the world remained solid, balanced, able to endure. But if the god tree drained it all, the world would become fragile. Disasters would erupt across the land. The world itself might fall into the abyss of self-destruction. It could collapse. Hagoromo and Homura both felt their chests tighten at the near-apocalyptic outcome. If that's true. Homura's voice grew tense. Then why would Father keep the god tree? If the world was destroyed, it would not be surprising if it was Kagaya's doing. But you had not stopped it. Not only that, he had ordered people to deliver sacrifices here year after year. If the god tree truly led to such a terrifying end, why didn't he put an end to it? Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 20, Chapter 20, My Namiko, are you controlled by Kagaya? 1095 words. Chapter 20, My Namiko, are you controlled by Kagaya? Your father may have been bewitched by Otsutsuki Kagaya. When he mentioned you, a trace of hesitation flickered through the great Toad Sage's eyes. As a ruler, his talent is beyond doubt. But he is still a mortal. It is only natural that he could be swayed by Otsutsuki Kagaya, an outsider from the heavens. Even so, that doesn't erase his achievements. It was he who made this land prosper again. It was he who allowed mortals to live and work in peace, so they could lead stable lives. His words carried unmistakable admiration for you. Despite his hostility toward Otsutsuki Kagaya, the great Toad Sage held deep respect for what you had done. Mount Myaboku's lineage had stood upon this land for countless years, revered by many as a holy land. As one of its true leaders, the great Toad Sage had visited the mortal world across many ages to observe how people lived. He had witnessed tragedy with his own eyes. He had seen how cruel mortal life could be, and he had pitied them. Compared to the rulers of the past, you was as pure as a saint. He did not indulge in women. In his entire life, he had only one woman, Otsutsuki Kagaya. He did not pursue luxury either. For his daily life, he only required enough to meet basic needs. Under his rule, people were well fed and well clothed. They no longer had to fear war, nor did they live under the constant threat of a ruler's oppression. Their lives could be called blissful. But the God Tree remained a massive hidden danger. As long as it continued to absorb the world's natural energy, the day would come when that natural energy ran dry. And if that day truly arrived, the consequences would be unimaginably dire. That was why the great Toad Sage had taken the risk of appearing before the brothers at all. Father! Hagoromo and Homura exchanged a glance, both hesitation and conflict showing in their expressions. To be honest, they didn't believe their father was someone who could be easily bewitched. In their hearts, you had always been rational, clear-minded, and steady. How could someone like that be so easily swayed? And swayed by their mother, of all people. Even though she was their mother, the brothers could not call her wise. Aside from her overwhelming power and breathtaking beauty, Kagaya's personality was full of flaws, with little else to praise. If someone claimed a person like her could bewitch you, they could not accept it. Then, was he being controlled? That thought rose naturally in both of them. It was possible. Kagaya might not be clever, but her strength was undeniable. With power that no one could rival, it was not impossible for her to control you in order to achieve her own goals. Maybe you had already realized the danger, but couldn't break free because of Kagaya's intimidation and pressure. Whatever the truth is, once we see Father, we'll know everything. Hagoromo steadied his breathing, thinking through it carefully. Brother, should we go back? Homura asked, looking at Hagoromo. Good. Hagoromo nodded without hesitation. On the matter of saving the world, our goals align, the great Toad Sage said. If you need any help, you may ask me. Both of you have great talent for senjutsu. If possible, come with me to Mount Myaboku and train. When senjutsu is combined with chakra, it can produce terrifying power. Perhaps it could even allow you to stand against your mother. Senjutsu. Hagoromo thought for a moment, then nodded. That sounds good. Within the palace of the Land of Ancestors, there were also people who used senjutsu, mostly witches and mags. They used crude, incomplete versions, said to be simplified forms of true senjutsu. Yet those so-called techniques were mediocre at best. Not only was the power ordinary, the consumption was shockingly high, far inferior to chakra. The brothers had investigated it out of curiosity before, only to conclude it wasn't very useful. But after sensing natural energy for themselves, Hagoromo's opinion had changed. Natural energy was not weak at all. Even the God Tree required it to grow. If they could fully master that power and integrate it into their combat system, the outcome might be completely different. Of course, that was for the future. Right now, there was something more urgent. The next day, they set out to return. Moving at full speed and leaving everyone else behind, they quickly made their way back to the capital of the Land of Ancestors. When they returned to the familiar palace, they went straight to Yu's residence. Before entering, both brothers felt a tightness in their chests. They were afraid of the possibility that Yu truly was under Kagaya's control. They were afraid they would see something they could not accept. But when they finally saw you, they were stunned. In the garden behind the palace, you stood alone, looking unhurried and relaxed. His expression was calm, his bearing composed. He held a watering can in his hand, quietly watering the flowers in the garden. The entire scene felt peaceful, with not the slightest hint of anything abnormal. Only when he heard their footsteps did he turn around in surprise. Then he looked at Hagoromo and Hamura with a warm smile. "Why are you back so soon?" he asked. "Have you already had your fill of fun outside?" He didn't seem to notice anything strange about them at all. He simply looked pleased to see his sons again. "Father." Hagoromo and Hamura studied him closely, and only then did they quietly release the breath they had been holding. From the moment they arrived, both had been sensing with everything they had. Hagoromo used natural energy to feel for any distortion or foreign influence. Hamura activated his Byakugan to its fullest, observing Yu's condition down to the finest detail. No matter how they looked, they found nothing wrong. Yu wasn't being controlled by anyone. He was still himself. The instant they confirmed it, the weight in their hearts loosened. No matter what the truth was, as long as the worst possibility had not happened, it was already a relief. "It seems you've made quite a few new discoveries this time," Yu said, meeting their gazes with a faint smile. "Did you come to share them with me? Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 21, Father and Sons. 1172 words. Chapter 21, Father and Sons. In the garden, Yu wore a faint smile, his manner as gentle as ever. That calm presence alone washed away the anxiety that had been clinging to his sons' hearts. The moment Hagoromo and Hamura heard his voice, their breathing steadied and their emotions settled. "Father." They bowed respectfully, their spirits fully recovered. "We came back this time because there are a few things we want to ask you," Hagoromo said, his expression turning serious. "It's about the God Tree." "The God Tree?" At those words, Yu's heart stirred. He already knew what Hagoromo was about to ask. Sure enough, the questions that followed matched what he had anticipated. "I don't know much about the God Tree's origins either," Yu said after a moment of thought, explaining what he understood. "I only know that it is a divine object that descended together with your mother back then." He did not hide anything, because he neither wanted to nor needed to. The two in front of him were not outsiders. They were his own children. In this world, Yu told himself there was nothing he could not say to them. He had no intention of deceiving them. As they listened to his explanation, Hagoromo and Hamura gradually relaxed. "The God Tree's growth requires massive amounts of chakra and life force," Yu continued softly. "That's why I must periodically extract chakra from the populace and offer it as a sacrifice to the God Tree. If I didn't, the God Tree's growth demands could not be met. As for life force, it's also necessary." "Father," Hagoromo said solemnly, "do you know how many people die every year just to supply the God Tree?" "Too many people. For the sake of that God Tree, countless people die every single year. Many of them didn't have to die. But to feed the God Tree, even people who only committed minor crimes end up being sent to the shrine to be sacrificed. Those people should have had a chance to reform. They shouldn't die so easily. In the land of ancestors, criminals were already rare. But the reason the number had become so small was cruelly simple. For anyone who committed a crime, the end result was often the same, being offered to the God Tree. To be honest, that process was harsh. Some crimes should not have merited death, yet those people were still taken away and sacrificed. Sacrifices are always necessary, Yu said quietly. And this is only temporary. Over the past 2 years, the number of people used to feed the God Tree has already dropped significantly. Right now, the life force required for the God Tree's growth is mostly provided by livestock. You both know that. The God Tree needed an immense amount of life force, but that life force did not have to come from humans. The life force of domestic animals could serve the same purpose. That was why, in the early years, you had pushed the development of animal husbandry so aggressively. He had wanted to use large livestock to replace human sacrifice and reduce the number of living humans being offered. As time passed and productivity continued to rise, the day would come when human sacrifice would become history, no longer existing on any large scale. Hagoromo and Hamura's expression softened slightly. They had been responsible for criminal judgments before. They knew this change was real. In the past 2 years, the number of people sacrificed to the god tree had indeed been steadily decreasing. From that alone, it was clear you had prepared for this, and had not been indifferent to the cost. As long as enough time passed, the situation would improve greatly. Then what about natural energy? Hagoromo pressed. Chakra can be extracted periodically. Life force can be supplied by livestock. But natural energy doesn't regenerate so easily. If we allow the god tree to take it so recklessly, I'm afraid this world isn't far from being exhausted. That is indeed the biggest problem, you admitted, shaking his head. But we have no other choice. As I just told you, your mother's clansmen will eventually track her here. When that time comes, whether we choose to resist or we choose to hand over the chakra fruit to complete the mission, the fruit atop that god tree is indispensable. And after that fruit is produced. Hagoromo fell silent for a moment, then spoke again. The human heart is always greedy, and some people are especially so. Father, I understand your intentions. I also understand how important that fruit is. But I'm still worried. He let out a long sigh before continuing. With Mother's personality, after she gets that chakra fruit, will she really be willing to stop? At Hagoromo's words, Hamura's lips parted as if he wanted to argue, but in the end, he only sighed and said nothing. They were Kagaya's children. They had lived beside her for many years. They understood her disposition too well. Once the next fruit was born, would she truly stop on her own and spare this world? Or would she continue to let the god tree grow, trying to produce another chakra fruit after that? The brothers couldn't say. If it were you, they believed he would keep his word. Their father had the vision and self-control for it. But if it were Kagaya, it was hard to trust. Kagaya had never been someone who empathized with others' suffering. The life and death of mortals in this world meant nothing to her. She was a lofty being from beyond the heavens. Her gaze, across past and future, would only ever linger on you. As for everyone else, what did their lives matter to her? This world's foundation was deep. Perhaps the natural energy still remaining could support the god tree long enough to produce a second fruit. But after that? The greed of the human heart has no end. The greed of gods is even worse. So when that time comes, it will be your turn to step forward, you said softly, looking at his sons. Us? Hagoromo and Hamura froze. You already understand your mother's personality, you said calmly. If what you fear truly happens, then the only ones who can stop her will be you. Perhaps that's why the great toad sage sought you out. Because in this world, the only ones with any chance of stopping Kagaya are you, her children. Father, you? Hagoromo and Hamura stared at you, shock written plainly across their faces. From the past until now, you and Kagaya had always treated each other with mutual respect. The reason the brothers had been so anxious was because they feared you would stand firmly on their mother's side, becoming their enemy. But from what they were hearing now, that didn't seem to be the case at all. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Kagaya and My Namikawa U. 1117 words. Chapter 22, Kagaya and My Namikawa U. It's not quite what you think. You shook his head, then spoke softly, I love your mother. There's no doubt about that. But loving someone doesn't mean blind obedience. Correcting someone's mistakes in time, pulling her back from the wrong path, that's also a form of love. He looked at them gently. And the same goes for you. Naive children grow up eventually, just like you did. Since you already have your own ideas, then go do it. Letting go and doing it yourselves is a necessary part of growing up. Father. Hagoromo and Hamura were moved. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say. Go do whatever it is you want to do, you said with a smile. Just don't forget this is your home. While you're working hard out there, don't forget to come back and visit once in a while. Yes. The brothers nodded respectfully, then quietly withdrew and left. You remained where he was, watching their backs as they departed. Only when their figures disappeared from sight did he let out a long sigh. Are you really just going to stand there and watch, and do nothing? At some point, he turned his head and spoke toward the side. A white-haired woman was standing there in silence. Her hair fell like snow, and 2 horns rose from her head. She gazed into the distance just like you did. Within her Byakugan, the departing figures of the Hagoromo brothers were still reflected. She hadn't looked away. What should I do? Kagaya asked indifferently. They don't want to see me. That's because you won't talk to them, you said, helpless. You miss them in your heart, so why not take the initiative and go to them? Kagaya said nothing, standing there without a word. You stepped closer from behind and slowly wrapped his arms around her. His body pressed against hers, as if he were carefully feeling her presence, measuring her breathing, sensing the faint chill that always surrounded her. You? Kagaya lowered her head. Her eyes softened little by little. So many years had passed, yet she seemed unchanged from the beginning. Only in front of you did she show this side of herself, no longer as cold as she was toward everyone else. In any case, the children have their own goals, and they're willing to work hard for them, you said quietly. That's a good thing. The other Otsutsuki from beyond the heavens will come eventually. Instead of waiting until then to start struggling, it's better to give them a goal now. At least they won't waste their time. It's useless, Kagaya replied calmly. No matter what they do, it won't matter. They cannot surpass me. Her confidence in her own power was absolute. No matter how hard Hagoromo and Hamura trained, no matter how long they struggled, they could never defeat her. Even if they shared Otsutsuki blood, whether or not one had consumed a chakra fruit was a crucial dividing line. An Otsutsuki who had not consumed a chakra fruit could not defeat her. On that point, Kagaya had no doubt. More than that, the ninja world's foundation was profound. The chakra fruit she had consumed was far higher in quality than an ordinary fruit. Under those conditions, even if Hagoromo and Hamura joined forces, they could never be her match. I think that's hard to say, you said with a smile. If you keep believing that, maybe they'll surprise you. In the original course of history and in other possible futures, Kagaya was always defeated and ultimately sealed by the brothers after their training. And in many versions, the brothers didn't just defeat Kagaya after she consumed the chakra fruit. They defeated an even stronger Kagaya, one who had sealed the 10 tails within her and become its Jinchuriki. That alone proved the brothers' potential was terrifying. If it could be drawn out, it would be enough to overcome Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra. Compared to that version, the Kagaya before him had only consumed the chakra fruit. She had not yet extracted and sealed the 10 tails inside her. In terms of absolute strength, she was actually somewhat weaker. As long as Hagoromo and Hamura could reach the level they once had in those futures, defeating her would not be impossible. Of course, at this moment, Kagaya did not believe any of it. No one can imagine what they have never seen. To Kagaya, the idea of growing powerful through training alone was too unbelievable. Within the Otsutsuki clan, the fastest path to power was consuming chakra fruits, or devouring other clansmen. As for forging strength through one's own practice, she had never witnessed it. Because of that, she could not imagine what kind of ceiling an Otsutsuki who truly trained could reach. There is still a long time ahead, you said, taking her hand. Let's wait and see. Kagaya nodded and said nothing more. Yu was about to continue, but his face suddenly went pale, and he began to cough violently. In an instant, the color drained from him. Layers of seals surfaced across his entire body, crawling over his skin like a net. The karma is starting to backfire. Worry rose in Kagaya's eyes. Karma could slowly transform another person, but the risks were extremely high. Kagaya had already been careful, yet Yu's body was still too weak. Even bearing a portion of karma's power was pushing him past his limits. That was why it rebounded, and his condition looked terrible. Of course, there was a way to solve it. The chakra fruit. Kagaya stood in place. In her Byakugan, the image of the god tree appeared clearly. Even though Yu's compatibility with karma was low, the long-term transformation had still given him a faint, fragile Otsutsuki constitution. If he consumed a chakra fruit, that thin trace of Otsutsuki blood in him could be fully awakened, turning him into a true member of the Otsutsuki clan. When that happened, the problems with his body would be resolved, and he could obtain an immortal life just like Kagaya. That was why she was so anxious for the second chakra fruit to ripen as quickly as possible. If the god tree's fruit could not mature before Yu's lifespan ran out, the outcome would be unbearable. As those thoughts surged, she turned slightly, countless calculations flashing through her mind. Don't overthink it. Yu's voice sounded beside her. He stood there, looking at Kagaya, and shook his head. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 23, Time is running out. 1,157 words. Chapter 23, Time is running out. I'll have to leave eventually. Back in his residence within the palace, Yu stared at the panel that materialized before him. The thought drifted across his mind in silence. A countdown was displayed on it. At this point, there were only about 10 years left. This was the limit imposed by the reincarnation panel. After living in this world for so long, Yu had finally come to understand that reincarnation was not without restrictions. For each reincarnation, he could remain for a maximum of 50 years. It wasn't that he physically could not stay beyond 50 years. It was that he could no longer maintain the stability of time. To put it simply, it was an issue of time flow. This world and his original world were essentially parallel worlds. Their time flow should have been different by nature, yet the panel's overwhelming power had forcibly altered that relationship. Under the influence of the reincarnation panel, no matter how long Yu stayed here, only an instant would pass in his original world when he returned. However, that benefit was not infinite. It was capped at 50 years. In other words, once his stay exceeded 50 years, the time flow of the two worlds would become synchronized. Yu could choose to remain in this world forever. But if he did, the fate of his original body would likely be grim. It was entirely possible he would simply starve to death at home. Thinking of that outcome, Yu let out a quiet sigh. Will I have a chance to come back to this world in the future? The question surfaced, and a moment later, information fed back into his mind. He could. Since the panel could send him to reincarnate into this world, it could also bring his original body here. But to accomplish that, the cost would be enormous. To fully open a stable connection between the two worlds, he would need a massive amount of points. I see. With that answer, Yu's expression eased. That's not too bad, then. In that case, with the time I have left, I should squeeze out as many benefits as I can. The thought settled in his mind as he turned and walked to the side. While Yu was planning his next steps, the brothers began their own busy work on the other side. They sought out the great toad sage and told him what Yu had said. I see. After hearing them, realization dawned on the great toad sage's face. So this is the breadth of mind of the daimyo of the land of ancestors. It's truly that vast. He had assumed Yu would fly into a rage once he learned of the brothers' intentions. He had even believed Yu might send people to detain or imprison them, so the great toad sage had prepared himself for the worst, ready to rescue them at any moment. He never expected this outcome. Yu had not only refused to stop them, he had encouraged them to move forward and become stronger. Even if that strength might one day stand in Yu's way, it apparently did not matter to him. Father has always been like this. The usually quiet Hamura spoke up, his tone firm. I said it long ago. With Father's character, it's impossible for him to do those things. Even if he truly stood on Mother's side, it's impossible for him to take action against us. If the brothers' relationship with Kagaya could be called strained, then their relationship with Yu was the opposite. Hamura had been raised by Yu himself. He simply could not believe Yu would ever move against them. To him, the idea was absurd. That's true. Hagoromo nodded as well. Father was never that kind of person. Looks like I overthought things. The great toad sage smiled, taking it in stride. In that case, since you've come back, I assume you've made your decision. Yes. Hagoromo's answer was immediate. We'll go with you and learn senjutsu. No matter what the future holds, we have to become stronger. That way, even if Mother walks the wrong path one day, we'll have the ability to correct her. Then follow me. The great toad sage nodded. Training at Mount Myaboku is not easy. You two should be prepared. You don't need to tell us that. Both brothers remained calm, without the slightest trace of fear. They were geniuses, and their resolve was steady. Once they decided something, hesitation had no place. And so, in the days that followed, they followed the great toad sage to Mount Myaboku and began learning the senjutsu passed down there. Senjutsu was, at its core, a method of using natural energy. In this area, the brothers displayed exceptional affinity and talent. It didn't take long for them to grasp senjutsu, fully inheriting Mount Myaboku's teachings, then using that foundation to begin their own training. As their training continued, their strength rose steadily, improving at a terrifying speed. Time passed outside, faster with every day that slipped away. Before they knew it, several more years had gone by. In those years, the land of ancestors changed again and again. Human sacrifices across the land decreased, and livestock could now replace them. The pressure within the land of ancestors began to ease. As more and more people mastered chakra each year, the number of chakra crystals that could be condensed annually also increased. Everything about the land of ancestors seemed to be growing, steadily moving toward a brighter future. But in stark contrast to that progress, natural disasters became more frequent. In these years, as productivity rose and war and famine vanished completely, earthquakes began to strike from time to time. Terrifying tsunamis swept across regions, leaving scenes of destruction in their wake. If the people of the land of ancestors had not already mastered chakra in general, the losses would have been unimaginable. Even so, the casualties were still heavy. Many died each year, and the impact was profound. These were, in truth, the effects of the God Tree's power. As the God Tree grew, its absorption of natural energy became more and more severe. The concentration of natural energy in the world fell lower and lower, and with it, a layer of protection was stripped away. The result was unending disasters, like the world itself sliding toward ruin. And in this year, two figures appeared before the God Tree once again. The natural energy the God Tree is absorbing, it's getting more and more terrifying. Before the God Tree, Hagoromo slowly raised his head and stared at the increasingly magnificent trunk and canopy. His expression inevitably became complicated. Beside him, Homura stood in silence. His Byakugan remained fixed on the God Tree, yet he did not speak. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 24, Indra and Ashura. 1138 words. Chapter 24, Indra and Ashura. 9 years? Hagoromo and Homura looked at each other, and in the other's eyes, each saw the same weight of time. In 9 years, they had both changed drastically. Their once youthful features had sharpened into something steadier and more mature. They looked less like boys now and more like young men. More frightening than their appearance, however, was the power within their bodies. Whether it was chakra or natural energy, both had brought it to an entirely new level. I can hear the world crying out. Hagoromo's expression was grim. After years of being drained, the world is close to its limit. If this continues, before that fruit even ripens, the world might already face a disaster that ends everything. We have to go back. Homura's face was just as heavy. Even if we can't persuade Mother to stop, we have to make her slow down. If we don't give the world time to recover, the consequences will be catastrophic. With this world's foundation, as long as the God Tree's absorption of natural energy was slowed to match the rate at which the world produced it, a balance could be maintained. But Kaguya was far too impatient. From the very beginning until now, she had shown no intention of letting the world recover. She kept allowing the God Tree to draw natural energy at its maximum rate. That kind of reckless extraction could only lead to disaster. If it went on like this, the world would collapse before the chakra fruit on the God Tree could even fully mature. The brothers had seen enough. They made their decision and returned to the capital in the land of ancestors. 9 years had passed, and the city looked more prosperous than ever. The capital had continued to expand, growing larger and larger. Tall buildings had begun to rise in many places. With newly developed materials, fresh styles of architecture appeared one after another. With chakra as an energy source, all kinds of new equipment could be seen everywhere. It felt as if the city was changing by the day, with something new emerging at every turn. Most of the people living here had decent lives. They might still have complaints, but as long as they worked normally, it was easy to provide for an entire family. There was no hunger, no fear of survival, and no chaotic troubles to endure. By any standard, the quality of life was already excellent. Productivity was so abundant that even stray dogs roamed the streets, digging through household waste, yet still living quite well. Hagoromo and Homura stood off to the side, watching the scenes of daily life, both momentarily dazed. A few years have passed, and everyone's lives have improved again. Hagoromo couldn't help feeling emotional. As expected, father ruling the land of ancestors was the right choice. Yeah. Homura nodded in agreement. After the era of chaos ended, the people of the land of ancestors already lived in peace. In the brothers' eyes, that alone was an incredible achievement. But you had not been satisfied with that. Under his rule, production kept advancing, and people's lives improved again and again, at a pace others simply could not match. To the brothers, this had to be the art of governance. Either way, if it were the two of them, they knew they could never accomplish the same. Let's go back. After walking through the capital for a while, Hagoromo spoke. A moment later, the wandering princes returned home. They did not return alone. After being away for years, both had started families. They now had wives. Hagoromo even had 2 sons of his own, Indra and Ashura. So this time, they returned with their families. Is this the capital? Indra followed behind Hagoromo, his eyes filled with curiosity as he took in everything around him. The place where father grew up. Is grandfather the daimyo here? Indra was still young, only a few years old, yet he already carried himself with an unusual maturity. Compared to ordinary children, his eyes were strikingly different. They held a deep, heavy calm, and within them spun 3 tomo. A pair of Sharingan. His thoughts seemed older than his age. In contrast, Ashura was far simpler and more direct. Ha ha ha, what a pretty garden. Ashura bounced around the palace grounds, touching decorations here and there, peering at anything that caught his attention. He was bursting with energy from start to finish. Compared to his older brother, he seemed far more ordinary, no different from any other child at first glance. The one clear difference was the vitality in his body. His life force was vigorous, like a young tree growing strong and steady, brimming with living warmth. Neither child was very old, yet both had already begun to show their distinct traits. A moment later, deeper within the palace, they met Yu. 9 years had passed, and even Yu had changed. Because of the karma planted by Kagaya, his body was no longer like an ordinary man's. His life force was far stronger than normal. Even so, 9 years had not left much mark on him. He only looked slightly more mature. You're back. Seeing Hagoromo and the others return, Yu smiled and rose to greet them. He reached out, pulling the 2 children into his arms. Are these your children, Hagoromo? After a brief reunion with Hagoromo and the others, Yu's gaze fell on Indra and Ashura, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Compared to the 6-path sage of long-ago legends, these 2 boys actually left a deeper impression on him. One would become the ancestor of the Ucha. The other would become the ancestor of the Senju. In later generations, even the existence of Konoha could be traced, in part, to the struggle between these 2 brothers. Their conflict would carve deep marks into history. Of course, right now, they were still children. Even Indra, the older one, was only 5, still in the middle of his growth. As you looked at Indra, his attention naturally drifted to the boy's eyes. Those black Sharingan, with 3 clear tomo, were unmistakable. This was Indra's Sharingan, the origin of the Ucha bloodline. Back when he was in Konoha, you had seen the Sharingan of the Ucha clan before. Some had also reached 3 tomo. But the Sharingan of those people had always given him an uneasy feeling, as if a cold chakra lurked within them. Indra's chakra, however, felt clean and pure. Clearly, although Indra had inherited the yin side of Hagoromo's power, he did not carry the abnormalities that would later appear in the Ucha of future generations. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, The Infeftment. 1067 words. Chapter 25, The Infeftment. Yu withdrew his gaze from the 2 boys. Just as Hagoromo and Homura had each inherited a portion of Kagaya's power, Indra and Ashura had each inherited a portion of Hagoromo's. That bloodline gave them gifts far beyond ordinary people. Powerful potential slept within their bodies, waiting to be awakened. In Yu's eyes, if the strength inside these 2 could be fully drawn out, they would be no less formidable than pure-blooded Otsutsuki. Their talent was exceptional, and their blood was clean. Relatively speaking, though, their personalities were also sharply different. Indra, the elder, was deeper and sharper. His talent was clearly superior. Ashura's talent did not match his brother's, but he was open-hearted and straightforward, and his affinity for senjutsu was actually better than Indra's. To Yu, both were outstanding, simply strong in different ways. But one thing was obvious. Between the 2 children, Hagoromo favored the younger, Ashura, more than Indra. It was not glaring yet because of their age, but the signs were already there. When the 2 boys ran off to play, Yu looked at Hagoromo and spoke. Between those 2, do you prefer Ashura? Hagoromo hesitated before nodding. In talent, Indra is above Ashura. But in character, Ashura far surpasses Indra. They're only a few years old, Yu said, almost at a loss. How can you already judge their character? And even if Indra is a bit more calculating, he hasn't reached the point of having bad character. To Yu, it felt like a double standard. They were still children. How much could you truly see? It was simply Hagoromo's preference. He liked Ashura's temperament, so Ashura naturally looked more pleasing to him, and Indra's shortcomings naturally looked larger. But in Yu's eyes as their grandfather, even if Indra was more thoughtful, it was still well within normal bounds. It was nowhere near being a real problem. In many situations, being shrewd was not a flaw at all. And having no guile and being simple was not necessarily a virtue either. It all depended on how they were guided. If Hagoromo continued treating them differently, then with Indra's personality, something that might have stayed harmless could be forced into becoming a real issue. Sometimes it's better not to interfere too much with children, Yu said softly. Give them room. If you push too hard, you might not get the future you want. You're right, father. Hagoromo nodded, but he did not look like he intended to change much. Seeing that indifference, Yu could only sigh inwardly and let the matter rest. His children were grown now. They were no longer the obedient boys from before. They had their own thoughts and their own way of doing things. In that situation, Yu could not say much more. He could only hope that in the future they would not repeat the old tragedy and walk a road that ended in brothers turning on each other. Yu exhaled quietly, thoughts flickering through his mind. Compared to Hagoromo, who already had 2 sons, Homura still had no news. He had married, but he had not fathered any children yet. Yu was not anxious about it. With their lifespans, there was more than enough time ahead. Come and meet your mother. A moment later, Yu smiled and called Kagaya over. This was the first time Indra and Ashura would meet their grandmother, and it was also the first time Hagoromo and Homura had seen their mother again after so many years. Grandmother. Facing her for the first time, Indra and Ashura were visibly nervous. From Kagaya, they felt an overwhelming pressure. It was the oppression of the progenitor of Chakra. She did not need to move. Simply standing there, her terrifying chakra felt almost suffocating, like something vast and absolute bearing down on them. Kagaya looked at Indra and Ashura. She gave them only a brief glance and said nothing. Her Byakugan held the same cold indifference as ever, like a lofty deity with no human warmth. It's your first time meeting your grandsons, Yu said from the side. Don't scare them. He took Kagaya's hand and gently shook his head at her, telling her to ease up. Kagaya nodded. She still did not speak, but the pressure around her slowly receded. Indra and Ashura immediately let out the breath they had been holding. Yu shifted his gaze back to the boys. I heard you two want to become a daimyo in the future as well. The moment his voice fell, Indra and Ashura tensed again. That's right. Ashura, frank by nature, answered first. We want to be daimyo like you, grandfather, and lead people to a better life someday. Brother and I both think it would be really interesting. Indra was still nervous, but he eventually nodded as well. Ruling a land, holding authority over a territory, deciding everything with one's own will, it was a dream many men carried. It was only natural that Indra and Ashura would think the same. Nearby, hearing this, Hagoromo also became a little tense. He looked up, carefully watching Yu's reaction, worried that such words might anger him. But it was clear that Yu would not be angry over something so small. Meeting everyone's gaze, he smiled. Good. That kind of courage is worth praising. This path is far harder than you imagine. But since you have the desire, you might as well experience it early. He paused, thinking, then spoke again as the others stared at him in surprise. How about this? I will give Turtle Island and the island of Ryu to you to govern. From today onward, you will be the kings of those 2 regions. The land of ancestors had now unified the entire ninja world. And naturally, the world did not consist of only a single continent. Over the years, as the fleets continued exploring outward, many islands had been discovered. Some were vast, no smaller than a country. Turtle Island and the island of Ryu were among the largest. Both were enormous, but still barren, with only indigenous inhabitants living there. Now, in the name of the daimyo of the land of ancestors, Yu bestowed those 2 territories upon Indra and Ashura as their private domains. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's-fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, On the Verge of Conflict. 1076 words. Chapter 26, On the Verge of Conflict. Father. Hearing Yu's plan, the brothers were stunned. This is too precious, Hagoromo said, stepping forward as if to persuade him to retract the order. But Yu only shook his head. It's just 2 desolate islands. They're nothing to the country. Giving them to you two is perfectly appropriate. Then he smiled and looked at Hagoromo and Hamura. Of course, the same goes for you. You've trained outside for many years. It's about time. I will give you the territories that used to be dog country and cat country to govern. From this day on, you will be the kings of those lands. His voice was gentle, but the weight behind it was unmistakable. Compared to the islands granted to his grandsons, the fiefs he granted to Hagoromo and Hamura were prosperous territories. They were vast, densely populated, and rich. Excellent lands in every sense. Father. Hearing those words, the brothers felt tangled emotions rise in their chests. To be entrusted with such responsibility by you, they were naturally glad. But along with that joy came unease. This was not how you usually acted. It did not feel like a normal reward. It felt like settling affairs in advance, like someone preparing for the day he might leave. Then Yu's next words deepened that feeling. It's not only you, he said. If Hamura has children later, I've already prepared feasts for them as well. He looked at Hamura, encouragement in his eyes. The documents are already written. When the time comes, you can simply claim them. Father. Hamura frowned. He clearly wanted to ask something, but the words stuck in his throat. In the end, he said nothing. Silence fell. The air grew heavy, almost oppressive. Only after you had someone lead Hagoromo and Hamura out did the atmosphere in the room finally loosen. Mother. Hagoromo took a slow breath and faced Kagaya. We didn't only come back to see you and father. We also came to warn you. This cannot continue. He spoke with steady insistence. The God Tree keeps absorbing natural energy. It's already pushing the world to its limit. If this goes on, something terrible will happen sooner or later. If this continues, the world may be destroyed by our own hands before your enemies even arrive. Please. Stop this. Beside him, Hamura stood silently, his gaze fixed on Kagaya, making it clear he shared the same resolve. The room froze. All eyes turned to Kagaya, waiting for her answer. Under their stares, Kagaya finally spoke. Are you trying to force me? Her voice was indifferent. Her Byakugan held no emotion. For the sake of a group of ants who have nothing to do with you. It's not forcing, Hagoromo said, face solemn. It's persuasion. The people living in this world are living human beings, not ants. They have families. They have peaceful lives. We have no right to decide their future. Kagaya's expression turned colder. And if I insist? What will you do then? If that is the case. Hagoromo drew a deep breath. Then we will have no choice but to stop you ourselves. With these Rinnegan. The moment his words fell, his aura shifted sharply. The peaceful presence he had carried a heartbeat ago vanished, replaced by a pressure that was frighteningly heavy. He was still not as strong as Kagaya, but he was no longer someone who could be dismissed. What drew the eye most were his pupils. At some point, his eyes had become a pair of purple Rinnegan. They were pure, carrying an aura that shared the same origin as Kagaya's chakra. Terrifying, powerful, and profound. And me, Hamura said. He stepped forward, and his own aura changed just as violently. A faint golden light bloomed around him, and in an instant, his entire state became different from before. Most striking were his eyes. His Byakugan had turned a deep azure, as if the sky itself had been poured into his gaze. It stirred endless imagination. The Tensigan. Its rank was not inferior to Hagoromo's Rinnegan, and the power inside it felt equally vast. Rinnegan? Tensigan. Kagaya stared at her sons. For the first time, genuine astonishment appeared on her face. Hagoromo. Hamura, you actually. Neither the Rinnegan nor the Tensigan were common. Even if the Rinnegan was said to be standard among Otsutsuki elites, awakening it was not easy. And Hagoromo's Rinnegan were unusual. The ocular power within them far exceeded that of an ordinary Otsutsuki. It was already close to Kagaya herself. Hamura's Tensigan was also extraordinary. It was rare even within the Otsutsuki clan, something only possible when the bloodline reached a certain level. The boys who had once been naive youths were gone. Hagoromo and Hamura were fully mature now, and their combat power could not be called weak even by Otsutsuki standards. If Kagaya had not consumed the chakra fruit, with her original strength, she might not even have been qualified to stand before them. This was far beyond what she had expected. She stood there, staring at them, speechless for a long while. Then, at last, she spoke again, her tone changing. "Turn back now. Be obedient. I can act as if nothing ever happened." She thought of the Otsutsuki who would arrive in the future. If she faced that threat alone, dealing with an invading Otsutsuki force might be difficult. But if she could bring the grown Hagoromo and Homura back to her side, the result would be completely different. And if they waited for the second chakra fruit to ripen, and for you to consume it and awaken Otsutsuki power, then their side would hold 4 powerhouses, each of them elite even by Otsutsuki standards. If they also counted Indra and Ashura, still young but carrying immense potential, that kind of strength would be enough to form a powerful faction even within the entire Otsutsuki clan. Because of that, Kagaya's tone softened, and she showed rare patience. "Give up," Hagoromo said. His purple Rinnegan burned with unwavering resolve. "As long as you refuse to abandon this path, we cannot stop. This world must not be destroyed by our hands. Then let's do this." In the next instant, he thrust a hand forward. Several truth-seeking orbs condensed and blasted straight ahead. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's-fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 27, Mother and Son Clash. 1131 words. Chapter 27, Mother and Son Clash. The truth-seeking orb slammed down with a roar, its terrifying force erasing an entire stretch of mountain range as if it had never existed. Truth-seeking orbs were power that transcended even Kekkei Tota, the very peak of what this world could produce. Only by integrating all chakra natures and fusing them into one could someone command strength like this. Of course, Kekkei Mora was not unique to Hagoromo. Kagaya possessed it as well. But the meaning behind that power was different. Most of Kagaya's Kekkei Mora came from her Otsutsuki bloodline and the chakra fruit. Hagoromo's, though partially tied to his bloodline, was largely forged through his own training. Power inherited through blood alone and power carved out through training might look similar at a glance, but when it came to real combat, they were worlds apart. This battle proved it. In raw strength, Hagoromo was clearly below Kagaya. Yet in actual performance, he did not fall behind at all. Their clash was evenly matched. The reason was simple. Kagaya's combat experience was abysmal. In the past, her strength had been enough to suppress everything. No one could force her to truly fight. But the moment she encountered a real opponent, that weakness was exposed immediately. Hagoromo was the opposite. His fighting was sharp and refined. Over years of training, he had already built a style of his own. The three collided again and again, mountains collapsing in quick succession, the shockwaves tearing across the land. If they had not deliberately moved the battlefield to an uninhabited region, the destruction would have been beyond imagining. "Mother, stop!" Hagoromo shouted, still trying to persuade her even as he fought. Turning back now would be good for everyone. Silence. Kagaya's eyes locked onto him. Veins bulged across her face as her Byakugan flared to its limit. Above her brow, the Rinne Sharingan had already opened. The terrifying eye power within it gathered, poised to erupt at any moment. Under Hagoromo's pressure, she was finally getting serious. "Are you going to get serious?" Hagoromo felt her gaze like a blade and his heart tightened. He drew a deep breath. "Fine. If that's what you want." In the next moment, he clasped his hands together. Chakra surged through his body, then merged with the natural energy around him. His entire presence shifted into something deeper, more profound. His aura swelled dramatically. 6-path Sage Mode. At the same time, Homura, who had been watching from the side, stepped forward. Brilliant light poured from his azure Tensigan. A faint golden glow rose from his body and then exploded outward. Terrifying natural energy rushed into him, and in the blink of an eye, his state changed completely, mirroring Hagoromo's transformation. Tensigan Sage Mode. After many years training at Mount Myaboku, both brothers had grasped the true essence of Sage Mode. They had not only mastered natural energy and Sage Mode itself, but had also used that foundation to develop Sage Modes that belonged to them alone. By combining natural energy with their own chakra, they could unleash power many times greater than before. It was with that strength that they dared to stand before Kagaya and attempt to stop their mother. Boom! 3 figures streaked across the sky, crashing into each other again. Below, Yu watched the battle unfolding above, his voice low. "So it's finally come to this?" He had no intention of interfering. Kagaya and her sons were both the same in one crucial way. They were all fiercely confident. They only believed what they judged to be right. Kagaya believed in her power, convinced that as long as she wished it, nothing on this earth could stop her. And the brothers were just as firm in their resolve. Neither side had a temperament built for compromise. If he truly wanted to, you could stop them. But that would only suppress the conflict for a short time. What about after he was gone? From every angle, this battle was inevitable. It would erupt sooner or later. Rather than letting it explode after you left this world, it was better to let it ignite now. At least he was still here. With him watching, nothing truly unacceptable would happen. That was exactly why he had made an agreement with Kagaya. If she could defeat Hagoromo and Homura, then afterward, you would follow her wishes. If she lost, the opposite would be true. Kagaya had agreed without hesitation. She had accepted readily then, but now it looked like she was about to suffer a setback. The outcome was not yet finalized, but in Yu's eyes, it was already decided. Kagaya had not integrated the 10 tails into her body, and her combat experience was still far too shallow. She could not possibly match Hagoromo and Homura. The end of this battle was already coming into view. And that was exactly what happened. In only a short time, Kagaya was already struggling to keep up. She had unleashed everything she had. In terms of techniques, especially ocular jutsu, she was not weak at all. Her all-killing ash bones and 80 gods vacuum attack were terrifying. The Rinne Sharingan techniques she had mastered, Amena Minaka and Yomotsu Hirasaka, were equally powerful. But her practical combat ability was too poor. Even strong abilities could not display their full effect against the brothers in front of her. From the moment the battle began, the result had been set. Bang! Brilliant golden light exploded. In midair, a golden blade descended from the heavens, as if it meant to cleave the earth in two. Its power was terrifying, sending a chill into the bones. Homura hovered in the sky, his whole body radiating dazzling gold. He pushed his Senjutsu chakra to its limit, then detonated it in a single strike. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Rumble. The force erupted, an oppressive aura blasting outward and wiping vast clouds of dust into nothingness. At the center of it all, Kagaya's figure was in disarray. Compared to earlier, her aura had weakened. Even the chakra within her had been consumed heavily. Kagaya, who had not become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, still possessed immense chakra, but after prolonged battle, she could still be worn down. She was far from having infinite reserves. Facing Homura's full assault, her momentum inevitably faltered. And in that instant, Hagoromo moved. Suspended in the air, he drove his purple Rinnegan to their limit. The eye power within them surged, pushed to its maximum. An ocular technique he had been preparing for a long time was unfolding. It was about to be unleashed. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, The Outcome. 1423 words. Chapter 28, The Outcome. The ocular technique within Hagoromo's Rinnegan was special. It was a sealing technique he had prepared long ago. 6 paths, Kaibaku Tensai. Ordinary Kaibaku Tensai was already an extremely powerful seal, but the jutsu Hagoromo had devised was the ultimate version. To perform it, he would have to exhaust every last shred of chakra in his body. With a cost that terrifying, the effect was naturally astonishing. In theory, the technique could recreate a miniature star and seal anything inside it. Hagoromo had developed this jutsu for one reason only. To seal his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. As someone who had consumed a chakra fruit, Kagaya could be considered immortal to a certain extent. That immortality might have limits, but with Hagoromo and Homura's current strength, it was still impossible for them to truly kill her. So the only way to eliminate this hidden danger was to seal her. 6 paths, Kaibaku Tensai was the cage Hagoromo had prepared for Kagaya. As long as she was sealed, everything would end. No matter how overwhelming Kagaya's strength was, she would not be able to break free from this jutsu while the Hagoromo brothers suppressed her. And now, the chance had appeared. As long as I use this jutsu, everything will be over? The thought flickered through Hagoromo's mind. A faint light shimmered in his purple Rinnegan, and the technique within was about to activate. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. In the sky ahead, beside Kagaya, Yu suddenly appeared. He stood at her side, gently reached out, and pulled her into his embrace. Smiling, he looked at the two brothers in front of him. "Father!" Hagoromo and Hamura's expressions changed instantly. A deep hesitation surfaced on Hagoromo's face. He froze for a moment, almost numb, his mind flooding with tangled thoughts. "Father, you still chose this." At last, he let out a long sigh and made his decision. He did not strike. Attacking Kaguya was one thing. Attacking you was another. To them, Kaguya was their mother, but she had always been distant and aloof. For the sake of saving the world, they did not feel an unbearable burden in moving against her. But you was different. He was their father. He had always supported the path they walked. He was the person they respected and admired most. They could not move against their own father. "Father, are you unwilling to let us strike Mother, to the point of using yourself like this?" The same thought flashed through Hamura's mind. He also sighed and abandoned the plan to attack. The two brothers withdrew from sage mode, returning to normal. Then they walked toward you and Kaguya. Kaguya watched them approach. A fierce glint flashed in her Byakugan, her intent to continue fighting still present. You immediately tightened his grip on her hand. He shook his head at her, stopping her from taking any further action. "Since things have reached this point, let's end it here." He looked at Kaguya and spoke softly. "Have you forgotten our agreement?" His words reminded her. Earlier, Kaguya had made a deal with you. If she proved she was not a match for Hagoromo and Hamura, then afterward, she would listen and stop acting on her own. Now, it was time to honor that agreement. No matter how proud she was, reality was right in front of her. She had to admit it. She was not a match for the Hagoromo brothers. In terms of combat power, neither of them was weaker than her. They were only slightly inferior in the quality and quantity of their chakra. But their mastery of natural energy perfectly compensated for that gap, allowing the power they unleashed to be no less than Kaguya's and bringing the battle to this point. Kaguya looked at Hagoromo and Hamura, then at you beside her, who was smiling as he watched her. In the end, she gave up resisting and did nothing more. Only then did you finally breathe a sigh of relief. Good. At least she could recognize reality. At least she knew when to concede. What he truly feared was someone who, despite being weaker, refused to yield and insisted on fighting to the bitter end. If it came to that, even you would be forced into a corner. He could not stand by and watch Kaguya drain this world dry. To him, the value of this world was far greater than a single chakra fruit. As long as the world existed, natural energy would continue to be born, and it could nurture many chakra fruits over time. There was no need to rush. Of course, the main reason Kaguya was so impatient, aside from preparing for the future Otsutsuki enemies, was you himself. As the power of the karma continued to merge into him, his physical condition kept deteriorating. If this went on, something terrible would happen sooner or later. Kaguya had noticed that, which was why she had become anxious. But you knew her anxiety was pointless. The time limit of his current reincarnation was almost up. Even if a chakra fruit ripened right now, it would not be able to keep him here. And from the current situation, it was obvious the chakra fruit still needed a long time before it would ripen. That was precisely why he had arranged this meeting and ignited the conflict early, forcing it to erupt before it was too late. With him still here, there was room to maneuver. "Stop now." You waved at Hagoromo and Hamura, gentle as always. Hagoromo and Hamura hesitated, but in the end, they stepped forward and followed you away from the battlefield. They returned to the palace, where Indra and Ashura were waiting. "Father!" Ashura rushed over first, his face glowing with excitement. "Were you just fighting with Grandma?" "That was amazing." His eyes were full of admiration. To him, it had looked like sparring, and all he felt was envy at that overwhelming strength. Indra, however, was much sharper. He had already sensed that something was wrong, at least vaguely. But he said nothing. He only stood to the side, watching the group with a quiet, uneasy tension. "Yes." You smiled, stepped forward, and patted both Indra and Ashura on the head. "Your father and uncle just sparred with your grandmother," he said softly. The commotion got a bit loud. "But it's fine. No one was hurt, so you can rest easy." After sending the two children away, you led Hagoromo and the others deeper into the palace. "I am leaving." The moment you said it, Hagoromo and the others froze, instantly understanding what his words implied. "Father, where are you going?" Hamura spoke first, panic flashing across his face. "Did we do something wrong?" "Father, don't abandon us." Hagoromo's expression tightened as well, his voice tense. The land of ancestors can't lose your guidance. Kagaya stood nearby without speaking, but her gaze locked onto you, her eyes filled with a strained, silent tension. You smiled. The land of ancestors is already mature, he said. Whether I'm here or not makes little difference to most people. And you've grown up. New trees need room to grow strong. If I keep blocking the way, it would be unfair to you, especially after how hard you've worked. Your current abilities are enough to put my mind at ease. He looked at Hagoromo and Hamura, his eyes filled with anticipation. Father. Meeting his gaze, both brothers were deeply moved, unable to find the right words. Kagaya, the same goes for you. You turned toward the woman who had stood beside him for so many years, his smile unchanged. I've been very happy during these years with you, he said softly. And I'm grateful I met you in this life. So while I'm gone, I hope you live well and get along with the children. He held Kagaya's hand and murmured, they are your children. Sometimes they'll disappoint you, but that's part of growing up. Don't let that make you sad. Just wait for me to return. You? Kagaya looked at him. Her lips parted as if she wanted to say something. In the end, she said nothing. Happy Valentine's Day to all my readers. Thank you for being here and for supporting my stories, whether you're reading on Webnovel, Wattpad, AO3, or anywhere else. I'm wishing you a peaceful day, good energy, and something small that makes you smile, on and off the page. With gratitude. Fanfic Lord 03. Chapter 29, Arrangements Before Departure. 1183 words. Chapter 29, Arrangements Before Departure. I am leaving, but I will return sooner or later. At last, you spoke to the family before him. His voice was calm, but the weight behind it made the air feel heavier. I hope that when that day comes, you can give me a surprise. Hagoromo. Hamura. He called the brothers by name, his gaze steady. This country will be handed over to you from now on. I hope you can carry this cause forward and treat it well. We will. Hagoromo and Hamura nodded solemnly, their expression serious. We will take care of the country and its people until the day you return, father. Then I can rest easy. You nodded, then shifted the topic, his tone lowering slightly. So, what about your mother? What are your thoughts? He asked while Kagaya was away. Mother. At his words, Hagoromo and Hamura fell silent. For a moment, neither of them knew how to respond. You could read their hesitation without them saying a thing. He could only sigh, a faint weariness passing through his eyes. You've grown up. From now on, do whatever you believe you should do. I have only one request. He looked at the two brothers, his expression turning grave. If one day in the future, you and your mother clash again, I am not asking you to hold back and do nothing. I only hope you don't go too far. Letting her stay peacefully in the palace is enough. There's no need to push things past that. Do you understand what I'm saying? His words were deliberate and heavy, each one landing with intent. He made this arrangement for a reason. In the original path of history, Kagaya's ending had been far too tragic. Defeated by her own children, sealed within the moon, left to endure lonely silence for thousands of years. Even imagining that kind of imprisonment was unbearable. And that was something you could not accept. As his wife, he could accept Kagaya being defeated. But he could not accept her suffering such a miserable fate, especially at the hands of his own two children. Because he understood that outcome, he gave this instruction now, before he left, while his words could still shape what came next. We understand. Meeting Yu's gaze, Hagoromo and Hamura exchanged a brief look, then nodded, giving their promise. Only then did Yu finally breathe out, the tension in his shoulders easing. I want to meet the great toad sage behind you. Before leaving, Yu expressed his desire to meet the great toad sage of Mount Mayaboku. Hagoromo and Hamura naturally did not refuse. They agreed immediately. That night, the great toad sage came to the palace of the land of ancestors to meet Yu. It was the first time Yu had ever seen him. To Yu, the great toad sage felt unusual. On the surface, he looked like an ordinary toad, but his body was massive, and the wisdom in his eyes was unmistakable. Are you the great toad sage? Yu studied him with open curiosity. Yes, your majesty. Facing Yu, the great toad sage spoke respectfully. I heard you wish to see me. Yes. Yu nodded. I heard you possess the ability to foresee the future, so I wanted to ask you something. What will my future be like? Your Majesty's future is something my ability cannot fathom. The great toad sage shook his head. This so-called foresight is only the ability to see countless possibilities in dreams. It is far from true prophecy, and it cannot reveal everything. And in my dreams, your Majesty does not exist. You mean you cannot see my future? Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, thoughtful rather than angry. Yes. The great toad sage nodded. In fact, the future itself is already different from what I once saw. In my dream, your wife should have already been sealed by Hagoromo. But right now, your wife is perfectly fine. She has not been sealed. Hearing that, Yu fell silent, a quiet calculation turning in his mind. The main reason he had wanted to meet the great toad sage was to see what the other could truly do. In the original story, the great toad sage rarely stood in the spotlight, but he played an enormous role at critical moments. Without his guidance, Hagoromo and Hamura could not have grown so quickly, nor gained the power to contend with Kagaya. In the future, without his prophecy, Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, would never have embarked on the journey to find the so-called child of prophecy. You had always been curious about an existence like that, someone with such a subtle presence, yet such deep influence. That was why he insisted on meeting him before leaving. But after seeing him in person, you realized the great toad sage's ability was not as absolute as people imagined. At the very least, for an outsider like you, the great toad sage could not see him at all. In his dreams, you had simply been absent. Regarding Kagaya, I have already given my instructions. You spoke softly, bringing the conversation back to what mattered. From here on, the authority over the God Tree will be transferred to Hagoromo and Hamura. I believe that under their control, the God Tree's growth can be managed reasonably. It won't continue as it did before. Planting the God Tree was still necessary for them. Even Hagoromo and Hamura understood that. But as long as the growth rate was controlled, and the rate at which it plundered natural energy was slowed, many problems could be eased, and the situation would no longer be as tense as it had become. I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty. The great toad sage nodded, then expressed his gratitude with solemn sincerity. The restoration of natural energy in the ninja world was vital for sacred lands like Mount Myaboku. Their very existence relied on natural energy. If the world's natural energy were drained completely, then not only would the world collapse, sacred lands like Mount Myaboku would also crumble and eventually face extinction. That was why the great toad sage had sought out Hagoromo and Hamura in the first place. He had been trying to prevent that ending. I am very interested in Mount Myaboku's senjutsu training. You continued, his tone steady. Can you give me a copy of the secrets recorded within? Obtaining Mount Myaboku's senjutsu inheritance was his second reason for meeting the great toad sage. He already had a version of senjutsu inheritance from Hagoromo and Hamura, summaries they had each compiled themselves. But what they had summarized might not be suitable for him. Their foundations were too high, and the sage modes they eventually trained demanded even higher requirements from the practitioner. You might not be able to meet those conditions. In comparison, the original senjutsu inheritance was more suitable. Because in theory, even an ordinary person could learn it. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's-fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 30, Return. 1227 words. Chapter 30, Return. You did not have much confidence in his own talent. Ordinary sage mode was one thing. There were countless examples, past and future, of people who succeeded. The only difference was how far they could take it. But six-path sage mode was another matter entirely. Aside from the sage of six paths himself, only Naruto had ever possessed it. And even Naruto had not awakened six-path sage mode through training alone. He gained it through something close to a direct transmission of power from the sage of six paths. With that reality in mind, you had no reason to indulge in unrealistic fantasies. So he did not overthink it. He went straight to the great toad sage and asked for the pure, orthodox sage inheritance. The great toad sage agreed readily. His attitude toward you was respectful to the extreme. He did not refuse a single request, accepting everything without hesitation. In truth, there was nothing to refuse. Hagoromo and Hamura had already learned orthodox sage mode. Even if the great toad sage refused, you could still obtain it through them. So asking now was less a negotiation and more a courtesy. After the discussion ended, you invited the great toad sage to rest and personally entertained him with formal hospitality. The great toad sage was almost overwhelmed. The hospitality itself looked ordinary, but the meaning behind it was anything but. Yu status allowed him to represent the entire land of ancestors, and even all of humanity. When you personally received the great toad sage in the name of the daimyo of the land of ancestors, it meant the human world had acknowledged Mount Myaboku's lineage. That acknowledgement carried enormous weight. In the past, although Mount Myaboku had been called a sacred land by some, most people still viewed it as nothing more than a nest of demons, no different from other monsters. But from this day forward, Mount Myaboku's reputation as a sacred land would be firmly established. The great toad sage understood that, which was why he felt so unsettled. After seeing the great toad sage off, Yu returned to the palace and went to find Kaguya. Since her battle with Hagoromo and Hamura, she had returned as agreed, keeping to the palace. Still haven't figured it out. When Yu stepped into the place where she stayed, he saw Kaguya standing alone ahead. His expression softened without him even noticing. In the secluded garden, she stood like a goddess above the world. Her presence was too unique, too striking, leaving an impression that could not be erased. She had been there for a long time. Only when she sensed Yu's arrival did she turn around in silence, her gaze settling on him. Yu walked up, pulled her into his arms, and spoke in a low voice. "I'm leaving." The moment the words fell, the body in his arms trembled slightly, as if a soundless emotion had shaken her from within. Kaguya looked at him, her eyes heavy with reluctance. For her, it was a feeling she could not easily name. Ever since she descended from the heavens into this world, she had been with Yu. Decades had passed without separation. Now that he was about to leave, her heart became tangled, and she did not know what to say. If she were someone else, perhaps she would have reacted differently. But she was Kaguya. She said nothing at first, only watching him in silence. "Can't you stay?" After a long time, she finally spoke, her voice quiet and stubborn. "I don't want you to leave." "I'm afraid not." Yu smiled, gentle and apologetic. "There are things I still need to do. So I have to leave for now." "Then take me with you." Kaguya's eyes did not waver. "I'll go with you." The palace behind her was magnificent, brilliant beyond measure, but if Yu, the person closest to her, was not there, it would be as if everything inside had lost its soul. As for Hagoromo and Hamura, the two of them had already broken her heart the day they chose to strike her first. "I can't take you with me." Yu met her gaze, his expression filled with regret. "But I promise you, I will return as soon as I can. It won't be too long. Trust me. One day, I will come back for you." To Yu, that day might not be far away. To bring his main body across worlds and return here, the points required would be immense. Yu did not know how long it would take to gather them. But as long as he kept moving forward, he would reach that day eventually. After all, the one waiting was Kaguya, and her lifespan was nearly infinite. As long as they continued walking toward each other, they would meet again. Kaguya did not speak. But sorrow appeared clearly in her eyes. She nodded silently and fell into a quiet silence. In the days that followed, Yu set everything aside and formally handed the authority of the land of ancestors over to Hagoromo and Hamura. At the same time, he accompanied Kaguya as they traveled across various parts of the world. They did not travel alone. They brought two children with them. Indra and Ashura. After the confrontation, the mother and son relationship between Kaguya and the Hagoromo brothers would take a long time to mend. But Indra and Ashura were still young. Using their youth to cultivate a bond between grandmother and grandsons was not a bad idea. As it turned out, compared to the present Hagoromo and Hamura, Kaguya had a better impression of Indra and Ashura. With Yu smoothing things over, their time together remained fairly pleasant. But happy moments always pass too quickly. Before they realized it, several months slipped by. When the prompt on the panel in front of him reached the 50-year mark, Yu knew his time was up. "I'm leaving," he whispered softly, smiling at Kaguya in front of him. In the next instant, the world changed. Color drained from everything, stripped away inch by inch, turning the world into black and white. Yu's essence was pulled out, leaving this body behind as he crossed the boundary between worlds and returned to his original self. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in that familiar palace, but somewhere else entirely. Dilapidated houses surrounded him, stirring a feeling that was both familiar and strangely distant. This was his home in Konoha. "I'm back." Standing there, Yu let out a quiet sigh. A strange weakness flooded him. After leaving his previous body, he felt terrifyingly weak now. It was no wonder. No matter how ordinary his previous body had been, it was still the body of an adult. And after being nourished by Kagaya's Karma power, its physical strength had not been weak at all. But his current main body was only an ordinary child, not even 7 years old. Weakness was natural. Of course, that was not the most important thing right now. Let's see what I gained from this trip. Yu sighed inwardly and lowered his gaze to what was in front of him. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Harvest. 1059 words. Chapter 31, Harvest. Your reincarnation has ended. You have established a powerful force and unified all the territories you could see. Force rating, B-. Obtained 5,000 reincarnation points. Through your arduous training, you possess considerable strength. Strength evaluation, D+. Obtained 300 reincarnation points. You have founded a clan. Evaluation complete. You have obtained 6,350 reincarnation points. So it works like this. You stared at the prompt scrolling across the panel, sinking into thought. Before, he had been confused about where reincarnation points even came from. Now it was clear. Everything he did during the reincarnation earned points, but the panel only settled the total after the reincarnation ended. He continued reading. You may choose any ability from your reincarnated body and, by consuming points, apply it to your main body. A new prompt appeared. To you, it was an unexpected and welcome surprise. He looked down at the list of selectable abilities, only to find it embarrassingly short. There were only 3. Otsutsuki Kagaya's Seal, Life Essence, Daimyo of the Land of Ancestors, Spiritual Essence, Daimyo of the Land of Ancestors, ... You fell into deep thought. There was no doubt these were abilities he had personally possessed. The first came from the seal Kagaya had implanted in him. The other 2 came from the reincarnated body itself. Out of the 3, you chose the latter 2 first. Life Essence and Spiritual Essence. One strengthened the body. The other strengthened the spirit. Together, they formed chakra. In other words, these 2 choices would massively increase his chakra reserves, stacking them to the level of an adult's capacity. The price was also surprisingly reasonable. 500 points each. The moment he confirmed the purchase, he felt the change. His muscles tightened with newfound strength. His mind cleared, becoming sharper and more energetic. Compared to before, the chakra in his body was now more than 3 times its previous amount. Still not enough to compare to some people's chakra, but at least I can use a few more ninjutsu now. You were satisfied. This world had plenty of monsters, but most people were still ordinary. With his current chakra, he was already outstanding among the majority. So the next key was? He looked at the remaining option. Kagaya's Seal. Compared to the Life Essence and Spiritual Essence, the seal was extremely expensive. Just purchasing it would cost 3,000 points. If that were all, you would not hesitate. The problem was the risk. This seal had been left to him by Kagaya. In theory, if Kagaya wanted to, she could seize Yu's body at any time and use it as a backup vessel. That was an enormous hidden danger. If it were the Kagaya from the previous world, you would not worry. But there was also a Kagaya in this world. The Kagaya of this world had lived through the ancient era and had been sealed inside the moon by the Sage of 6 Paths, unable to escape. If she sensed the presence of her own seal, she would likely try to seize Yu's body without hesitation just to break free. You did not know whether Kaguyas from different worlds could share the same seal. But as long as there was a risk, he could not gamble. Can I spend points to sever the hidden connection inside this seal? The thought rose, and the panel immediately began calculating. The result came quickly. It was possible. But it was not cheap. Severing the connection between the seal and Kagaya required an additional 1,000 points. Combined with the purchase price, that was 4,000 in total. It really is possible. Yu's eyes flickered. After a brief pause, he made another request. Increase the compatibility between this seal and my body, so my body can adapt to the seal's transformative power. The panel shifted again, and the price rose once more. This time, the total cost became 5,000 points. At that number, Yu no longer hesitated. He bought it. He still had other modifications he wanted, but this was already most of his points. Even if he had more ideas, they were meaningless now. The moment he confirmed, that familiar sensation surged through him. The power of Otsutsuki Kagaya's seal emerged, forming a distinct mark on his palm. A seal mark. The kind only those implanted with a seal would have. In his previous reincarnated body, you had possessed the same thing. But now, it was different. Standing still, you suddenly had a thought. As his mind moved, the mark on his palm began to fade, slowly dissolving until it vanished without a trace. Compared to before, I have a layer of control now. A smile appeared on Yu's face as he felt the changes. Compared to when he had been the daimyo of the land of ancestors, the seal's power on his current body was still weak, since it had only just been implanted. But because the panel had modified it, this seal power belonged entirely to him. He could control it as naturally as his own strength. For example, hiding it inside his body, just like he had done. You could also sense his body undergoing a slow transformation. Every moment, the seal power refined him, pushing him toward a higher level of life. And because the panel had adjusted it, the seal was perfectly compatible. It caused him no harm whatsoever. It was like gaining an extra buff with no drawback. After he adjusted to the changes, he looked back at the panel. Name, Minamikawa Yu. Reincarnations, 0. Reincarnation points, 273. After everything he had just done, his points were nearly drained, leaving only that amount behind. But to you, the most important thing was not the points. It was the reincarnation opportunities. Points could be earned. But reincarnation seemed to require time to accumulate, and the rate was far slower. After one reincarnation, he had no idea how long he would need to wait before he could reincarnate again. Well then, for now, I'll just live properly. Yu smiled, stood up, and opened the door. Fresh air rushed in, filling his lungs, bringing a sensation that felt new. Facing the morning glow, he stepped outside and began a new day. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. Patreon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Orphanage's Peaceful Life. 1115 words. Chapter 32, Orphanage's Peaceful Life. From that day on, Minamikawa Yu returned to a normal routine as a student at the Ninja Academy. But starting then, the people around him clearly felt something had changed. Before his memories awakened, Yu had been quiet to the point of being dull. He rarely spoke to anyone, and he almost never took the initiative to socialize. It was understandable. He was an orphan. For an orphan with no parents to rely on, it was hard to stay bright and cheerful. Someone like Uzumaki Naruto was an exception among exceptions and could not be used as the standard. The current Yu, however, carried himself like a completely different person. Still, the people around him only found it strange for a short while before they stopped caring. He was just an ordinary kid, not some genius from a famous clan. No one would waste time watching him every day. Yu understood that as well, so he did not dwell on the change in himself. A slight shift in personality was nothing. Kids changed quickly. What mattered was that his talent as a ninja could not suddenly jump too much, or he would inevitably draw attention. So for the next stretch of time, he stayed restrained. He blended into the crowd like dust caught in sunlight, neither standing out nor falling behind. One day after class, he did not go home as usual. Instead, he headed somewhere else. This was the Konoha orphanage, where many orphans lived. You're back. How's life at the Ninja Academy? On the way in, many people greeted him. Yu answered each of them with a smile. He had grown up in this orphanage for several years. He was not a stranger here. Many of the children who had once played with him were still living here. Most of the kids who stayed in the orphanage had no talent for being ninja. They would remain as students until they turned 10, then leave to find their own way in the world. For now, though, their lives were steady. Not luxurious, but not miserable either. As he walked deeper in, Yu soon arrived at the director's office. Director! He entered holding a bouquet of fresh flowers and nodded respectfully to the old man inside. An elderly man sat behind the desk. When he saw Yu, a warm smile spread across his face. Yu! It really has been a long time. He was the orphanage director. To the children who had lived here, he was like a father. And now, he was nearing the age when he should retire. Yu knew that, so he had come specifically to see the old director off. How is life at the Ninja Academy? Have you adjusted? The old director looked at him with concern. Is anyone giving you trouble? You answered every question with a smile, showing no impatience. He knew the old man meant well. He was not prying, only worrying whether you was doing all right. Not everyone could adapt to the ninja academy. Becoming a ninja was a path to rise in status, but it was also harsh and dangerous. Many children from the orphanage had chosen that road, yet few ended well. With those examples in mind, the old director could not help but worry. Ah, about that. You smiled. Please don't worry. I'm fine. The path to becoming a ninja is difficult, but I can handle it. There's no problem. That's good. The old director let out a breath, then smiled again. As expected of a descendant of ninja. You really are more suited to being a ninja than the others. A descendant of ninja is still just a person. You replied softly. They don't automatically have more than anyone else. Whether someone is suited to be a ninja depends on talent and will, not birth. That's true. The old director chuckled. It's just that compared to the others, you're always the one who puts me most at ease. He sighed, then grew a little sentimental. Time passes too quickly. I still remember when you were only 3 or 4. In the blink of an eye, I'm about to leave this place and retire. He looked at you. Before I retire, is there anything you need me to do? I'm old, and I'm not some powerful ninja, but over the years I've gotten to know quite a few people. If you run into trouble, I might be able to help. You thought for a moment, then spoke. Actually, there is something I need your help with. I want to learn medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu? Surprise flashed across the old director's face. Yes. You nodded. The longer I stay at the Ninja Academy, the more I feel my own limitations. Compared to going to the battlefield to kill people, I prefer treating injuries and saving lives. So I want to learn medical ninjutsu and enter Konoha Hospital in the future, to become a medical ninja. Not wanting to kill was only an excuse. Deep down, you truly did not enjoy killing, but it was not to the point that he could not be a ninja. He said it because he wanted to avoid the battlefield that was coming. The atmosphere in the ninja world already felt wrong. War could break out at any time. When that happened, even if you was not yet an official ninja and was only a student, he would likely be dragged onto the battlefield. He needed a way to avoid that risk. And that required a strategy. Becoming a medical ninja was the most ideal path. Compared to ordinary ninja, medical ninja held higher status, and their value on the battlefield was greater. Ordinary ninja had to fight on the front lines. Most medical ninja only needed to stay in the rear and treat the wounded. The risk was much lower, while the benefits could be far greater. Most importantly, medical ninjutsu was also something you excelled at. During those 50 years of reincarnation, he had not been idle. Beyond managing state affairs, he had studied and mastered many forms of chakra application. And among all ninjutsu, the one he had focused on most was medical ninjutsu. To extend his life and preserve his condition, he had learned it deeply and mastered it thoroughly. In theory, with his current level, it would not be impossible for him to walk straight into Konoha Hospital and serve as a medical ninja. But having the skill was one thing. Showing it openly was another. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Ayakushi Nonu. 1052 words. Chapter 33, Ayakushi Nonu. Medical ninjutsu was an excellent path, but if you wanted to use it openly, he needed a way to justify where he learned it. Otherwise, if a Ninja Academy student suddenly displayed refined medical ninjutsu and someone noticed something off, he could be labeled a spy on the spot. So to make his skill believable, he needed the right source and the right teacher. Medical ninjutsu. After hearing Yu's request, the old director suddenly smiled. That's perfect. Come with me. He stood and gestured for Yu to follow. Yu trailed behind him into another office. A woman's voice came from inside. Please come in. A moment later, the sliding door opened with a soft sound. Miss Nono, sorry for the interruption. The old director greeted the woman with a smile. Yu followed his gaze. A woman sat upright behind the desk. She wore a grey robe and looked to be in her 20s, focused on paperwork. Her features were not striking, only delicate, yet there was something about her presence that felt quietly unusual. No. Yu's heart stirred. Could it be her? Yakushi Nono, a member of Konoha's ANBU who had once served en route, a spy who moved between factions to gather intelligence for the village. From what Yu knew, she had also worked at the orphanage before. As director, she had once come into conflict with Danzo and Root. The tragedy that later involved Yakushi Kabuto also traced back to this. Of course, that was all in the future. Right now, Yakushi Nono was simply a ninja who had retired from ANBU and was preparing to take over as the orphanage director. Ms. Nono. The old director's attitude remained respectful. I'm not here on official business. I just have a favor to ask. Please, go ahead, Mr. Soreno. Nono's expression was gentle as she spoke, and she motioned for him not to stand on ceremony. You're my senior. If you need something, just say so. It's about this child. Sawano's tone stayed respectful. I watched him grow up here. He's currently attending the Ninja Academy. He briefly explained Yu's situation and then described his goal. Oh. Nono looked at Yu, surprise flickering across her face. You want to become a medical ninja? That's quite rare. There were plenty of students at the Ninja Academy, and most of them aimed to become powerful combat ninja. It was not unheard of to pursue medical work, but it was uncommon. Compared to an ordinary ninja, the path of a medical ninja is much harder. She fixed her eyes on Yu, serious. Are you prepared? Yes. Yu nodded without hesitation. The path might be harder than the one most ninja choose, but being able to devote myself to something I love is also a kind of happiness. So I hope you can help me, Sister Nono. His expression was sincere, carrying the innocent smile unique to children, the kind that naturally soften people's hearts. Nono looked at him, and a smile appeared as well. All right. Then stay here. I just arrived and I'm about to take over as director. If you have time, you can come often. My medical ninjutsu may not be at the very top, but guiding a beginner like you will not be a problem. In truth, Nono was being modest. Her medical ninjutsu might not be the best in the entire ninja world, but it was far beyond what ordinary people could match. In Konoha alone, she was stronger than the vast majority. Thank you, Sister Nono. Yu's face brightened immediately. From that day on, Yu visited the orphanage far more often than before. After classes at the Ninja Academy, whenever he had time, he would come here to find Nono. On the surface, it was to learn medical ninjutsu from her. And naturally, when he was here, he also helped with chores around the orphanage whenever he could. Your talent for medical ninjutsu is outstanding. Inside the orphanage, Nono looked at Yu, surprise on her face once again. It's better than most people I've ever seen. And your chakra control is rare. For a medical ninja, the most important thing was not the amount of chakra, but control. With enough precision, a ninja could perform countless delicate operations that others could not. In that regard, Yu was exceptional. His chakra manipulation was steady and subtle, allowing him to do fine work with ease. And that was exactly what a medical ninja needed. Yu reached out and gently placed a hand on an injured squirrel. As his chakra flowed, the wound began to close little by little, and the animal's condition visibly improved. Watching that, Nono's eyes filled with admiration. It's only because you teach well, director. Yu smiled up at her. If it were just me, no matter how hard I worked, I couldn't reach this level so quickly. As he spoke, he glanced into the distance. A group of children were shouting and laughing, chasing one another through the yard. What are you looking at? Nono asked. Their lives. Yu's voice softened. If you really think about it, being able to let go of everything and live as carefree as they do wouldn't be so bad. Living in this world, people are always burdened by something. Nono shook her head. How could anyone truly be carefree? She looked at Yu, her tone calm. Just like you, Yu. You smile a lot, but you must be carrying things in your heart too. Nono was an outstanding spy who had traveled between different factions. After spending enough time together, she could naturally sense what was beneath the surface. Still, she did not press the matter. After all, on the surface, Yu was only a 7-year-old child. Even if he had worries, how heavy could they be? Aren't you the same, director? Yu smiled. If we're talking about burdens, you don't have fewer than I do. That's the trouble of being an adult. Nono did not deny it. She only reached out and patted his head. But those are adult troubles. They have nothing to do with you, who are still a child. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, Applying for Graduation. 1098 words. Chapter 34, Applying for Graduation. Under Nono's guidance, Yu's medical ninjutsu improved at a startling pace. Of course, that was only on the surface. In truth, his level had not suddenly grown. He was simply revealing his foundation little by little. And because he controlled the pace carefully, it created the illusion of rapid progress. That said, there was genuine improvement as well. Medical ninjutsu in the land of ancestors had developed quickly, but it had only been refined for a few decades at most. The ninja world, meanwhile, had accumulated techniques for thousands of years. After such a long history, its ninjutsu system was bound to surpass the land of ancestors in many ways. So from Nono, Yu truly learned a great deal. That day, he went to the orphanage as usual and began treating the children's minor injuries. There were many kids in the orphanage, and with how rowdy they were, scrapes and bruises were inevitable. In the past, no one paid much attention to those little wounds. Now, they were perfect practice. It's all better now. After healing one child's injury, Yu smiled and reminded them, be more careful next time. Don't get hurt again. Thank you. The child's face lit up with gratitude, the earlier pain already forgotten. Yu remained where he was, then turned his eyes toward the director's office in the distance, sinking into thought. The director left again. A guess surfaced in his mind. Was she sent out on a mission again? As the orphanage director, Nono often left to handle various matters. On the surface, it was official work. In reality, it was missions. Yu had never asked what those missions were. But recently, her departures had become more frequent. At the same time, the atmosphere in the village and across the ninja world felt increasingly tense. Thinking of the rumors he had heard lately, Yu could not help letting out a quiet sigh. It seems it's time to leave the ninja academy. The thought formed clearly. If the ninja world was sliding toward danger, then staying in the academy any longer would only increase his risk. If he wanted to protect himself, the best choice was to graduate as soon as possible. The next day, he returned to the academy. In front of the other students, he approached his instructor and made his request. Yu, have you thought this through? The middle-aged man wore a flak jacket, his expression serious as he looked down at Yu. At your age, applying for graduation now is still pushing it. Staying in the academy for a few more years would be more appropriate. Teacher Akia, I've made up my mind. Yu smiled, calm and steady. If I stay in the academy, there isn't much more I can learn. It's time for me to leave and contribute more to the village. This is what I want. I hope you can agree. Since you're that determined. Akia let out a breath. Then come with me. Yu followed behind him, respectful and composed. Only then did the surrounding students react. That guy is applying for early graduation. Isn't he only in his second year? Shock spread through the crowd as classmates exchanged looks, unsure what to say. Not long after, Yu stepped onto a training field. Graduating from the academy was not actually difficult. A student only needed to meet the standards for a handful of basic techniques. After all, even after graduation, they were only genin. Genin were expected to have the basics. A few fundamental jutsu, plus taijutsu at an acceptable level, was enough. The requirements were not supposed to be high. However, because Yu was applying early, an extra practical combat test had been added. He had to defeat a designated opponent to pass and officially graduate. As expected, Yu cleared the earlier evaluations quickly. The final practical test, though, caught him slightly off guard. Not because of the test itself. Because of who was standing across from him. His opponent was a boy in his early teens. A fan crest marked his clothes, clearly identifying him as a member of the Ucha. Goggles rested on his head, and a familiar goofy grin sat on his face, making his identity obvious at a glance. Ucha Obito. Yu looked at him, genuinely surprised. So he was the one assigned to test me? Ucha Obito, one of the future figures who would shake the entire ninja world. Right now, he was still a student at the Ninja Academy. Judging by his age, he should be in his 6th year, close to graduating. In strength and age, he was a suitable opponent for Yu's practical test. Yu was only 7, an orphan with no clan background. Assigning a Chunin-level opponent would obviously be excessive. Obito was just right. He was 12, and unless something unexpected happened, he would graduate this year. Even if he was mocked as the Ucher's embarrassment and the dead last of his class, he still had the standard strength of a genin. Having him test you fit in every way. Are you my opponent for the practical test? You walked forward. Obito laughed, pointing at himself with confidence. That's right. Since this great one is in a good mood, you'd better surrender quickly. You must be Senior Obito. You did not take offense. He simply smiled. I didn't expect to meet you here, Senior. You know me. Obito blinked, surprised. How come I don't remember you at all? He did not have many friends. If they had met before, he should have remembered. Yet no matter how he tried, he could not find any memory of the boy in front of him. It was a chance encounter. You answered casually. Once, when I was walking along the road, I saw you help an elderly lady cross the street. It left a strong impression. You seem like a very kind-hearted person, Senior. Is that so? Obito's ears seemed to heat up. He scratched his head, suddenly embarrassed. But as he looked at you, he also found the kid strangely pleasing. You think I'm pretty good too, right? Then he puffed out his chest, confidence returning in an instant. Since you're so likable, I'll go easy on you. I'll make sure you don't get hurt. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, and he burst into laughter right there on the training field. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. Patreon.com's FanficLord03. Join our Discord community for updates and events. https://discord.gg/mntqcdprz9. Chapter 35, Duel with Obito. 1079 words. Chapter 35, Duel with Obito. Watching Obito suddenly burst into laughter without warning, you could only shake his head inwardly. He had known for a long time that Obito was like this, loud and full of energy, but seeing it in person still felt a little unreal. If you had not known the full story, he would never have imagined what Obito would become later. So, please give me some guidance, Senior. You loosened his ninja tool pouch, drew a kunai, and faced Obito head-on. I will not go easy on you. Obito shouted and charged forward. You watched him closely, showing nothing on his face as he retreated in silence. Take this. Obito lunged in and threw a punch, putting his weight into it. The strike cut through the air. It missed. At the last instant, Yu's figure blurred into an afterimage and vanished from where he had been standing. It's the body flicker technique. A startled voice came from the side. Teacher Akia stared at Yu, surprise flashing across his face. A body flicker at this level is truly rare. Academy students were ninja in training, but the techniques they mastered were limited. The body flicker technique was considered basic, something nearly every student was expected to learn. Even so, to execute it as cleanly as you had just done was uncommon. Not just for genin. Even some chunin could not handle it with that kind of precision. Unsurprisingly, Obito immediately fell into a disadvantage. By academy standards, his combat ability was not bad at all. If anything, he resembled the Uzumaki Naruto of later years, someone whose practical fighting sense was decent, but whose theory was terrible. In pure combat ability, Obito was already at a standard genin level. Among genin, he could even be called good. Unfortunately, in front of you, those strengths meant nothing. His basic techniques are rough, but his taijutsu is solid. Standing behind Obito, you assessed him calmly. If it is only this level, dealing with him is not difficult. You stepped in, his hand thrusting forward. The kunai in his grip stabbed straight ahead. You fell for it. Obito's excited voice rang out from in front of him. At some point, Obito had already turned around, clearly waiting for this opening so he could counterattack. The next instant, he lunged into Yu's space and brought his strike down hard. Bang! A loud impact echoed across the training field. The exchange looked fierce, almost evenly matched. The fight looks intense. Teacher Akia shook his head. Unfortunately, the gap is simply too big. When he said the gap was too big, he was not talking about you. He was talking about Obito. To someone like Akia, it was obvious at a glance. Yu's level was far above Obito's. The reason the duel looked so heated was simple. Yu was deliberately making it look that way. If he wanted to, Obito would not even have time to react. He would be defeated instantly. Interesting. On the raised platform, a middle-aged man watched the match below, a faint smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He looked to be around 50, his posture steady and imposing. Is he being considerate of the other boy's pride? Or is he doing it for another reason? When teacher Akia noticed who it was, his expression changed on the spot. Third Hokage-sama. He stepped forward quickly and bowed. I did not expect you to come. Ha ha, Akia, there's no need to be so formal. The third Hokage waved it off with a gentle smile. I happened to be passing by, so I came to watch for a bit. Do not mind me. Continue as usual. With Yu's current status, it was not enough to summon the third Hokage here on purpose. He truly had just been nearby. The third Hokage watched for a moment, then shook his head slightly. I thought he might be a genius like Kakashi, but he still falls short. A few years ago, Kakashi had also applied for early graduation. Back then, the third Hokage had watched as well. From his perspective, compared to Kakashi at that time, Yu was still far behind. Aside from a refined body flicker and solid taijutsu, there did not seem to be much else worth praising. Still, it could also be that his opponent is too weak to force out more. The third Hokage looked down, murmuring to himself. A ninja's performance depended not only on their own ability, but also on the strength of the person they faced. If the opponent was weak, then winning with only basic techniques was natural. Everyone could tell Yu was holding back. But there were still people cheering for Obito as if the outcome were uncertain. Obito, keep going. In the crowd not far away, a girl called out loudly. It was Rin Nohara, one of Obito's few close friends at the academy. Beside her stood a boy with half his face covered. Kakashi Hatake. Both Kakashi and Rin were Obito's friends. In rank, Rin and Obito were still academy students, while Kakashi was already a chunin. The difference sounded ridiculous. Yet they were bonds formed in the academy, and they had never really faded. Recently, because of certain rumors spreading outside, Kakashi had been in a foul mood. Rin had dragged him here to watch the duel and cheer Obito on. While Rin shouted encouragement, Kakashi frowned. The opponent is far stronger than Obito. He saw Yu's restraint immediately and shook his head. This is a waste of time. In Kakashi's eyes, if Yu truly wanted to, he could end the match at any moment. Dragging it out like this was meaningless. Hey, Kakashi, do not say that. Rin smiled, unbothered. Obito is working really hard too. He probably thinks Obito is a good opponent, so he is doing this. Rin. Hearing her voice, Obito was instantly fired up. His momentum surged as if he had found new strength. Unfortunately, willpower could not fully make up for what his body lacked. Senior Obito, you should rest. Yu smiled gently. If this keeps going, you will strain yourself. In the next moment, Yu moved. He hooked Obito's balance at a strange angle, tripping him cleanly. Before Obito could recover, Yu's kunai flashed forward and stopped precisely against Obito's throat. The winner, my Namikawa Yu. Check out my Patreon for 50 advanced chapters on all my fanfics. Patreon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 36, Inquiry. 1133 words. Chapter 36, Inquiry. It's only because I got careless just now and failed to dodge that attack. Otherwise, I definitely would have won this time. Even after the winner was announced, Obito was still fuming. Damn it, I actually embarrassed myself in front of Rin. Not at all. Rin smiled at him brightly. Obito-kun, you were amazing just now. I honestly did not expect you to be that good. Ah, really? Obito's face flushed instantly. Ha ha ha, of course. As expected, I'm still very strong. At that moment, he could not help feeling secretly grateful. He was not actually an idiot. He could tell Yu's level was far above his, and the only reason the fight had dragged on was because Yu had been holding back. Still, that was fine. If he had been cleanly defeated in an instant by a junior much younger than him, it would have been unbearably humiliating. A loss was still a loss, but at least this way, he had kept a little face and it did not look too ugly. Thank goodness, thank goodness. As that thought surfaced, Obito's mood improved, and he also found himself feeling a bit more goodwill toward the boy he had only just met. Idiot. Kakashi's face remained expressionless, his eyes calm and distant, as if nothing in the world could stir a ripple. I've been telling you for a long time to work harder, but you let it go in one ear and out the other. With your strength, what are you going to do when you end up on the battlefield later? The people in the village might go easy on you. Ninja from enemy lands will not. After throwing out those words, Kakashi turned and left, leaving Obito and Rin standing there, momentarily stunned. Kakashi! Only after a beat did Obito's furious shout finally rise from where he stood. You jerk! The exchange between Kakashi and Obito was only a brief interlude. On the other side, after defeating Obito, Yu looked at Akia. Teacher Akia, have I passed the assessment? Of course. Akia nodded, smiling. You did very well. Yu's strength was far beyond what Akia had expected. It was hard to pin down the exact level, but it was certainly well above an ordinary genin. Since he had this ability, there was no harm in letting him graduate early. But before that, there were still a few things that needed to be handled. Come with me. Akia spoke and led Yu aside. Yu did not think much of it, assuming it was just paperwork and formalities. However, once they reached the side, he realized it was nothing like what he had expected. Hokuji-sama. Seeing the middle-aged man standing there, kind-faced and still in his prime, Yu froze for an instant before reacting. He lowered his head respectfully and saluted. The person in front of him was none other than Hiruzen. Ha ha, no need to be so polite. Hiruzen looked at Yu and laughed, the warmth in his smile unforced. You are Yu, right? Only 7 years old this year. After receiving confirmation, he sighed again. To have this kind of strength at only 7 years old is truly remarkable. Hokuji-sama, you flatter me. Yu bowed his head and spoke respectfully. Where the fallen leaves dance, new leaves will always sprout. That is an inevitable truth. I owe what I have to your guidance. His face was full of gratitude as he recited maxims he had memorized back when he lived in the orphanage. Ha 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 ha. As expected, appreciation showed on Hiruzen's face. There were far too few people in Konoha who were good with words. Most ninja sharpened their killing skills until everything else became blunt. And someone like Yu, who praised others so naturally the moment he met them, was rarer still. More importantly, he was only 7. What bad intentions could a child that young possibly have? Children at that age usually could not keep secrets, so what they said was assumed to be honest. Especially with Yu's sincere expression, it was hard to imagine he was pretending. Hiruzen believed him, and his impression of Yu grew even better. Still, as Hokuji, he instinctively wanted to probe a little deeper. So he asked, in that test just now, you could have ended it quickly. Why did you drag it out for so long? It was a question, but it was also a test. From Yu's answer, Hiruzen could better glimpse his temperament and understand what kind of person he was. Obito-senpai is a good person. Facing Hiruzen's inquiry, Yu smiled. I could tell he really likes that girl. If he lost too badly in front of the person he likes, it would probably cause Obito-senpai a lot of trouble. So it was not to hide anything. It was to keep him from losing face in front of the girl he likes. Hiruzen was a little surprised. This child is unexpectedly considerate and gentle. At the same time, the evaluation in his heart rose again. No matter what, someone who understood others and was willing to save face for them was always easier to like. Hiruzen was no exception. He looked at Yu again, his gaze now much softer than before. Starting today, you are a true ninja. He took a forehead protector from an attendant nearby and personally handed it to Yu. However, since it is not yet the usual time for academy graduation, your assignment will take some time to be finalized. After graduating, most students were placed into 3-person teams led by a jonin. They would take missions, sharpen their skills, and serve under their leader to complete village requests. If you had graduated normally, he would follow that process as well. But right now, that was not possible. There was no suitable team for him to join. So, for the moment, he would either remain idle or be placed into an understaffed unit as an extra member. Hokuji-sama, I want to join Konoha Hospital. Yu's expression remained respectful. To be honest, I have always been interested in medical ninjutsu. Under Director Yakushi Nono's guidance, I have been practicing it as well. If possible, I hope to become a doctor and enter Konoha Hospital to treat patients. The reason Yu had pushed for early graduation was not to become expendable manpower in some random squad. From the beginning, his plan had been to find a way into Konoha Hospital and secure a position there. Now that the Hokuji himself was here, there was naturally no need to struggle. He could simply state his request directly. Oh. Hiruzen was somewhat surprised by Yu's choice. Check out my Patreon for 50 advanced chapters on all my fanfics. Patreon.com's Fanfic Lord 03. Chapter 37, The War Begins. 1141 words. Chapter 37, The War Begins. You chose to become a medical ninja instead of a regular ninja? That is a very good choice. Hiruzen pondered for a moment before nodding. Honestly, it is probably for the best. At least for a child your age, Konoha Hospital is far more suitable than the battlefield. As he spoke, his gaze rested on Yu's youthful face. Yes. Thank you, Hokuji-sama. Yu bowed respectfully, then backed away in an orderly manner. After returning home, he rested for a few days. Once Konoha Hospital's letter of appointment arrived, he reported immediately. The hospital itself was ordinary, with nothing particularly strange about it. After stepping inside, Yu quickly realized something else. Even in Konoha Hospital, not everyone was a medical ninja. Aside from a small portion of staff who could use medical ninjutsu, the majority were still ordinary people. From that alone, it was clear that even in Konoha, medical ninja were relatively rare. They were a small minority. Even the hospital could not afford the luxury of assigning medical ninja everywhere. The moment Yu arrived, he was quickly welcomed by the people around him. Part of it was because of his age. At only 7, he was easily the youngest medical staff member in the entire hospital. On top of that, most of the staff were women, so a boy like him naturally drew a lot of attention. The other part was his skill. As mentioned before, Yu's medical ninjutsu was very solid. It was not at the very top, but within Konoha Hospital, he could still be considered one of the better ones. In a place like this, ability mattered. People judged by results. In just over a month, Yu had fully blended into the rhythm of the hospital. Hey, you are Rin-senpai, right? That day, Yu came to work as usual, only to see a familiar figure. Rin had come to the hospital. Yu greeted her first, his tone polite. Rin-senpai. You are. Rin stared at him in surprise, then only recognized him after a moment. It's you? Rin-senpai, is something troubling you? Yu asked. If you need medicine, I can prepare it for you right away. It's not for me. As soon as she said it, Rin looked a little embarrassed. She hesitated, then finally explained why she had come. The injured person was not her, but Obito. Recently, Obito had gotten into a conflict with some people and fought them without permission. In the end, it was a mutual loss. His opponent suffered, but Obito was injured as well. And the reason he got into the conflict was because of Kakashi. Not long ago, something major had happened in Konoha. Kakashi's father, the famous White Fang of Konoha, had suddenly committed suicide at home. For a ninja, dying like that was undoubtedly seen as disgraceful. When the news spread, rumors exploded across the village. Even if he seemed less prominent in later generations, in this era the White Fang's reputation was at its peak. He was an existence comparable to the Sannin. The impact of someone like that taking his own life was enormous. Some people began to slander and defame him in secret. Obito could not stand hearing them insult his friend, so he argued with them, and things escalated into a fight. That was how he ended up injured. So that is what happened. After hearing Rin's explanation, Yu could not help smiling faintly. Obito-senpai really is passionate. Whatever he would become later, right now, before any corruption, Obito was still a hot-blooded youth. A person like that, someone who could not tolerate his friend being slandered, doing something like this was not strange at all. But Kakashi-senpai? Thinking of Kakashi, Yu let out a quiet sigh. He genuinely did not know how to comment. He must be very sad right now. Yes. Rin nodded. After I drop off Obito's medicine, I plan to go see Kakashi. I hope all of you seniors recover soon. Yu spoke softly. I have the medicine prepared. Rin-senpai, please take it and use it. If you need anything else later, just come find me. Thank you for the trouble, then. Rin nodded, said goodbye, and left. After she walked away, Yu watched her retreating figure and let out a deep sigh. War was about to begin. The longer Yu stayed in Konoha Hospital, the more clearly he felt the change. As days passed, the atmosphere throughout Konoha grew tighter and tighter, like a rope being pulled to its limit. Everything seemed to be shifting, little by little. Then, at a certain moment, the war finally erupted. At first, the conflict ignited between the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning. Because of unresolved grievances from the previous Great Ninja War, there had always been friction between the two sides. This time, the clashes escalated, and both sides deployed large forces to the border. But just as the larger war was about to explode, a major event overturned the situation. The third Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage, suddenly disappeared on the battlefield. That single disappearance caused the entire front to change in an instant. After the Land of Lightning received the news, they immediately sent troops toward Sunagakure, triggering a chain reaction that spread outward. Thus, the Third Great Ninja War began. Relax. Inside Konoha Hospital, you stood in front of a young man and placed one hand on his chest. A thin stream of chakra flowed into the patient's body. Under Yu's precise control, it quickly stabilized the internal injuries and maintained the man's vital signs. With Yu's ability, instantly restoring someone to perfect health was impossible. Even if he could force it, the chakra cost would be unbearable. That was why, as a medical ninja, his priority was not miracles. It was survival. Keep the patient alive, stop the bleeding, stabilize the condition, and prevent death from injuries. Being able to do that already made him an excellent medical ninja. After finishing treatment on the newly delivered patient, a woman approached and advised him, "You, go rest. You've been working for a long time. If you keep going like this, it will be bad for your health." "Yes. I'll leave things here to you, then." Yu nodded and stepped away. After leaving the hospital, the exhaustion on his face faded, and his gaze turned forward. The war is getting more intense. Looking at the busy crowds, that thought surfaced again. Based on what he had been seeing lately, the number of injured being transported to the hospital had increased sharply. That could only mean one thing. The fighting on the front lines was brutal, and the intensity was still rising. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 38, The Depressed Kakashi. 1171 words. Chapter 38, The Depressed Kakashi. Not long after the war began, the pressure on Konoha's side increased sharply. Before long, even the students of the Ninja Academy were conscripted and sent to the battlefield. By this point, even though Namikawa Yu was a medical ninja working under Konoha Hospital, he could not remain untouched by the tide of war. He accepted the draft and headed to the front lines. He was not particularly surprised. He had expected this a long time ago. The risks were still generally controllable. After all, even on the front lines, as long as he remained medical personnel, he would basically stay within the camp. He would not need to rush out to fight and kill the enemy. There was still a reasonable guarantee of safety. It was not completely safe, of course, but it was far better than what ordinary ninja faced. The day before he left, Yu made a special trip to the orphanage to say goodbye to Nono. Unfortunately, within the spacious orphanage, Nono was nowhere to be seen, and there was no telling where she had gone. At first, Yu was disappointed, but he quickly felt relieved. The war between nations was only growing more intense. In this situation, as an Ambu elite, Nono would naturally not be idle. Her missions were probably heavy, and her movements uncertain. More importantly, within Anbu, that elder known as the Darkness of Konoha, Danzo, was likely watching her closely right now. Since Nono was missing, Yu did not force the matter. He abandoned his original plan and chose to leave. The next day, he arrived at the front lines between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, officially becoming a field doctor. "Are you my Namikawa Yu?" Inside the field medical division, a middle-aged man in a white robe stared at Yu with a serious expression, his eyes filled with skepticism. It was not discrimination. It was simply age. Even with his age increasing, the 8-year-old Yu still did not look reliable at first glance. Even though the ninja world produced young geniuses, this kind of doubt was unavoidable. "Yes. I am my Namikawa Yu." Facing the man's suspicion, Yu only smiled, polite and gentle from start to finish. "Is there anything you need me to do?" "Come with me first." The man sighed. "The workload here is heavy." At this point, regardless of Yu's actual skill, they had to use him. Once he stepped into the medical division, grief and pain filled the air. Wounded soldiers lay everywhere, including many missing limbs. All of them had suffered severe injuries on the battlefield. Yu entered with a calm expression and immediately shifted into work mode. For someone who had already spent time working in Konoha Hospital, this environment was not shocking. He had long since adapted. While busy treating the wounded, he also carried out his own quiet maneuvers. "Relax." A wounded man lay in front of him, eyes wide open, trembling as if the pain might tear him apart. Yu's expression remained steady. He placed a hand on the man's body, and with a light stroke, he calmed him down with ease. "What did you do?" someone nearby asked, curiosity written all over their face. "A small trick I developed myself. It helps people fall asleep more easily." Yu spoke softly. In a short time, he can forget the pain and enter a dream. As long as no one shakes him too violently, he won't wake up. Hearing that, the eyes of those around him lit up. A technique that could easily put someone to sleep had real value. Not only could it ease the pain of the wounded by letting them sink into deep sleep, it also made it much easier for the medical staff. Patients who slept did not struggle, scream, or resist treatment. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was paying attention, Yu reached out and pressed a hand against the wounded man's chest. As he did, the chakra inside the man's body began to drain slowly, absorbed into Yu and stored within him. Chakra absorption technique. Purely in terms of medical ninjutsu, the Land of Ancestors might not have matched later generations, but in other fields, its development far surpassed them. Especially in methods related to absorbing and storing chakra. To nourish the god tree and meet countless demands, the Land of Ancestors had advanced at an astonishing pace in these two areas. As the daimyo of the Land of Ancestors, Yu naturally understood those methods deeply. This chakra absorption technique was something he had developed using the full power of the Land of Ancestors. Using it, he could extract chakra from others without harming their health and store it as a reserve. That reserve could then be used for ninjutsu or for other needs. Back in Konoha Hospital, the number of ninja was small, and most had very limited chakra. Yu had not acted much there. But now was different. Here, wounded soldiers were everywhere, and most of them were ninja. As long as he used his method to put them to sleep, he could absorb chakra openly from their bodies without being discovered at all. For Yu, it was the perfect environment. Day after day, life repeated itself in the same brutal rhythm. Until one day, a wounded soldier was delivered from the front lines, and Yu's attention shifted. That wounded soldier's name was Kakashi. Inside a quiet tent, Kakashi jolted awake from a nightmare. He stared at his hands in horror, as if he could still see blood stains clinging to his skin. Fear and unease flickered in his eyes. "You're awake." A voice came from the side. Kakashi looked up and saw a young boy walking in from outside, staring at him calmly. "I wasn't completely sure when I first saw your name earlier. Now it's confirmed. We meet again, Kakashi-senpai." "You are?" Kakashi stared at Yu for a long time before his memory caught up. "You're the one who fought Obito that day." He said it subconsciously, but the moment Obito's name left his mouth, he fell silent. The memory surged up, one after another, and he could not calm down. "I heard about what happened to Obito-senpai and Rin-senpai." Yu sighed softly. That is how it is on the battlefield. Someone alive one moment can become a cold corpse the next. Maybe that really is the fate of a ninja. His voice remained gentle. "But I think that if Obito-senpai and the others were still alive, they probably wouldn't want you to grieve like this." Yu's tone was soft, like a light breeze passing through the tent, carrying a faint warmth with it. At the bedside, Kakashi said nothing. He only sat there in silence. In his left eye, a crimson Sharingan was quietly visible, and a strange chakra was diffusing from it. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 39, The Law of Reincarnation. Point growth. 1126 words. Chapter 39, The Law of Reincarnation. Point growth. The Sharingan really is something else. As he gazed at Kakashi's Sharingan, Minamikawa Yu could not help sighing to himself. In the ninja world, the power of a bloodline limit was beyond question. Even if a shinobi with a bloodline did nothing special and simply grew up naturally, their potential strength could still surpass many who trained their entire lives. Within Konoha, the Sharingan's reputation was even more legendary. Or rather, in this world, anyone who possessed a dojutsu was essentially dangerous. Their strength exceeded that of most ordinary bloodline limits by a wide margin. Naruto's era was even jokingly called the Legend of Eyes. That alone said everything about how terrifying dojutsu could be. If possible, when I reincarnate next time, I should find a way to enter a clan with a powerful bloodline. Walking along the road, Yu's gaze deepened. If I can do that, I can inherit a bloodline later. That is absolutely a viable path. The power of the Otsutsuki was unquestionable. Even the thin traces of their blood that remained in this world were already absurdly strong, far beyond ordinary mortals. Having personally experienced the power of both Kagaya and Hagoromo, you naturally had designs on the Otsutsuki bloodline. If I had enough reincarnation points to return to that previous world and consume that ripened chakra fruit, that might be the best method. Thoughts churned in his mind. But I'm short on points right now. For the time being, I'll have to find another way. Besides, even if two people eat the same chakra fruit, the outcome depends on their foundation. Even if both consumed a chakra fruit, the effect on an ordinary mortal would obviously be different from the effect on people like the Hagoromo brothers, who were already close to pure-blooded Otsutsuki. No matter how he looked at it, you needed to strengthen his main body first. Ideally, he would obtain an Otsutsuki body before saving enough points to travel back to that world. Only then could he draw out the best results from the God Tree's fruit, just as Kagaya had back then. Besides consuming the God Tree's fruit, there's another way to obtain an Otsutsuki body. Yu's eyes flickered. The Senju and Ucha each inherited part of Hagoromo's power. If I combine Indra and Ashura's power and use the right method, I can theoretically obtain a portion of Hagoromo's power. That is the so-called Rinnegan. Combining Indra and Ashura was one of the most reliable ways to awaken the Rinnegan in this world. That path had already been proven once before. With Madara as a precedent, there should not be too many problems in theory. If he could reach that stage, he could already be considered to possess a six paths body, a higher level of Otsutsuki body. Of course, for an ordinary person, doing that was nearly impossible. Setting aside the method of combining Indra and Ashura, simply obtaining their chakra was already a massive obstacle. However, for Yu, that difficulty was somewhat smaller. For him, the identities of Indra and Ashura's reincarnations were practically an open secret. Hashirama cells? He glanced at an ancient tree in the distance, thoughts racing. First, I'll find a way to get my hands on those and integrate them into my body. Then I'll find a way to obtain Indra's chakra. Trying to graft Hashirama cells into the body was extremely dangerous for ordinary people. But Yu had confidence. Because his reincarnation panel possessed exactly that kind of capability. As long as something became his, he could spend reincarnation points to refine and modify it, making it better suited to his body. The karma from before had worked like that. Hashirama cells should be no different. While thinking about reincarnation points, you also noticed something interesting. The growth rate of his reincarnation point seemed to have accelerated. After leaving a reincarnation, his points still increased, though at a very slow pace. Recently, however, the rate had clearly picked up. Recalling what he had been doing lately, you could not help arriving at a conclusion. Kakashi Hatake. He murmured, something similar happened when I was in contact with Obito before. I thought it was a coincidence back then. Now it looks like a mechanism. He suspected it was related to influence. As he came into contact with characters who carried a significant portion of the original story's fate, their destinies would be affected by him to some extent, and the panel would convert that influence into reincarnation points. This was only Yu's own speculation, but verifying it was not difficult. He just needed to try a few more times. So, over the following days, Yu began visiting Kakashi frequently. His true purpose was naturally testing. It would not raise suspicion. After all, his current identity was a doctor. Checking on a patient was perfectly normal and hardly worth mentioning. Every time he came, Kakashi's demeanor remained cold. He looked indifferent and depressed at a glance, showed no interest in talking, and would only stare into the distance in silence. Yu did not mind. Each time, he simply smiled and started talking anyway, carrying the conversation alone. As the days passed, he confirmed his theory. The number of reincarnation points really did increase significantly, at a much faster rate than before. That left Yu deep in thought. It seems I should adjust my strategy. Before, to avoid attention and reduce risk, he had kept a low profile and rarely socialized outside his work. But now, the situation seemed different. If reincarnation points came from influencing the fates of those around him, then some actions would become necessary. Even if it meant taking on certain risks, the rewards were clearly worth it. Of course, that was for the future. For now, Yu still needed to play his current role, a field medic. Over the next half-month, his life became monotonous. Aside from secretly extracting chakra outside his official duties, he would go see Kakashi and help him through his psychological turmoil. Kakashi rarely responded, but Yu did not care. To him, Kakashi was simply a tool for farming points. That routine continued until one day, when everything changed. Let you go to the front lines with a squad and fight. The middle-aged man from the medical division glared at the person in front of him, fury written all over his face. Are you joking? He's only 8 years old. This is an order. The man across from him replied coldly. For the sake of Konoha, everyone must have the resolve to be sacrificed. It's the same for everyone. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 40, Kumogakure's Complicated Feelings. 1108 words. Chapter 40, Kumogakure's Complicated Feelings. The frontline fighting grew more and more brutal. By this stage, Sand had already stopped clashing with Kumogakure, focusing only on surviving on its own. Konoha, meanwhile, was almost single-handedly fighting 3 villages at once, colliding with 3 great hidden villages, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure. Under that crushing pressure, Konoha was desperate to break the deadlock, so the village prepared to send out an elite squad for a surprise strike. To ensure the squad's combat effectiveness, a medical ninja was essential. That was why my Namikawa Yu had been chosen. But Yu is only 8 years old. Someone from the medical division tried to argue. Let me go in his place. There's no need, Murakami-san. Yu spoke softly, answering directly. As a shinobi of Konoha, serving the village is my mission. I accept this assignment. His expression remained calm, as if the task did not touch him at all. Because he understood clearly that the moment the order came down, nothing could be changed. Rather than struggle in vain, it was better to accept it with composure. Besides, he had not been idle during this time. He had prepared a few things as well. Even if something truly happened, he believed he could handle it. After accepting the mission, Yu returned to his usual work. His overall demeanor did not change in the slightest. He moved through the day as if it were ordinary, lacking any of the solemn tension most people would show before a life-and-death operation. Before leaving, as always, he went to Kakashi's tent. Come in. Kakashi's voice sounded from inside, and Yu stepped into the ward. Within, Kakashi still looked as despondent as ever. He sat on the bed, an aura of death clinging to him. However, after spending so long with Yu, he had gradually grown familiar with him. Occasionally, he would even respond. I'll be away for a while. Yu faced him with his usual smile. While I'm gone, I hope Senior Kakashi takes good care of himself. Away. Kakashi's head snapped up, as if startled. Where are you going? He had already endured the successive deaths of his teammates, and he was undoubtedly sunk deep in gloom. But a shinobi's sharpness still remained. He immediately sensed something wrong. Under normal circumstances, Yu, as a medical ninja, should remain in camp and treat the wounded. If he was suddenly leaving now, there was only one explanation. He was going to carry out an important mission. The moment that thought formed, the tension in Kakashi's eyes sharpened, cutting through the sorrow. I'm going out on a mission. Yu's tone stayed calm. Don't worry. It's just a routine mission, nothing major. As he spoke, he left something behind for Kakashi. A photograph. In it, Yu and Obito formed the seal of reconciliation together. Behind them, the Ninja Academy's background was clearly visible. Yu had asked someone to take that photo after the test. At the time, he had only wanted a keepsake. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, Obito would soon become a different person. Preserving that bright, sunny version of him felt like a good way to remember. That was what Yu had thought then. He had never imagined the photo would be used like this now. What is this? Kakashi stared at the photograph in his hand, confused. I heard that the names of shinobi who die for Konoha are engraved on the village's memorial stone. Yu smiled gently. If I can't return this time, then please, Senior Kakashi, place this photo in front of the memorial stone for me and for Senior Obito. If possible, it would be best if my stone and Senior Obito's were placed together. Maybe that would be a good resting place. Yu. An indescribable feeling surged in Kakashi's chest. At that moment, he looked at Yu as if he were seeing him for the first time, and his throat tightened. So many emotions welled up that he wanted to say something, but not a single word came out. There's no need to grieve for us. Yu spoke softly. A shinobi's fate lies in battle. If someone can die honorably on the battlefield, that is not necessarily misfortune. The departed have already fallen asleep. The living have to keep carrying the weight forward. He chuckled quietly. Senior Kakashi, take care. After tomorrow, we may not meet again. With that, he smiled and waved, then turned and walked out. Behind him, Kakashi's eyes widened, locked on Yu's retreating back. If he could, he would have called you back and told him not to go. But shinobi discipline shackled him in place, and in the end, he said nothing. All he could do was slump back onto the bed, staring at the photograph in his hand. Without realizing it, the aura of death around him seemed to grow thicker. System, gained 100 reincarnation points. Outside the tent, you looked at the prompt and could not help smiling. As expected. Simply interacting with plot characters could earn reincarnation points, but how could that compare to directly provoking them and drawing out a stronger reaction? Just like now. He had not done much. He had only pressed on Kakashi's heart at the right moment, and Kakashi had paid out a heavy sum. 100 reincarnation points. That was a considerable amount, enough for you to do many things. Unfortunately, this kind of operation could not be repeated too many times. Otherwise, his life would become far too easy. Perhaps he could even accumulate enough points to return to the land of ancestors, then go straight to the peak of everything. The next day, you prepared what he needed and arrived at the gathering point. Many people were already waiting. 3-person teams. Pay attention. The leader swept his gaze over them and spoke coldly, assigning them on the spot. You was placed under a Jonin. And he was given 2 teammates. One of them had striking Byakugan eyes, a Konoha forehead protector visible and impossible to miss. It was Hyuga Fu, a Hyuga branch family member and an elite Chunin. The Hyuga clan served Konoha, so it was not strange for a branch member to appear among Konoha's forces. And because the Byakugan brought enormous reconnaissance and tactical value, squads that included Hyuga members were generally considered elite. But compared to Hyuga Fu, you was even more surprised by the other teammate. It was a girl. Her name was Yuhi Kurinai. Check out my other account, guys. Fanfic Lord 02. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's Fanfic Lord 03. Chapter 41, The Rearguard. 1064 words. Chapter 41, The Rearguard. You glanced at the young girl beside him. At first, he was puzzled, then it clicked. Given their ages and the current era, Kurinai, Guy, and Asuma were all from the same graduating class. Because the war kept escalating, Konoha was no longer sending only newly graduated ninja. Even academy students who had not officially graduated yet were being pushed onto the battlefield. As far as you knew, even the third Hokage's own son, Asuma Sarutobi, a future member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, had been sent to the front lines at this very moment. When even the Hokage's son could not escape that fate, there was no need to mention Kurinai and the others. What are you looking at? The girl's voice snapped him back. Noticing Yu's gaze, Kurinai frowned, clearly displeased. Ah, sorry. Yu smiled. Miss Kurinai is simply too beautiful. I couldn't help looking a little longer. I'm sorry if I caused you any trouble. He apologized with sincere regret. Seeing him act like that, Kurinai was the one who felt embarrassed instead. Normally, no girl dislikes being praised, especially when the praise comes from a child who looks so young. In that instant, Kurinai could not help developing a bit of goodwill toward him. For this mission, I'll have to ask you two to look after me. Since his teammates were not saying much, you took the initiative, speaking sincerely. I know some medical ninjutsu, but I'm really not good at fighting. I only hope I won't hold you back. Don't worry. Hyuga Fu, standing to the side, turned his head and spoke coolly. When we run into combat later, you just hide behind us and focus on healing. As for everything else, I'm enough on my own. Pride sat plainly on his face. He was clearly confident in his strength. Kurinai nodded as well, her gaze toward you calm and gentle. All right. The Jonin leading them spoke flatly. Enough small talk. Move out. With that, the brief conversation ended. Following the Jonin, the squad advanced at speed. Their mission this time was to infiltrate an Iwagakure stronghold under cover of night, then clear out traps and arrangements the enemy had left behind. At the beginning, everything went smoothly. The overall quality of the squad was high. Aside from you, even Kurinai, who was theoretically the weakest, had Chunin level strength and a decent grasp of genjutsu. On top of that, they had a Jonin, an elite medical ninja, and a Hyuga branch member with the Byakugan. With a lineup like that, it was genuinely hard to imagine anything going wrong. Unfortunately, when nothing goes wrong, something eventually does. During the surprise assault, they fell into an enemy trap. Shinobi were vigilant by nature. While you planned how to kill the enemy planned how to lure you into a snare and wipe you out. The Iwa ninja had done exactly that. They had deliberately set traps at specific locations, waiting for Konoha's people to charge straight in. Some squads were lucky enough to avoid them. Others stepped into them. Yu's squad was one of the unlucky ones. To improve their odds of escape, they split into two routes. The Jonin leader drew most of the enemy's attention and broke out in another direction. Fu's trio fled down a separate path. During the breakout, Fu took a kunai through the chest. The strike was frighteningly precise, stopping a hair's breadth from his heart, nearly killing him on the spot. Even now, he was barely hanging on. His breathing grew ragged. He was on the verge of losing consciousness, clinging to life by sheer will. "Put me down." Fu struggled and spoke with difficulty. "If you keep carrying me, you'll both die. Put me down. I'll cover your escape." As a Hyuga, Fu's pride ran deep. He could not accept becoming a burden, and he fought to stand. But the injury was too severe. He did not even have the strength to force himself upright. "Your condition is not good." Yu spoke softly. "It's better if you don't move." As he spoke, he placed a hand over Fu's chest and brushed lightly. Warm chakra flowed into Fu's body, temporarily stabilizing his wounds and dulling the pain. "Thank you, Yu." Fu drew a shaky breath. "But in this situation, it's already impossible for all three of us to leave. You and Kurenai are still young. There's no need for you to die here. Let me stay behind." Among the three, Fu's value was the greatest. If he acted as bait, it would be enough to draw Iwagakure's attention and buy time for his teammates to escape. It was the best option available right now. But Yu only smiled, then applied a little pressure with his hand. A thin wisp of chakra slipped into Fu's body, and Fu's eyes rolled back as he fainted on the spot. After doing that, Yu finally turned toward Kurenai. "Kurenai, you two go first." "You?" Kurenai's eyes widened. "What are you planning to do? Whether it's you or Senior Fu, you're both excellent shinobi." Yu met her gaze, his voice gentle. "I'm different from you. I don't have outstanding talent as a shinobi. I'm just an ordinary person. Instead of surviving alone, I'd rather trade this life to buy you time." As his words fell, he tossed Fu's unconscious body toward Kurenai and sprinted in the opposite direction. "You!" Kurenai's eyes went wide. She wanted to shout, to stop him. But she did not. They were still being hunted, an enemy ninja could appear from anywhere. If she made noise, they would be discovered immediately. And if that happened, Yu's resolve would be wasted. She stood there for a heartbeat, staring at his back. Then she made her choice and left, carrying Fu. Even as she ran, tears threatened to spill. Her heart felt heavy in a way she could not explain. Yu continued forward. Since he was acting as bait, he did not bother hiding at all. He moved ahead as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. It only took a moment for him to be discovered. Several Iwa ninja closed in from all directions, forming a tight circle around him. "Is it just a kid?" Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 42, Release of the Karma. 1084 words. Chapter 42, Release of the Karma. "I'm really not that old." Yu smiled lightly. But a shinobi's strength has never been measured by age. Young geniuses had never been rare in this profession. Leaving aside the distant past, even in recent years there was Sasori of the Red Sand from Sunagakure, who, at a young age, was able to assassinate the third Keizukage, the one known as the strongest Keizukage. "You're the medical ninja from that group of three." A Jonin stepped out from the shadows, his eyes fixed on Yu. "Did your companions abandon you because you were too weak? If you're willing to surrender, I can let you live." He studied Yu with a probing gaze. "For the sake of your status as a medical ninja." Among the 5 great village, Konoha's foundations were deep, and its inherited methods were numerous. Their medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques were both extremely strong. The other villages were far behind in those areas. Seeing Yu here, the Iwa Jonin could not help wanting to recruit him. He had witnessed Yu's medical ninjutsu earlier. Maybe it was hard to judge within Konoha, but in Iwagakure, very few could match that level. It was rare talent. If he could bring someone like that back to Iwagakure, it would be a major gain. "Sorry, but I have no intention of leaving Konoha for the time being." The smile on Yu's face did not change. "Besides, you've misunderstood something. The one being surrounded here isn't me. He smiled again, and slowly, his eyes widened. They looked ordinary, yet at this moment, they carried an indescribable weight. "What are you talking about?" The leading Jonin frowned, about to speak. But in the next instant, a terrifying aura burst outward from Yu. As Yu took a step forward, his presence transformed into something monstrous. Immense pressure slammed into them as violent power erupted. Before they could even process it, Yu's appearance began to change. Black and white markings spread across his face, like runes painted onto his skin. A symbol bloomed on his forehead. It was not complex, yet it felt ancient and unsettling, filled with a mysterious, singular force. And the moment that mark appeared, the aura around Yu became terrifying. Karma release. Yu carried the power of karma, storing the complete data of Otsutsuki Kagaya at her peak. In theory, if Yu wished it, he could activate karma at any time and draw out Otsutsuki Kagaya's power. Of course, theory and reality were different. His body had not completed its transformation. It was still a mortal body. If he released the full power of karma, the burden would crush him. A complete release was impossible. But releasing a portion was something he could barely endure with his current physical quality. And now was the moment. Boom! Vast chakra surged from his body, violent and oppressive. What is this? The expressions of the Iwa ninja changed instantly. That chakra, what kind of monster is he? If you had been a small rabbit to them a moment ago, then now he was a ferocious tiger. Just standing there made their bodies tremble under the crushing pressure. I told you. The smile on Yu's face faded, replaced by cold indifference. The ones who should feel endangered are all of you. As his voice fell, he charged. Bang! He did not use any ninjutsu at all. A purely instinctive burst of speed still tore the air apart, sending a shockwave rolling outward. In the next moment, he was already in front of them, and a bone spur formed in his hand, thrusting forward. Ashbone thrust. This ashbone thrust was a simplified form of Kagaya's all-killing ash bones. Because you could not yet wield Kagaya's full power, he could only force out this crude version. Even so, it was still a terrifying power that surpassed ordinary bloodline limits. Boom! The ninja in front of him froze in horror as his entire body began to crumble under that dreadful chakra. He collapsed on the spot. His flesh and bone turned to drifting ash, vanishing where he stood. Watching that, Yu sighed inwardly. Otsutsuki Kagaya's power was simply too far beyond ordinary standards. Even a small portion of it was still overwhelming. Even if he used no ninjutsu at all, relying only on karma's power, Yu would not be weaker than an elite jonin. If someone let him close carelessly, even a so-called Koge could be in extreme danger. Let's end this quickly. The thought flashed through his mind, and he moved again. His figure blurred. One after another, the remaining enemies fell, dealt with in an instant. Soon, only one person remained. The leading jonin. His strength was decent, so you had intentionally left him for last. Now, with every companion dead in the blink of an eye, he stood alone. You took a step and walked forward. No. I don't want to die. The jonin stared at you, fear twisting his face. Who are you? Someone like you should never have been unknown. Just like Sazori of the Red Sand, even while young, he had already made a name for himself. Shinobi valued intelligence. Making a mistake this basic should have been impossible. Yet he had never heard even a single report about my Namikawa Yu. Not one. Just what was this? I told you. Yu's expression remained calm. I'm just an ordinary person. You're strong. Because of that, I'll allow you to surrender. He looked at the man steadily. Put down your weapon, and I will grant you new power. As his words ended, he stopped walking. But the terrifying pressure radiating from him did not weaken at all. I? The jonin's face was ashen. Under that crushing presence, his mind screamed at him to run. If he could, he wanted to charge forward and fight to the death. But reason told him it was meaningless, nothing but a pointless death. I can't die here. My child is still waiting for me to return. At last, he inhaled sharply, lowered his weapon to the ground, and dropped to his knees. Very good. Satisfaction flickered across Yu's face. In the next moment, Yu stepped forward and pressed his palm against the man's forehead. Karma's power activated. A unique chakra poured into the man's body. Instantly, a searing pain ripped through him, and he screamed on the spot. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, The Karma Mark. 1115 words. Chapter 43, The Karma Mark. The young man let out a string of miserable screams where he stood. Karma's power continued to spread through his body, reaching every part of him, erupting everywhere at once. There was no doubt this was a painful process. Having one's body altered by Kagaya's sealing power was never easy. During the transformation, the body would inevitably be damaged and broken down, and that destruction came with unbearable pain. Throughout it all, you simply stood to the side and watched in silence. Don't resist. After a long while, he finally spoke. Keep your body stable, and you'll be fine. His voice was calm. In the next moment, he crouched and pressed a hand to the man's chest. As Yu's chakra flowed in, the man's condition stabilized noticeably. The violent tremors eased. His breathing steadied. The desperate struggling from before gradually stopped. Time passed. At last, his body fully settled. So that's what the process looks like. Yu observed the entire transformation with clear interest. Using the sealing power within himself to infect someone else was something he was doing for the first time. Back in the era of the Land of Ancestors, although Yu also carried Kagaya's sealing power in his body, the karma back then did not belong to him. It belonged to Kagaya. Strictly speaking, Yu had merely been someone infected by Kagaya's sealing power, not its owner. But the sealing power Yu used now had been modified by the system panel. It belonged entirely to him. Even if the sealing power Yu possessed was still far from Kagaya's true level, and he could only draw out a small portion, it was still karma. There was a real difference in how it could be applied. After being altered by karma, his physical fitness has improved significantly, and the life energy in his body is much more vigorous. Yu's senses traced the changes, thoughts moving quickly. It's hard to judge the mental side, but the increase in life energy alone is enough to boost the chakra in his body by more than half. And with Kagaya's sealing power as the core, a karma mark has been planted inside him. This is like planting a seed. It's nourished by his own chakra and life force, growing steadily. When I need it later, I can reclaim it easily. Yu considered it quietly. Ever since returning to his original body, he had been thinking about how to use karma. The method in front of him was, without question, the most efficient one he had found. By sharing a portion of his sealing power and planting marks in others, he could obtain a degree of feedback from them. And when the time came, he could retrieve the sealing power within them and strengthen himself again. To Yu, this was farming. Plant a seed in spring, let another person's body nurture the karma mark until it grew, then harvest it when the time was right. Of course, not just anyone could endure this process. There was a threshold to bearing Kagaya's sealing power. If one's physical fitness and chakra were not strong enough, they would collapse and die during the implantation. By Yu's estimate, to safely bear even this simplified version, one would need at least Jonin-level strength to be considered relatively safe. My power. While he was thinking, the man in front of him slowly regained consciousness. He pushed himself up from the ground, stunned as he sensed the changes in his body. After karma's alteration, the differences were obvious. Karma's power circulated through him, strengthening his body. His chakra felt thicker, denser, heavier. Compared to before, he was far stronger. If he had previously been average among Jonin, then with karma's enhancement, his overall strength had taken a major step forward, nearing elite Jonin territory. Yu stood quietly, watching him with interest. What's your name? After a moment, Yu spoke again. I am Yamame Joshing. Meeting Yu's gaze, the man reacted immediately. He dropped to one knee, posture respectful and controlled. Greetings, Excellency. Yamame Joshing. Yu nodded. From today onward, you are a member of the Night Organization. Your mission is simple. Remain undercover in Iwagakure. His tone was steady. Do everything you can to ensure your own safety and wait for my summons. Yes. Joshing nodded without hesitation. In Iwagakure, are there many people like you? After they exchanged a few more words, Yu asked abruptly. People like me? Joshing did not understand at first. Then he realized what Yu meant and answered carefully. Most shinobi in Iwagakure are loyal to the Tsukikage, but there are also many who are dissatisfied with the third Tsukikage. If no outside force influences them, they will continue to follow the third's orders. But if something were to happen to the third Tsukikage, the situation might change. He spoke steadily, revealing Iwagakure's situation piece by piece. Yu listened, then shook his head slightly. So Iwa is quite stable. Much more stable than the other villages. That conclusion formed in his mind. In the shinobi world, the 5 great villages were unquestionably the strongest forces. But even among them, there were differences. Among the major villages, Kumogakure and Iwagakure were the 2 most stable. Kumo did not need explanation. As for Iwa, the 3rd Tsukikage had ruled for many years, and Iwagakure had long since become exceptionally steady. If one wanted to make moves against the 5 great villages, those 2 clearly had the worst cost performance. As expected, if I'm going to act, Kirigakure and Tsunegakure are the better choices. Yu stood there, shaking his head. Especially Kiri? Among the 5 great villages, if someone wanted to stir trouble, Kirigakure was the easiest. The reason was simple. Obito. Compared to the others, Kirigakure's internal policies were already the most radical and bloody. Under that kind of pressure, cracks were inevitable. On top of that, once the 4th Mizukage was controlled later, the so-called Bloody Mist village would be created directly under Obito's manipulation. At that point, making moves would be extremely easy. After speaking with Choshin for a while longer, Yu let him leave. As for whether the man was truly loyal, Yu did not care. From the moment the karma mark was planted, there was no way back. With Yu's karma inside him, as long as Yu wished, he could trigger Kagaya's sealing power within the man at any time. Once it reached that point, the man would die without exception. If Choshin was sensible, then fine. If he was not, then you could simply find someone else later. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 44, Rescued. 1166 words. Chapter 44, Rescued. Still, I've already gained plenty of immediate benefits. Yu stood where he was and watched the other man's figure vanish into the distance. He shook his head lightly. At least I won't be lacking ninjutsu for my future training. It had been a while since his rebirth, but because he was stationed as a medical ninja, he had never had many chances to properly learn ninjutsu. Up to now, he had been forced to rely on taijutsu whenever he faced enemies. There was no real way around it. Legitimate ninjutsu rarely circulated outside official channels. Even within Konoha, buying jutsu through internal routes cost an absurd amount. At the very least, it was not something Yu could afford with his current, outwardly visible wealth. But after taking Yamame Choshin under control, those problems were essentially solved. The man was a jonin, after all. The number of ninjutsu he knew was not small. Most were earth-released due to his Iwagakure background, and the remainder were largely common techniques, but even that was more than enough to patch Yu's thin arsenal. With these added tools, Yu's methods against enemies could finally improve. He would no longer need to rely entirely on taijutsu the way he had before. Of course, while the gains were significant, the losses were just as real. After that encounter, most of Yu's stored chakra reserves had been depleted. That chakra had been accumulated slowly, over a long period of time, by absorbing on the front lines. This time, a large portion of it had been burned to activate karma's power. It could not be helped. Yu's current body was still too fragile. Forcing karma's release in that physical state placed an enormous burden on him. To reduce the strain on his body, he could only consume a massive amount of chakra to ease the pressure. That was also why Yu disliked going all out against anyone. The price was simply too high. Judging by the time, it's about time to leave. Yu lifted his gaze and looked outward, toward the direction Kurenai had fled. Thoughts flickered through his mind. In the dim forest, Kurenai's figure darted rapidly between the trees. Hyuga-fu was slung over her back as she weaved through the wilderness, and her exhaustion had already reached a terrifying level. After several straight days of forced marching, her body was drained to the bone. Tonight's pursuit had pushed her even harder, that feeling of constantly teetering on the edge of life and death lingering in her veins. Even as a shinobi, Kurenai could feel herself hitting her limit. At this point, she was moving on willpower alone. I have to break through. Her legs trembled, her lungs burned, but she still grit her teeth and forced herself forward. At the very least, I have to get the message out. To her, this surprise assault operation had already failed. But if the news was not delivered, more Konoha shinobi would walk straight into the same trap and be slaughtered by Iwagakure. No matter what, she had to escape and report everything back to headquarters. Unfortunately, events did not bend to human will. Just as she was about to leave the forest, a voice suddenly rang out ahead. So there's another one here. It came from the side, a man's voice. A moment later, an Iwagakure shinobi stepped out of the trees, his forehead protector visible. The instant he appeared, he launched a surprise attack on Kurenai and immediately seized the advantage. His strength was formidable. He was not a jonin, but among the elite chunin. If Kurenai were at her peak, she might have been able to fight him head-on, with the outcome uncertain. But now, her strength was spent to the point of emptiness. Her remaining chakra was pitifully low. She quickly fell into a losing position, barely holding on. If the enemy had not been reluctant to kill her, wanting to capture her alive and extract information, she would have already died. I can't fall into their hands. A chill ran through Kurenai as that thought struck her. Both she and Fu were elite Konoha shinobi who carried sensitive intelligence. Especially Fu. Even if he was only from the Hyuga branch house, he was still a Hyuga. If he was captured alive, the consequences would be catastrophic. If things went wrong, Konoha could suffer enormous losses. Even if she died here, she could not allow herself to be taken alive. With that resolve, Kurenai endured the enemy's pressure and suddenly lunged toward Fu, intending to end both herself and her companion before the enemy could act. But she was too late. Trying to destroy the intel because the mission failed. The Iwagakure shinobi sneered. He had already anticipated her move. Under Kurenai's despairing gaze, he knocked aside the kunai she threw and then struck cleanly, rendering her unconscious in an instant. This is a huge haul. Afterward, he let out a long breath, then stared at the unconscious Fu with open excitement. A living Hyuga. Konoha guarded the Byakugan tightly. From past to present, it had almost never leaked. But if a living Hyuga fell into their hands, there were countless ways to exploit that. Just bringing him back would be a tremendous achievement. Unfortunately, his wish was destined to fail. The moment he took a step forward, an inexplicable aura locked onto him. He looked up. At some point, a boy of 8 or 9 was standing before him. It looks like I made it in time. You glanced down at Kurenai and Fu, then turned to the Iwagakure shinobi with a faint smile. It's a bit presumptuous, but I'd still like to say something. For the sake of your life, would you mind leaving? As his words fell, a ninja sword flashed forward. The Iwagakure shinobi's eyes sharpened. Seeing you appear without warning, he chose to strike first. He lunged in, blade cutting down hard. So it won't work after all. You sighed. In the next instant, his figure vanished. He reappeared behind the man in a blur. A kunai thrust forward and pierced cleanly through the opponent's chest. When? The man stared blankly down. The kunai had already buried itself deep. Crimson blood spilled out in quick, heavy drops. That speed. That was the last thought that crossed his mind. His body went limp, and he collapsed, dead. Wouldn't it have been better to just leave quietly? You shook his head at the corpse, then straightened. He lifted Kurenai and Fu without wasting another breath and carried them away from the area. Night passed in silence. When the morning sun finally rose and spilled light across the earth, Kurenai slowly woke. The moment her consciousness returned, she instinctively reached for a kunai and scanned her surroundings, tense and alert. It's all right now. Yu's voice came from beside her. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 45, Returning to Camp. 1030 words. Chapter 45, Returning to Camp. Hearing the voice from the side, Kurenai couldn't help but shudder. She turned her head instinctively. For a split second, she thought it was the enemy, that she had already been dragged into stone territory, waiting for torture and interrogation until she spilled every secret she knew. But that wasn't what she saw. A small boy stood in front of her. He looked only 8 or 9, yet his features were strikingly handsome in a way that was hard to ignore. His body was stained with blood, but he still wore a faint smile as he looked down at her. You? Kurenai's heart jolted. For a moment, she almost thought she was hallucinating. Was it you who saved me? The last thing she remembered before losing consciousness surfaced in her mind. That I were shinobi, that greedy look in his eyes, the cold certainty that if he succeeded, she and Fu would already be inside enemy territory. The fact that you were standing here now said enough. I wouldn't really call it saving you. You met her gaze and smiled gently. He was about to take the two of you away, and I just happened to run into him. I pretended to be one of them, found an opening, and barely managed to finish him off. His voice stayed soft and calm, like it had been simple. But Kurenai could picture it anyway. Behind those understated words was a fight that must have been razor thin. Your hand. Kurenai's eyes finally focused properly, and her breath caught. You was injured almost everywhere. The worst was his right hand, soaked with blood, torn up with the unmistakable marks of an explosive tag. The wounds were gruesome. Seeing them on a child's body made her chest tighten with an aching, helpless pain. "They're just minor injuries." You smiled as he spoke, as if none of it mattered. "For us, surviving this time is good enough. Everything else doesn't matter." Yet even as he said it, his body trembled. He had been enduring the pain the whole time, choosing not to show it in front of her. Kurenai stared at him, forcing himself to stand straight, and an emotion surged up so suddenly it almost broke through her throat. "Thank you for your hard work." After a long moment, she wiped at the corners of her eyes and steadied her breathing. "It's getting late. We should leave as soon as possible. The injuries on your body are too heavy. We need to get back and find treatment quickly. And Fu is still unconscious. He also needs the medical squad." She pushed herself up, forcing her mind to focus. No matter what, her teammates were still alive. For her, that alone was the best possible outcome. As long as they returned to camp, the mission would be over. Okay. You nodded with the same calm smile he always wore. Then he followed Kurenai forward, and the two of them moved in the direction of camp. It took several full days before they finally made it back. "How are the injuries this bad?" "Medical squad, hurry! Get over here!" The moment they returned, the three of them drew immediate attention. Fu and Yu were taken away at once and rushed to the medical squad for treatment. Especially Yu. The wounds across his body were shocking. Dense, brutal scars made people's hearts pound, unable to imagine what kind of desperate fighting he had endured. In reality, these injuries were self-inflicted. After all, returning from rock territory without a scratch would have been far too unrealistic. Yu simply made his disguise convincing. The wounds looked severe, the kind that would kill an ordinary person, but to Yu they were not truly a problem. His body had already been modified by karma. His physical structure was subtly different from a normal human's now. Still, judging from everyone's reactions, he had likely pushed the act a bit too far. "How did you end up like this?" The captain of the medical squad was furious. "Yu is only 8 years old, and he's the most outstanding medical ninja we have here. How could you let a child go on a mission this dangerous?" Back at the field hospital, Yu had been the youngest medical ninja. Young, but his medical ninjutsu was exceptionally strong, earning the recognition of many shinobi in the camp. When Yu had been selected earlier, this captain had been the one who objected the most. And now Yu was back looking like he had nearly died out there. A seed with the potential to become a top-tier medical ninja had almost been snuffed out on the battlefield. The captain had every reason to be angry. "It's okay." Yu spoke softly. "Joining that mission was my own choice. I don't blame anyone. Besides, I came back alive, didn't I?" He smiled as he said it, but with his current battered state, it only made people feel even worse. You really are something." Murakami-san looked at him, still smiling like it was nothing, and let out a long sigh. "It's because you're too easygoing that people dragged you onto the battlefield like this. But it's good that you're back. Rest here properly. Once the fighting here calms down, go back to the village and recover." Yu simply nodded, still smiling. After a simple round of bandaging, he returned to his quarters to rest. When he got there, he noticed footprints outside his door, as if someone had come by earlier. "I was worried something happened to you." A voice sounded from the side. Kakashi stepped out from a shadowed corner, standing there now, looking at Yu. "But it looks like there's no need to worry too much." "Senior Kakashi." Yu looked at him, a little surprised. "Has your body recovered?" "Yeah. After you looked after me for that long, it was about time." Kakashi nodded, then glanced at Yu's bandaged body. "On the other hand, your injuries will probably take a long time to heal. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 46, Minato Namikaze. 1077 words. Chapter 46, Minato Namikaze. "Are you doing okay?" Yu asked softly. Getting hurt at a time like this might not actually be a bad thing. "Yeah," Kakashi replied, staring off into the distance, his gaze unfocused as if he were thinking about something far away. "At least I don't have to go back to the battlefield anymore. The war will probably be over soon," Yu said after a moment. "I heard Kumogakure is already preparing to withdraw." Recently, major news had been spreading through every camp. On the battlefield against the Land of Lightning, Minato Namikaze had displayed terrifying power, fighting alone against the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and the son of the Third Reikage, forcing both to retreat. After that battle, Minato's fame skyrocketed. The name Yellow Flash echoed across the nations, completely laying the foundation for his future candidacy as the fourth Hokage. Seeing that they could not gain an advantage, Kumogakure shifted course. They reached a temporary agreement with Konoha and even joined the fight against Iwagakure. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the Sand Village had already withdrawn, and now Kumogakure had effectively changed sides. The pressure on Konoha had been greatly reduced. Anyone with eyes could tell this war was entering its final stage. If nothing unexpected happened, it would end soon. But even if the war ended, the dead would never return. Kakashi fell silent again. Obito! Rin! Just remembering their faces made his eyes go faintly misty, like the past was replaying itself in front of him. And yet, I am still alive. As the two of them sat in silence, footsteps sounded outside. Yu and Kakashi turned at the same time. A young girl approached, holding a small bundle of flowers. It was Kurenai, walking straight toward Yu's room. You can already move on your own. Kurenai looked him over, and joy flashed across her face. Yeah. Yu smiled. It still hurts, but I can barely move around now. What brings you here, Miss Kurenai? Since you're finally back, shouldn't you take the chance to get proper rest? Yu added. My mission has already ended, Kurenai said with a smile. For now, I'm free. Without the pressure of an assignment, her shoulders looked lighter. What about Fu? Yu asked. Of the 3 of them, Fu's condition had been the worst. His heart had nearly been pierced. Fortunately, Yu's treatment had been fast enough to save him. Fu already woke up, Kurenai said. Before I came, he even wanted to come and thank you. If you hadn't been there this time, he really would have been in danger. It was nothing, Yu said with an easy smile. We were teammates. Helping each other is normal. And I believe that if there ever comes a day I'm the one injured, you'd risk your lives to save me too. Kurenai froze for a beat, then nodded. Of course. We're comrades, after all. Comrades. Kakashi murmured the word under his breath, and a quiet sigh slipped out. He had once had comrades like that. People he could trust with his life. Then the war came, and they were buried on the battlefield. Meanwhile, inside the Iwagakure camp, Yamame Choshin sat alone in his room, eyes hollow. After parting with you that day, he had slipped back into the camp. To avoid suspicion, he chose a method similar to Yu's. Self-harm. As a jonin, he had experience with this. He injured himself in a way that looked convincing, then returned with a story that fit the chaos of battle. No one suspected him. He was a shinobi raised in Iwagakure, and a high-status jonin. Spy checks were not something they casually used on him. Even so, Yamame remained terrified, constantly fearing someone would notice something wrong. But whatever measures you had planted on him were clearly different from ordinary methods. He had stayed in the camp for a long time now, and no one had discovered anything unusual. That finally let him breathe a little easier. Still, there were changes. Real changes he could feel every moment. My chakra has increased, and my healing has become stronger. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Yamame lifted his arm and stared at it, lost in thought. What is this power? To him, karma was far beyond anything normal. Even small changes to his body were enough to leave him in awe. Things that increased chakra were extremely rare, and usually priceless. Yet it had been used on him. Yamame understood that the other side had made arrangements. If he dared betray them, he would face retaliation immediately. But right now, that was not what filled his mind. He no longer cared about pride or village loyalty. He cared about living. Whether I'm an Iwagakure shinobi or a spy. He took a slow breath, forcing himself to stay steady. I have to keep living. At that moment, someone arrived with fresh orders. They were to move to another battlefield and fight Kumogakure. Yamame inhaled, then stood up and left. On the other side, after some time passed, Yu's body gradually recovered. His injuries had been severe. Even with medical ninjutsu, full recovery would take a long time. But regaining basic mobility was not difficult. After a few days of rest, Yu threw himself back into work. Murakami-sei and the others tried to persuade him to rest longer, but Yu did not budge. He insisted on returning. In response, Murakami and the rest could only sigh, moved by his persistence. In truth, Yu simply wanted more chakra. At this stage, there were not many places where he could reasonably build reserves. Since the opportunity was right in front of him, he had no intention of letting it slip away. While healing the wounded, he also did not neglect Kakashi and Kurenai, visiting them often to deepen familiarity and quietly harvest another wave of reincarnation points. Because there was not much stimulation, the points he gained were not as high as before, but compared to normal days, it was still decent. One day, as usual, he carried medicine into Kakashi's room. But this time, there was a new figure inside. "Are you Yu?" The person looked up. It was a young man with blonde hair and a warm, sunny smile. The kind of presence that made people relax without realizing it. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. Patreon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, The Situation. 1081 words. Chapter 47, The Situation. "You are." Staring at the young man in front of him, Yu froze for a beat, then quickly came back to himself. Mr. Minato. Handsome features, blonde hair, that warm, approachable presence, and the fact that he was here with Kakashi. Who else could it be but Minato Namikaze? Minato looked a little surprised. "You know me. I've heard Kakashi mention you a little," Yu said with a smile, wearing just the right amount of respect. "And recently, I don't think there's anyone here who hasn't heard of you." After the story of Minato's battle against the A and B brothers spread, his reputation had already reached every corner of the battlefield. Even the most ordinary shinobi in Konoha knew the name Yellow Flash. From that battle onward, the Yellow Flash truly stepped onto the highest stage, becoming a powerhouse comparable to the White Fang of Konoha and the Sannin. "I see." Minato's smile did not change. In some ways, he felt similar to Yu. Most of the time, both carried a gentle smile and gave off a peaceful, approachable air. But unlike Yu, Minato's smile was brighter, like a rising sun, warm toward everyone without distinction. Yu, on the other hand, smiled at everyone too, yet truly cared about only a few. His thoughts ran deeper, not as straightforward as the man standing in front of him. Still, at their core, they seemed like the same type of person, only differing in subtle ways. Now that they had met, both felt an instinctive sense of goodwill, as if they were old friends seeing each other again. Kakashi was not in the room at the moment. Minato seemed to have come for Kakashi, but like Yu, he had arrived at the wrong time. With Kakashi absent, the two simply talked. "What do you think of the current war situation?" Minato asked, looking at Yu. "It's about to end," Yu replied calmly, without hesitation. "It won't be long before this war concludes, and the ninja world returns to peace." "Oh." Minato's interest was immediately piqued. "What makes you say that?" Right now, although the war's intensity was not as brutal as before, the shadow of conflict still hung over every border. In Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage had already been selected, and the village was lurking at the edge of the battlefield, ready to jump in at any moment. Kumogakure had signed a ceasefire with Konoha, but their strength remained intact. As for Iwagakure and Kirigakure, both were still fighting Konoha in major engagements. Given the situation, even if the war ended, it seemed like it should still take a long time. "The Sand Village won't send troops," Yu said softly. "Their Kazekage was just chosen. Internal power struggles are inevitable, and after their previous losses, how much strength do they really have left to spend outside their own borders? Kumogakure just signed a ceasefire with Konoha. As for Iwagakure..." Yu paused, then continued, voice steady. "The third Tsukakage is a very wise man. Since it's obvious he cannot gain much advantage against Konoha, he won't keep wasting time here. If I'm not mistaken, it won't be long before an envoy from the Land of Earth comes to negotiate a ceasefire. Or maybe negotiations are already happening." Minato could not help showing surprise. Because as you said, the envoy sent by Onoki had already arrived in Konoha. The two sides had secretly signed a ceasefire agreement. It simply had not been announced publicly yet. "How did you guess that?" Minato asked, looking at Yu. A secret ceasefire was confidential. Minato knew because he had already entered Konoha's core decision-making circle and was also an important figure on the front lines. But Yu was only a medical ninja. How could he know something like this? "I just deduced it from details," Yu said with a small smile. Recently, the number of wounded being sent from the front lines to the medical squad has dropped sharply. Even so, Minato said, shaking his head, they can tear up the agreement at any time. A ceasefire is just paper. It has no binding power by itself. At any moment, Kumogakure and Iwagakure could join forces again and restart the war with Konoha. That was Konoha's greatest concern. History had proven again and again that trust between villages was fragile. Former allies could rip up agreements for profit and turn around to stab you in the back. Under those conditions, even if Kumogakure and Iwagakure temporarily stopped their offensives, Konoha could not afford to relax. If this ceasefire was nothing more than a tactic to make Konoha lower its guard before a sudden strike, the situation would become far more dangerous. So right now, whether it was Minato or the third Hokage, no one dared to be careless. They were ready to fight again at any moment. Under normal circumstances, that would be true, Yu said, shaking his head. But Onoki is not an ordinary man. If he were truly planning to backstab Konoha, he wouldn't negotiate a ceasefire in secret. He would publicize the agreement loudly so everyone could see it. This secret ceasefire, keeping up hostility on the surface, is actually aimed at someone else. You mean? Minato's eye sharpened. Kumogakure. Yes. Yu nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the Tsukikage has already prepared a trap and is waiting for the Reikage to step into it. Given his style, it won't be a small trap. Once the Reikage falls for it, the Land of Lightning's strength will be heavily damaged, and there will be no room left for reconciliation between Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Minato fell into thought. And then Konoha's pressure dropped sharply. At this point, Minato's impression of Yu had completely changed. At first, he had only viewed Yu as an elite medical ninja. But after this conversation, he saw him in an entirely new light. This was a genius with sharp strategic judgment, someone who could piece together the entire world's situation from a handful of small clues. In the ninja world, that kind of talent was rare. After all, most shinobi were skilled at killing and infiltration. As for everything beyond that, there was not much to say. It was not that such people did not exist, but they were extremely scarce. Minato looked at Yu now as if he had discovered a rare giant panda. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. Patreon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 48, The Key. 1216 words. Chapter 48, The Key. In Minato's heart, Yu had already become a strategic master, someone with outstanding judgment and battlefield vision. What made it even rarer was Yu's age. He was only 8 or 9, with an absurd amount of room to grow. If he was already this sharp now, then once he matured, his ability would likely become even more frightening. The more Minato thought about it, the more admiration rose in his chest. But the truth was, Yu was not nearly as impressive as Minato imagined. You could see these things only because he was drawing the target after shooting the arrow. After all, he had already watched this story play out in his previous life. If he were not worried about scaring Minato, he could have casually added that Kumogakure would suffer a disastrous loss this time, and that even the third Reikage would die at the hands of Iwa Ninja. Of course, the current situation had already shifted compared to the original timeline. Whether the third Reikage would still die the same way was uncertain. But one thing was certain. Kumogakure was going to pay a heavy price. What about the hidden mist? Minato asked again. Earlier, you had already talked through 3 of the 4 major nations besides Konoha, leaving only Kirigakure untouched. Since they had already gone this far, Minato was genuinely curious about Yu's view of the hidden mist. The hidden mist is similar to the Sand Village, but far worse, Yu said, shaking his head. During the Third Shinobi World War, besides Minato's battle against the A and B brothers that made his name shake the world, another shocking event had occurred. The famed 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had been defeated by Might Dai, a Konoha genin, who opened the 8 gates during a mission. More than half of them were killed or crippled. It was the first time the 8 gates had truly revealed its power. Even that initial eruption had produced a result that stunned the entire ninja world. The atmosphere inside the hidden mist was already tense, Yu continued softly. I heard even the clans inside the village clash from time to time. The 7 ninja swordsmen, as Kirigaku's symbol, also represent different forces within the village. Now 4 of the 7 are dead, leaving only 3 survivors. The internal balance of power in the hidden mist has been broken. Among the 5 great nations, the hidden mist was the most dangerous place to live. Even though the so-called bloody mist had not fully taken shape yet, the seeds had already been planted. From the intelligence you had, Kirigaku was already on edge. Different factions confronted each other, maintaining a fragile equilibrium by force of will. When 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were kicked into the grave and the village also suffered heavy losses in the war, that equilibrium was guaranteed to crack. Internal conflict was about to erupt. And the Three Tails incident from a while ago also had a huge impact, Yu said quietly. He did not elaborate, but Minato understood instantly, and his expression darkened. He thought of things he did not want to remember. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi were all his students. Not long ago, Obito had died on the battlefield, and the location of his body was still unknown. Rin had been captured by Kirigakure, had the Three Tails sealed inside her, and in the end was killed by Kakashi's own hand. That tragedy was not only a devastating blow to Kakashi. It was a wound in Minato's heart as well. But from another angle, it also drained Kirigakure's strength. The Three Tails Jinchuriki died, and the Three Tails sealed within her vanished along with her, preparing to be reborn. Kirigakure's attention had been forced onto the lost Three Tails. They urgently wanted to recapture it. On top of that, with the 7 ninja swordsmen suffering such a disastrous loss, the Hidden Mist truly did not have much energy left to spend elsewhere. Perhaps that was exactly why the 4th Mizukage had not appeared on the battlefield for so long. He might have been tied down by those internal crises. Minato was silently astonished. The boy in front of him looked ordinary, yet with a few simple sentences, he laid out the entire situation of the ninja world with unnerving clarity. It was as if nothing could stump him. That kind of ability was genuinely shocking. Minato had seen many geniuses, Kakashi, Kurenai, and others, all outstanding shinobi. He himself was a genius among geniuses, enough to overshadow the majority of his generation. But a genius like you was the first of its kind he had ever encountered. Coming to check on Kakashi this time had turned into an unexpected harvest. Then Minato asked, "You've talked about the other 4 great nations. What about Konoha?" His voice was calm, but his gaze fixed firmly on Yu. "Regarding Konoha's internal situation, how do you see it, Yu?" "Inside Konoha." Yu met Minato's eyes and fell silent for a moment. After a pause, he continued, "Before the war, the 3rd Hokage mentioned he wanted to hand the position of Hokage to a younger successor. And the timing would likely be after this war ends." As he spoke, he looked straight at Minato. "So for Konoha right now, the most important thing is both on the battlefield and not on the battlefield." "Oh." Minato's curiosity deepened. "What do you mean by that?" "The Hokage selection is about to begin," Yu said with a small smile. "The most important matter isn't on the battlefield, it's inside the village. But if you want to win that selection, the key isn't anywhere else. It's precisely on this battlefield." For Konoha shinobi at this moment, the war was still important, but compared to the coming Hokage selection, it almost felt like it carried a different weight. And yet, the foundation to win the Hokage selection could only be built here, on the front lines. Only those who performed brilliantly in war and became heroes would have the qualifications to take the Hokage seat afterward. In the original story, why was Minato able to surpass Orochimaru and become the 4th Hokage? In terms of seniority, Orochimaru was the 3rd Hokage's personal disciple and had close ties to figures like Danzo, while Minato was only Jiraiya's student and had little political foundation inside the village. In terms of reputation, Orochimaru was one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, while Minato was a rising star. By every traditional measure, Minato was at a disadvantage. Yet in the end, Minato still became the final winner. The main reason, aside from the 3rd Hokage's decision and Orochimaru's own issues, was simple. Minato was Konoha's greatest contributor and hero in the 3rd Shinobi World War, a man who all but carried Konoha to victory with his own hands. That overwhelming record and prestige were things even the older generation led by the 3rd Hokage could not ignore. With that achievement, that reputation, and the fact that he was Jiraiya's disciple, which at least counted as a Hokage lineage, Minato finally had the qualifications to become the 4th Hokage. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 49, The Candidates. 1124 words. Chapter 49, The Candidates. So the key to victory lies both inside Konoha and on the battlefield. Hearing Yu's words, Minato fell into thought, as if he had gained a fresh understanding of the situation. After Yu's explanation, what had felt hazy suddenly became clear, and the full picture seemed to come into focus. "A very interesting analysis," Minato said with a smile. "Your talent in this area is strong. If possible, I'd like to hear more of your thoughts after we return." It was a subtle gesture, but the meaning was obvious. He was expressing his stance and his willingness to draw closer to Yu. With Minato's current position, an invitation like that carried weight. "It's my honor," Yu replied with a smile. Then, his expression turned even more sincere. "Actually, I've always wanted to further refine my ninjutsu," he said. If I may be so bold, could you guide me in ninjutsu for a period of time, Minato? He looked up, respectful and earnest. If possible, I'd like to become your student. That has always been my dream. For you, this was one of his primary goals. Right now, Minato was the most promising figure in Konoha. On the surface, he was still just a jonin. Even though he had immense prestige from the battlefield, it did not yet look like a qualitative gap from other elite jonin. Compared to someone like the former White Fang, the difference still seemed to be status rather than rank. And that was precisely why this moment was the best time to invest in him. If you wanted to become Minato's student, this was almost the last chance. Because once Minato took that final step and truly became the fourth Hokage, the difficulty of becoming his disciple would rise sharply. Under normal circumstances, it would become nearly impossible. Once someone reaches that seat, every action carries a different meaning. The student of a jonin and the student of the Hokage are completely different concepts. That was also why you had deliberately performed in front of Minato and acted slightly out of character. Showing off in front of Hiruzen might make people look at him differently, but it would not bring much benefit and could even invite serious risk. After all, near Hiruzen there was still Danzo, the so-called Shadow Hokage. If Danzo took an interest in him, it would be trouble. Of course, Yu was not afraid. He just did not want to do things that offered no payoff. Minato was different. In terms of status, Minato was the future Hokage, yet he did not have much of a personal team built up. As long as you gained his trust, the future benefits would be enormous. In terms of character, it was even simpler. Minato was trustworthy. Hiruzen's character might not be bad either, but his association with Danzo immediately lowered the value of getting close. Even from the standpoint of gathering reincarnation points, drawing near to Minato was the superior choice. After all, the fourth Hokage and the father of the future child of prophecy carried a heavy weight of destiny. If you could influence Minato even slightly, the reward would not be small. You want to become my student? Minato considered for a moment, then nodded. That's not a bad idea, he said warmly. Although my strength is ordinary, I do have some confidence in ninjutsu. His smile remained bright and approachable. If you're comfortable with it, then I'll guide you. Just as you valued Minato, Minato also valued you. To Minato, Yu's medical ninjutsu already proved his talent as a shinobi. And Yu's strategic eye was an even rarer trait. Someone like that was destined for a bright future. If Minato could take him as a student now, it would be beneficial for him as well. Moreover, at this moment, it was one of the few cards Minato could play. Although Minato was Konoha's hero, the famed Yellow Flash, and held enormous prestige among the shinobi, the reality was harsher. He did not actually have much tangible power in his hands. A title like Hero of Konoha sounded grand, but it was still, in many ways, an empty title. If it came to concrete benefits he could hand out, there truly were not many. So winning people over through a master and disciple bond was a practical move. In this world, few relationships were more solid than that. If you became his student, then in the future they would naturally be in the same boat. Ultimately, Minato's goal was to become Hokage. And to become Hokage, strength alone was not enough. He also needed supporters, subordinates who would stand behind him. On that front, Minato was clearly lacking. In all of Konoha, those who would firmly support him now, aside from his wife Kushina, his teacher Jiraiya, and his student Kakashi, probably did not amount to many. Under those circumstances, you joining him was a meaningful addition. Minato said after a pause, what do you think about the current situation inside Konoha? He hesitated briefly, then continued, I mean the Hokage election. In front of his new disciple, he did not hide his intent. Of course, there was nothing to hide. Becoming Hokage was the shared dream of countless Konoha shinobi. There was no reason to be secretive about it. Minato would never lower himself to pretending otherwise. The Hokage election looks lively, said after thinking for a moment, but when it comes down to it, only two people are truly qualified to compete. One of them is you, Teacher Minato. And the other. Before you could finish, Minato spoke first, giving the answer without hesitation. Senior Orochimaru. Clearly, Minato had considered this in private many times. Correct, you nodded. The selection of the fourth Hokage was happening at a critical junction. On the surface, it looked like many people were qualified. In reality, they were all eliminated one by one. Jiraiya had the qualifications, but his ambition was not there. Tsunade had the qualifications and the seniority. She had everything. If she were willing to compete, no one could truly challenge her. but she suffered from hemophobia and was in a low period. She had no intention of taking that seat. If Kakashi's father, the White Fang, had not died, he would have been qualified as well. But he had taken his own life. As for people like Danzo, although he had seniority and intent, he could not be placed in the open. So among those who both wanted the position and could legitimately compete for it, there were only two. Orochimaru and Minato. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 50, half a year. 1116 words. Chapter 50, half a year. Senior Orochimaru. Minato let out a quiet sigh. He really is a difficult opponent. Right now, Orochimaru was at the peak of both power and fame. As one of Konoha's Sannin, he held immense prestige within the village, and he was also in charge of one of the war fronts. Aside from not being as dazzling on the battlefield as Minato, everything about him was impressive. With his seniority and status layered on top, he was undeniably a formidable rival. While the two of them were talking, footsteps suddenly sounded outside. A moment later, Kakashi pushed the door open and froze when he saw who was inside. "Sensei? Why are you here?" He stared at Minato, surprise written all over his face. But what shocked him even more was you. Inside the room, you and Minato sat across from each other, chatting with clear enthusiasm. The atmosphere was warm and animated, like two old friends who had not seen each other in years. What is going on here? Kakashi looked between them, momentarily dazed. For a second, he even felt like the extra one. Maybe I shouldn't have come back, he thought. Oh, Kakashi. Only then did Minato notice him. He smiled apologetically. Sorry. We got so caught up talking that I didn't notice you come in. What were you two talking about? Kakashi asked, curiosity rising. Just some rumors from inside Konoha, Minato replied with a smile, smoothly steering the topic away. He chatted with Kakashi for a while, then found a chance to take his leave. After Minato left, you also made an excuse to depart, leaving behind the gift he had brought for Kakashi. Kakashi was left standing there alone, still bewildered. Are they really both that busy? He muttered, watching their backs disappear. After that, you and Minato gradually grew familiar. They often discussed various matters related to Konoha, and the more they talked, the closer they became. Minato's foundation in ninjutsu was already extremely deep. Among everyone around you, Minato's mastery was easily the highest, to the point where he could even create techniques of his own. As for you, his accomplishments in many fields also earned Minato's admiration. Aside from being relatively lacking in ninjutsu knowledge at first, you seemed almost like a universal genius. This was especially true when it came to development and governance. That, more than anything, caught Minato off guard. Strategic judgment could be explained as talent, but the other abilities felt like things that could only be sharpened through practice and experience. You was only 9 years old. How could he possess such strong instincts for politics and governance? Minato could not make sense of it. But it did not stop him from valuing you even more. Just over a month later, news from outside the camp deepened that impression again. A report arrived from Iwagakure's side. Kumogakure's army had invaded the land of Earth, only to walk straight into a trap and suffer heavy losses. To cover the army's retreat, the third Reikage stayed behind alone to hold the rear. He faced 10,000 Iwagakure shinobi by himself, fought for 3 days, and died from exhaustion. When the news spread, the entire world was thrown into an uproar. You really was right. Inside the camp, Minato listened to the report with a sense of awe. Before any of this happened, you had already predicted the direction the world was heading. And now, the situation had unfolded exactly as you had judged, almost without deviation. That kind of judgment made Minato sigh in admiration. After the third Reikage's death, his son inherited the name A and became the fourth Reikage. From that point on, Kumogakure entered a period of recovery, losing its drive for outward expansion. Gradually, the ninja world began to calm. Half a year later. In front of a forest, you stood alone. In his hand, a dense mass of chakra gathered. Then he suddenly lunged forward. Rasengan! The swirling chakra burst into shape, and the moment it connected, the training dummy in front of him was obliterated. The destructive force far surpassed ordinary ninjutsu. Very good. Not far away, Minato watched with a smile. At this stage, you've already grasped the basics of the Rasengan. From here on, you just need consistent practice. As expected of you, reaching this level in a little over a month. He looked at you with open amazement. Over the past 6 months, beyond their constant exchanges, Minato had also taught you ninjutsu. As a medical ninja, you was exceptional. His medical ninjutsu was precise and effective, and in many areas he was far stronger than ordinary medical ninja. But in other areas, he had been relatively lacking. After all, his predecessor had only been an ordinary student who spent a few years at the Ninja Academy and learned only the basics. The foundation was decent, but it was not outstanding. Minato's guidance made up for that perfectly. In only half a year, you had shored up those weaknesses, reaching a level comparable to a Jonin in many respects. For his age, that was already a stunning achievement. It's all thanks to your teaching, Minato-sensei, you said with a smile. If it weren't for your patient guidance, I doubt I would have improved this quickly with anyone else. It goes both ways, Minato replied, shaking his head. Now that your raising and training is basically finished, the next step is nature transformation. You have many options there, so take your time and think it through. As early as half a year ago, when Minato first began teaching you, he had tested Yu's chakra nature. The result had been shocking. You naturally possessed all 5 chakra natures. None were missing. Minato and Kakashi had both been stunned. You, on the other hand, considered it normal. After all, he was the successor to Kama. After being modified by the power of Kagaya's seal, he could be considered to possess a partial Otsutsuki body. Given the Otsutsuki clan's affinity for chakra, having all chakra natures was perfectly reasonable. You mentioned last time that you want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato said, looking at him. Yes. You nodded. Since he had managed to become Minato's student, the technique he wanted most was naturally the Flying Thunder God technique. It was an extremely rare space-time ninjutsu, and the very foundation of Minato's strength. Even later, when power levels continued to rise, it remained one of the few techniques that never became obsolete and could still play a decisive role. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 51, Training in the Flying Thunder God Technique. 1092 words. Chapter 51, Training in the Flying Thunder God Technique. The Flying Thunder God Technique is something I refined from the second Hokage's version, Minato said. To learn it, you need talent in space-time ninjutsu. In that regard, you're absolutely qualified. There's no issue at all. Minato had tested you back when he first accepted him as a student. When it came to ninjutsu training, you showed remarkable versatility. Not only did he possess all 5 chakra natures, he also had a genuine affinity for space-time techniques. He could not compare to Minato himself, but his talent was still clearly above average. At the very least, he was far stronger than ordinary people. You could only think, once again, that the value of an Otsutsuki body really did keep climbing. Your conditions for learning the Flying Thunder God are excellent, Minato continued, looking at him steadily. But if you want to use it to its full potential, you need one more ability. Reaction speed. You asked after a moment of thought. Correct. Minato's eyes showed clear approval. The Flying Thunder God is a space-time technique. You engrave a special Flying Thunder God mark somewhere, then use it to teleport. It sounds perfect, but if your reaction speed isn't fast enough, it can lead to terrible consequences. Terrible consequences. You repeated quietly, falling into thought. He roughly understood what Minato meant. In battle, an enemy is rarely stationary. If a Flying Thunder God mark is placed on the opponent, the point you appear at will shift constantly along with their movements. That is where reaction speed becomes crucial. Because the moment you appear to strike, the enemy is also striking back. If the opponent's neural response is faster than yours in that instant, the result could be disastrous. If the mark was placed somewhere ahead of time, the problem became even more dangerous. You never truly know what is waiting on the other side of a mark. If everything remains unchanged, fine. But if an enemy, a trap, or some other hazard appears there at the wrong moment, that is when the technique becomes a test of life and death. Either way, it heavily tests the user's neural reaction speed. The reason Minato could dominate with the Flying Thunder God technique was not just the technique itself. His near unmatched reaction speed was just as important. If someone else learned Flying Thunder God, it would still be powerful, but it would never be as terrifying as it was in Minato's hands. Just look at the second Hokage. He created the Flying Thunder God technique, yet the power it showed under his control was still far inferior to Minato's. Despite being a Flying Thunder God user, the second Hokage ultimately died at the hands of the Kinkaku brothers. That kind of outcome would have been unthinkable for Minato. In fact, you knew it was true. During the Nine Tails attack, if Minato had not been determined to die alongside his wife, Obito alone would never have been able to handle him. If you use Flying Thunder God properly, it becomes your ultimate trump card, Minato said. But if you use it poorly, it can also put you in tremendous danger. So before you truly master it, you need targeted training. In terms of basic requirements, Yu was excellent. That included his neural reaction speed, which was already outstanding compared to ordinary shinobi. But in Minato's eyes, that still was not enough to control Flying Thunder God perfectly. So training was necessary. Strictly speaking, Kakashi would also be a good fit for training in this technique, Minato said, watching Yu practice with a deep sigh. Unfortunately, his reaction speed isn't sufficient. Even if he learned Flying Thunder God, he wouldn't be able to take it very far. Minato was never stingy with what he knew. In the future, he would even teach the Flying Thunder God technique to his personal guards. If he could do that for them, then he would certainly do even more for his own students. But Kakashi simply was not suited for Flying Thunder God. It was hard to say how Kakashi's space-time talent measured up, but his neural reaction speed was clearly lacking. He could not even properly handle the reaction demands of the Chidori he created himself, and needed the Sharingan Obito gifted him to complete it. If even Chidori required that, then Flying Thunder God, which demanded even more, was out of the question. And beyond reaction speed, there was another problem. Chakra reserves. The Flying Thunder God technique also demanded enormous chakra. You had already realized that. Minato might look gentle and ordinary at first glance, but in truth, he was a hexagon warrior. His mastery of ninjutsu, sealing techniques, summoning, and many other fields was profound, and his chakra reserves were also far greater than most people's. Maybe he could not compare to an anomaly like Naruto later on, but he was more than enough to make Kakashi look lacking. Flying Thunder God involved frequent teleportation, and the chakra consumption was terrifying. You even felt that using it right now would strain him. That was a frightening realization. His chakra reserves were not small compared to ordinary people. With a double portion of physical and spiritual energy, plus a partial Otsutsuki physique, his overall chakra volume could already be called vast by normal standards. Yet even so, he estimated he was only barely qualified to meet Flying Thunder God's usage requirements. If that was the case, then Kakashi, who was famously short on chakra, should not even think about it. No matter how you looked at it, he just was not suited for this technique. Don't rush yourself too much, Minato said, smiling at Yu. You're still young, and your body is still growing. You have plenty of time to train. There's no need to be so impatient. Although they had not been together for very long, Minato already valued Yu highly. To him, this was almost a perfect successor candidate. Among his students, Obito and Rin were gone, and Kakashi, due to his own circumstances, was not suited to inherit Minato's legacy. Instead, it was the boy in front of him. Gifted across the board, talented in every field, and possessing excellent conditions for training in the Flying Thunder God technique. Even his personality carried more than a few similarities. With those conditions, plus sharp judgment and strong management ability, he truly seemed like the best choice to inherit Minato's mantle. Chapter 52, This child is just like me. 1132 words. Chapter 52, This child is just like me. Once you finish the first stage of Flying Thunder God training, things here should be wrapping up, Minato said softly as he looked at Yu. By then, we can head back. Is that so? Yu frowned slightly, thinking. So the war is about to end completely. Over the past half-year, battles across different fronts had ended one after another. Now, aside from minor clashes between nations, no major engagements had broken out for a long time. Even so, the villages were still on high alert. No one had truly stepped down from a wartime posture, and the standoff remained. Anyone with eyes could tell the war had entered its final stage, but exactly when it would end was still unclear. Yet from Minato's words, it sounded like the conclusion was already decided. Yeah. Minato met Yu's gaze and nodded. Envoys from multiple countries are already in talks. A definite date will come soon. The time for us to return to Konoha isn't far off. He turned and looked in Konoha's direction, as if something had crossed his mind. His expression softened. You guessed he was thinking about his wife back home. After all, Minato and Kushina's relationship really was that good. Then what about him? Unlike most shinobi, you did not seem to have many deep ties in Konoha. Even with Nonu, the person he was closest to, there was always a faint distance, like an invisible wall between them. You knew she kept that distance on purpose, so certain matters would not drag him down. Still, it never quite felt like family. Slowly, the face of a white-haired woman surfaced in Yu's mind. Kagaya. Then Hagoromo, then Homura. One after another, those faces rose like echoes, and a quiet smile touched his lips. His family was not in this world. They were in a far-off parallel dimension. So if he wanted to see them again, he needed to work even harder. You. While he was lost in thought, a voice called out from the distance. A young girl came running toward him, calling his name loudly. It was Kurenai, holding a bouquet of flowers as she hurried over with big strides. Oh my, another timely meeting for the youngsters. Minato smiled, tactful as always. I just remembered I have something to handle. I won't disturb you too. In the next instant, his figure vanished, disappearing on the spot. Flying Thunder God really was convenient. You stared at the place Minato had vanished from, a hint of helplessness rising in his eyes. What, you're not happy to see me? Kurenai asked, noticing his expression. Her face immediately turned sour. Not at all, you said gently. I just feel bad making you come all this way every time. It's too much trouble. I could have looked for you after I got back. To avoid his training disturbing others, the place he practiced was some distance from camp. Whenever it was time, Minato brought him here with Flying Thunder God. When the session ended, Minato returned and took him away. They could do that. Kurenai could not. In other words, she ran here on foot every time. How could it be trouble? Kurenai's displeasure vanished at once, replaced by a smile. It wouldn't be right if you were always the one coming to me. Instead of waiting for someone to come to me, I think it's more appropriate for me to come to you. After all, for some things, you only get results if you take the initiative. As she spoke, her eyes stayed fixed on you. Her words clearly carried another meaning. Under her gaze, Yu's mouth twitched. For a moment, he did not know what to say. How should he put it? As expected of the new generation in the shinobi world, they matured early. She was only 13. In his past life, she would still be sitting in a classroom. But here, she already knew how to like the opposite sex. The problem was, Yu himself was only 9 right now. Even if he counted the birthday coming up, he was still only 10. A total little shota. Liking someone this young, even in a world like this, felt a bit too early, didn't it? That does make sense, Yu said, keeping his usual calm on the surface, even as he complained silently inside. He smiled as he changed the topic. But it's still early, and it doesn't feel right to have you stay here while I train. So, I wonder if dear Miss Kurenai would accompany me for a walk. He glanced around with a smile. The scenery here is really nice. It's worth seeing. Ah, well. Kurenai lowered her head, as if thinking it over. Only after a while did she speak again. Since you invited me so sincerely, it wouldn't be right for me to refuse. In that case, let's go. Yu spoke softly and led Kurenai to the side. On a high mountain in the distance, Minato stood quietly, watching the two of them walk together below. He shook his head, then laughed lightly. It's great to be young. He did not feel annoyed that you had stepped away from training to go out for a bit. If anything, it made him happy. There were plenty of geniuses in the shinobi world. Kakashi. Or Okaimaru. People like them. But geniuses like that were also prone to problems. If it were them, they would likely ignore an invitation like this and keep drilling their training. But you cooperated naturally. He chose to spend time with someone else. Minato did not see that as laziness. On the contrary, he saw it as a good sign. At the very least, it proved Yu was not lacking in other areas. Even as a ninjutsu genius, his social ability was strong. He could balance training and life without losing himself. That was an excellent quality. This child is just like me. The thought flashed through Minato's mind, and his smile widened. After all, wasn't he the same back then? His talent in ninjutsu training had always stood out, but he never neglected everything else. Back at the Ninja Academy, he had already built bonds with classmates, and he had even won over his future wife. And now, Yu seemed to be walking a similar path. The resemblance amused him and also made him even more satisfied with Yu. Time to get back to work. With that thought, Minato vanished again. This time, he did not linger at all. He left the area completely. TL, my new fanfic is out now, One Piece, Pokemon Master of the Seas. Check it out. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 53, The Ninja Sword, Hazan. 1113 words. Chapter 53, The Ninja Sword, Hazan. After a long wait, the Ninja World War finally came to an end. On the day the announcement was made, you, Kurenai, and the others gathered together to celebrate. We'll be able to return to the village soon. Kurenai smiled as she looked at you. You, what are you planning to do once we get back? Plans? You thought for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not sure yet. I'll probably go back to work at the hospital. Unlike Kurenai and the others, his current post was at Konoha Hospital. He did not usually go out on missions, but he still had to stay there and do his shifts. In a sense, he was a corporate slave. But Minato-sensei has been giving me a lot of tasks lately, you continued, so I've also been thinking about whether I should pause hospital work for a while and finish those training tasks first. Training the Flying Thunder God was a long process. To make sure you mastered it as perfectly as possible, Minato had prepared a large number of targeted assignments for him, each one more specific than the last. Yu was already planning to shift his focus toward training. In the beginning, he had gone to Konoha Hospital mainly to avoid the dangers of the war. Now that the war was over, and there was nothing left for him to learn there, it felt like time to leave. There was no point in staying any longer. Besides, Minato might need him soon. After all, the Hokage election was coming. After working so hard for so long, taking some time to focus on training is a good choice, Kurenai said with a smile. If you have nowhere to go, you can come over to my house. My house is pretty big. Yu's mouth twitched. He could not help fixing his gaze on her. Under his stare, Kurenai's expression stayed perfectly normal, as if she had no ulterior motive at all. That's a good suggestion, Yu said at last, nodding. If I have the chance, I'll visit. Only then did a smile fully bloom on Kurenai's face. What about you, Kakashi? Yu turned to the boy beside him. After spending more than half a year together, with Yu around, Kakashi's condition seemed to have improved a little. Compared to before, he was still quiet, but at least he did not feel as lifeless as he once had. Me. Kakashi looked up at Yu, thought for a moment, then spoke. I'll probably go into ANBU. Anbu. Surprise flashed across both Yu and Kurenai's faces. Yeah. Kakashi nodded. It's Hokage-sama's order. Sensei suggested I accept it too. The third Hokage's decision was likely an act of kindness. Because Kakashi's situation was complicated. To outsiders, Obito was dead. But the Sharingan Obito had given Kakashi before dying had brought trouble that would not go away. The Sharingan was a Kekkei Genkai unique to the Uchiha clan. What it meant to the clan did not need to be explained. And for any bloodline family, the loss of a bloodline ability was intolerable. No matter the reason, the Uchiha would pressure Kakashi to hand over that Sharingan. That was the core of the problem. As a gift from a dying friend, it was impossible for Kakashi to give it up. The situation had reached a stalemate. To deal with the pressure the Uchiha were about to apply, Hiruzen chose to transfer Kakashi into ANBU. As a unit directly under the Hokage, ANBU was cut off from the outside world. Even the Uchiha could not easily interfere with it. As long as Kakashi entered ANBU, the outside pressure would be far smaller. Minato understood that too, which was why he advised Kakashi to accept and join. That's a shame, then, Yu said. Once you're in ANBU, we won't be able to spend nearly as much time together. It's fine, Kakashi replied. When I'm on leave, I'll come find you. I just hope you won't find me annoying then. Kurenai looked at Kakashi without speaking. She simply offered her blessing in her own way. Over the past half year, the three of them had grown close. Even Kurenai and Kakashi could be considered friends now. If nothing unexpected happened, this would probably be their last gathering of the year. They did not know when the next one would be. By the way, Kakashi suddenly said, looking at you, it's almost your 10th birthday, isn't it? I'm afraid I won't be able to make it. This is the gift I prepared for you. He handed you a wooden box. You took it, opened the lid, and froze. Inside was a short sword. The blade looked razor sharp. The entire weapon was a brilliant gold, beautiful in a way that stood out even at a glance. It gave off a distinctly different presence. This is the ninja sword Hazan, Kakashi said. It was left behind by my ancestors. I'm giving it to you. The Hatake clan were swordsmen. For generations, their ancestors had been skilled in kenjutsu, and they had collected many ninja swords. This one, Hazan, was something Kakashi had found in the clan's storage. It could be considered a valuable blade. This is truly precious. You stared at the sword for a moment, then smiled. Hazan, it's a good name. I'll treasure it. Even without a detailed explanation, you understood the value. The entire sword was forged from chakra metal, which had excellent chakra conductivity. If it were put on the market, a ninja sword like this would be worth a staggering amount. And for you, it could serve another purpose. A proper chakra storage device required extremely demanding materials. Back in the land of ancestors, he had often used things like god tree crystals to store chakra. But those conditions no longer existed. Before, you had tried using common materials. Not only were they inefficient, they could not hold chakra for long. If too much time passed, the chakra inside would leak away. This sword was different. Chakra metal conducted chakra extremely well. It was ideal for a shinobi's weapon, and it was also perfect for use as a chakra storage medium. I'm glad you like it. Kakashi nodded when he saw you accept it. Watching the two of them, Kurenai felt a knot of frustration tighten in her chest. Damn it. I actually forgot. She was annoyed at herself. She had forgotten Yu's birthday. On a day like that, she should have been the first to remember. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. Patreon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 54, Yakushi Kabuto. 1106 words. Chapter 54, Yakushi Kabuto. Setting aside Kurenai's frustration for the moment, you stayed nearby and chatted with Kakashi for a while longer, then personally saw him off. In the coming days, Kakashi would return to Konoha alone to report, so he would not be traveling back at the same time as you and the others. We should head out too. After watching Kakashi leave, you turned to Kurenai and smiled. Okay. It was clearly just a simple smile, yet Kurenai's face suddenly flushed. In her eyes, Yu's current figure was laid bare. He still looked like a young boy, wearing a loose robe as he stood there quietly, his features handsome in a clean, refined way. His long hair fell naturally down his back, straight and smooth. Just standing there, he looked like a flawless work of art crafted by heaven itself. Every small movement felt breathtaking. At that moment, he only offered a gentle smile, but in Kurenai's eyes, it already surpassed most of the world's elegance and scenery, leaving her a little dazed. If only it could stay like this forever? The thought rose in her heart before she could stop it. If she could, she wanted time to stretch on like this, endlessly. You stood ahead, completely unaware of what was going through her mind. As for the way Kurenai would occasionally space out, he had grown used to it. He did not think too much of it anymore. He simply turned and left in silence. Behind him, Kurenai hurried to follow. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. During that month, you had already moved locations. He returned to Konoha. I'm back again. Standing in his own home, he looked around at the room that had not changed at all and could not help shaking his head. Looks like I'll have to clean it up. By his count, it had been over a year since he first left. After such a long time, the house was coated in dust. If he wanted to live here again, it needed a thorough cleaning. For an ordinary person, it would take ages. Fortunately, he was a shinobi now. His efficiency was on a completely different level. Before long, he finished cleaning the entire place, restoring the room until it looked brand new. Afterward, he left home and headed toward the orphanage. The orphanage was far more crowded than he remembered. Besides the children who had been there before, there were many unfamiliar faces. The war had taken countless shinobi on the battlefield, and it had created countless orphans in return. Those children were sent to the Konoha orphanage in waves, creating the lively, chaotic scene in front of him. Big Brother Yu is here. I want candy. After he had walked only a short distance, someone finally recognized him. They ran over excitedly and swarmed around him. Big Brother Yu, we missed you so much. Their voices overlapped, their faces full of longing. I missed you all too. Yu smiled. After playing with the children for a while, he walked toward the director's office. Who are you? A small child stepped out and blocked his path. The boy did not look very old. His features were not especially striking, at most delicate, and overall he seemed quite ordinary. But what caught Yu's attention most were the glasses on the boy's face. Those glasses had once belonged to Nono. You are? Yu's expression shifted with surprise, and then he immediately connected the dots. My name is Kabuto. The child looked at Yu, seeming to sense that he was not a bad person, then added, Are you here to see mother? As expected. The child in front of him was the future Kabuto. Of course, at this moment, he was still just a kid, only 2 or 3 years younger than Yu. I'm Nono-sensei's student. Yu kept his tone gentle. Could you go in and let her know I'm here? Your big brother Yu. Kabuto's eyes widened, and pleasant surprise flashed across his face. From the look of it, Nono had already told him about Yu. After confirming Yu's identity, Kabuto led him inside. In the office, Nono was seated as usual, seemingly working through documents in her hands. She looked serious, yet there was a faint trace of worry between her brows, as if something was weighing on her. Ah, Yu, you're back. The moment she saw him enter, joy returned to her expression. She stepped forward and pulled him into a warm hug in welcome. What have you been doing during this time, sensei? Yu asked with curiosity. I don't remember seeing you on the front lines. Same as you. Nonu smiled back at him. I was carrying out medical missions on the front lines too. We were just stationed in different areas. During the war, Konoha had opened multiple battlefields. On the surface, it made perfect sense that they would not run into each other. But you understood this was most likely just Nono's cover story. As an elite of Root, the missions she carried out were probably not so simple. Still, he had no intention of exposing her. He only smiled and continued chatting naturally. Is that child's name Kabuto? Yu asked, smoothly turning the topic toward the boy. Yes. He's a war orphan. Both of his parents have passed away. Nono nodded, then sighed softly. He also lost his past memories because of it. So I brought him back. I wanted to give him a fresh start. Sensei, you seem to like him a lot. You smiled. You even gave him your own glasses. Yes. A gentle smile appeared on Nono's face, and she did not deny it in front of Yu. I just feel he's very similar to how I used to be. When I look at him, it's like I'm seeing myself back then. Nono clearly found resonance in Kabuto, as though she were looking at her own childhood. Perhaps that was why she had chosen to take him in. Also, she continued with a smile, his talent in medical ninjutsu is quite good. Not as good as yours, of course, but he's much more outstanding than I am. And he's willing to work hard. Maybe he'll grow into a fine medical ninja in the future. His talent is not limited to being a medical ninja. The thought flashed through Yu's mind as he met her gaze. But he did not say anything more. He simply agreed with a smile. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 55, The Pressure of the Uchiha Clan. 1074 words. Chapter 55, The Pressure of the Uchiha Clan. So you're you? Inside Minato's home, a bright, hearty laugh rang out. Kushina looked you over with open curiosity. You really are the same type as Minato. Clearly, Minato had already told her about you. Kushina already knew the basics. Minato had once said that you was a shinobi very similar to him. Before meeting him, she had not fully believed it. Now, she had to. The boy stood there with a gentle smile, and his whole presence felt warm and approachable, the kind that naturally invited goodwill. With his long hair falling straight down, he carried a calm, tranquil air that made Kushina pay attention without even trying. Without needing to say much, that aura alone resembled Minato's. If there was any obvious difference, it was mostly appearance. Minato had blonde hair, while Yu's hair was black, which looked far more ordinary at first glance. What a good-looking kid. Kushina stepped closer, studying him from head to toe, and in the end, she could not resist reaching out and patting him. It'd be great if our future child could be as good-looking as you. She turned and spoke to Minato beside her. Kushina and Minato-sensei are both good-looking, Yu replied softly. Your future child's appearance definitely won't be bad either. Ha ha, is that so? Kushina laughed even louder. Minato, did you hear that? This kid praised me for being good-looking. What a truly good child. She rubbed Yu's head again. Yu only smiled at the affection and did not dodge. This was his first time visiting Minato's home. By status, he was Minato's student now. No matter how one looked at it, he should pay a proper visit. It was also his first time meeting Kushina. And judging from the circumstances, this was not something an ordinary person could casually do. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina was arguably one of the most important people in Konoha right now. She was Konoha's strongest trump card. Most people did not even have the qualifications to approach her. If you were not Minato's student, he probably would not have been able to meet her this closely. Dinner's almost ready. A moment later, Minato's voice drifted out from the kitchen. I'll help too. You took the initiative and went in, lending a hand and showing off his cooking skills along the way. His cooking was genuinely good, a skill he had honed back in the land of ancestors. It could not be helped. The food during that period never suited his palate, and later, Kagaya was just as picky as he was. So he had cooked for himself again and again, slowly refining his technique. You can actually cook. After watching for a bit, Kushina was stunned. Most shinobi were not great in the kitchen. Coincidentally, Kushina was also the type who could not cook at all. Most dishes she made fell squarely into the category of dark cuisine. Worse, she would make dark cuisine and force other people to finish it. That had made visiting guests suffer more than once. Over time, Kushina had gained a very clear understanding of her own cooking level. Now, tasting Yu's work, she was immediately shocked. Can you teach me? She looked at Yu with complete sincerity, her eyes shining with hope. This shouldn't be a problem. Under her expectant gaze, Yu glanced at Minato beside him, then eventually nodded. At that moment, he did not think much of it. To him, it was just a small request. But very quickly, he realized he had been far too naive. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina was exceptionally talented in many areas, far beyond ordinary shinobi. But asking her to do something as delicate as cooking was simply too much. Ah, it's on fire! A scream burst from the kitchen. Yu stood by the doorway, watching the flustered Kushina in front of him, feeling utterly helpless. A sigh followed. It was not Yu. It was Minato. He looked at the chaotic scene Kushina had created and could only sigh again. Kushina is just like that. He lowered his voice. Sorry you had to see something embarrassing, Yu. No. I think this is pretty good too. Yu shook his head with a smile. Everyone has things they're good at and things they aren't. That's normal. That's true. Minato nodded, though the helplessness in him did not fade. It was true everyone had strengths and weaknesses. Unfortunately, some people insisted on charging straight into what they were worst at. And more importantly, Minato was the one who had to deal with the aftermath. Every time Kushina produced a batch of dark cuisine, he was always the one responsible for finishing it all. Just eating it was already an ordeal. On top of that, he had to force himself to praise it, or he would face Kushina's invincible iron fist. Kakashi and the others had visited his home in the past, but in the end, they stopped daring to come. There was a reason for that. Minato thought of Kakashi, and another sigh slipped out. Has Kakashi's issue still not been resolved? Kushina suddenly asked from beside him. The Ucha sighed. Yeah. They're still making noise. Minato nodded. They want Kakashi to hand over that Sharingan. Is there really no room to negotiate? Kushina frowned immediately. From the beginning, none of them had ever considered forcing Kakashi to give it up. They all knew what that Sharingan meant to him. It was Obito's keepsake before his death. To Kakashi, it was like Obito's life continuing on through him. Kakashi would probably rather die than hand it over. But even so, the pressure from the Ucha clan was always there. If it really can't be helped, I'll go talk to Mikoto. Kushina thought for a long moment before speaking again. Her husband is the head of the clan. If she's willing to help, there should be a chance for things to turn around. It might not be that simple. Minato shook his head, not believing it could be solved so easily. Recovering a lost bloodline limit was the will of the entire Ucha clan. Even the clan head, without a truly suitable reason, probably could not convince everyone. Otherwise, there was simply no way to persuade the clan. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. Patreon.com's fanficlord03. Chapter 56, The Ucha Clan. 1089 words. Chapter 56, The Ucha Clan. Yu, what do you think? As he spoke, Minato turned his gaze to Yu, who stood in front of him, and asked the question directly. For matters like this, he trusted Yu's judgment more than anyone else's. Getting the Ucha clan to drop this will be very difficult. Yu sat upright, meeting Minato's eyes without flinching. His expression did not change. But if it's handled properly, there might be a chance. What are you planning to do? Kushina asked, curious. Regardless of the current tension, because of the relationship between Fugaku and Mikoto, our relationship with the Ucha clan isn't truly hostile. Yu's voice stayed calm and even. The reason it's escalated this far is because they're being pushed by other clan members. So as long as we can give them a reason they can accept, that will be enough. A reason? Kushina frowned at once, troubled. What kind of reason could work for something like this? For any bloodline clan, losing a Kekkei Genkai was a massive issue. Kushina genuinely could not imagine what explanation could convince the Ucha clan to stop pursuing a lost bloodline. Minato stood to the side, listening quietly. Compared to Kushina, his intuition was sharper. He immediately caught the meaning beneath Yu's words. So there really is a suitable reason. Minato looked at Yu and continued, but even with a strong enough reason, it'll be hard to convince them without real compensation. That depends on what the Ucha clan wants, Yu said softly. What if they're exceptionally interested in this matter? If that's the case, not only can it be resolved perfectly, it could even turn misfortune into blessing. And the compensation can be fulfilled in the future. Minato thought for a moment, then nodded. Then go negotiate. Talk to them. There's no need to fear anything. No matter what, I'll be right here. Worst case, I'll go to the third Hokage. For you, those words were the greatest reassurance. Even if the negotiation failed, they could still go to the third Hokage. No matter how much pressure the Ucha clan applied, they could not overturn everything in front of the Hokage. All right. Yu nodded with a smile, then stood up. What are you two talking about? Kushina raised her voice, completely lost. What reason and compensation? What does that even mean? Explain it clearly. Her eyes snapped to Minato, fierce and demanding. I'll take my leave first. Seeing the mood turning dangerous, Yu bowed and turned to leave. He moved fast, hurrying out of Minato's home in one breath. Only after stepping outside did he finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. From behind him, he could vaguely hear the commotion, along with something that sounded like Minato's screams. Yu could not help but chuckle, privately feeling lucky. Good thing he ran quickly enough. Otherwise, he might have been the one suffering too. It's time to prepare. Standing in place, he looked ahead, a faint smile forming. The next morning, he submitted a formal request to visit the Ucha clan early. Just a mere child. The one responsible for receiving him was a stern-looking middle-aged man. He read the request, then glanced at Yu in the distance with clear disdain. But in the next moment, his expression shifted. Because the words on the request were unmistakable. Disciple of Konoha Jonin Minato Namikaze. Within Konoha, with the Hokage selection approaching, the candidate list had already leaked. Minato's name was prominently listed, tied with Orochimaru as the top favorite for the position. Even if many people did not fully believe Minato would win, it was undeniable that he had immense popularity and support within the village. Now that Minato's disciple had come to visit, the Ucha clan could not be rude, by both reason and etiquette. The man's face tightened. He turned toward the shrine to report to the clan head. Inside the shrine, Fugaku sat alone. He was still young, having only recently returned from the battlefield. In the previous war, he had led the Ucha in battle. After returning to Konoha, he had taken over as clan head. Clan head. A moment later, the man entered Fugaku's room and spoke respectfully. My Namikawa Yu has come to visit, he says he's here on Hokage-sama's behalf. My Namikawa Yu. Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of surprise flashing across his face. He had known for a while that someone would come today for negotiations, so he had been waiting early. But he hadn't expected the envoy to be a young ninja, much less someone whose name had been circulating quietly within the village. And he submitted this, directly. Fugaku lowered his gaze to the paper in his hand. The seal and the handwriting were proper, too proper for a casual visit. His expression turned thoughtful, then instinctively he exchanged a glance with Mikoto in the distance. A moment later, he withdrew his gaze and stood. He moved to welcome the guest. As an ancient and great clan, the Ucha had their own strict and elaborate standards for receiving distinguished visitors. Even if Yu's status as Minato's disciple was still not quite enough to be treated as an equal, Fugaku, considering the importance of this meeting, still ordered the highest level of reception. As they advanced, pairs of Sharingan stared forward, focused on Yu. Under their gaze, Yu walked in from the front. He wore proper formal clothing. Every step was measured. Every movement was poised, carrying an unmistakable air of nobility. His appearance had not changed, but as he walked forward, his presence became impossible to forget. That bearing was unmistakably lofty. Many within the Ucha clan could not help but freeze. Isn't the Minamikawa clan a minor clan? How can he have this kind of bearing? In a corner of the shrine, Ucha Setsuna stared at Yu, startled. Many others shared the same thought. Because Yu, simply by standing there, gave the feeling of a high-ranking noble. That nobility was clear and distinct, as if he were a daimyo. Even more shocking was that his etiquette was flawless, without the slightest mistake, more standard than the most standard noble. This etiquette had been passed down from ancient times, the oldest form of aristocratic conduct. Forget ordinary people. Even among the Ucha elders, few could perform it without error. Yet Yu executed it perfectly. That alone was enough to prove he was anything but ordinary. Check out my Patreon for advanced chapters on all my fanfics. p@treon.com's fanficlord03. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novel Wonderland.